Good morning, afternoon, evening. I think that's everything covered, isn't it? How are we doing, everybody? It's going to be one of those days. We have the ever ferocious Derek Smart on here today. Hello, Derek. How you doing, mate?
Hello, man. How are you?
Welcome back. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been. It has been a while. It's
Well,
always good to catch up with everybody once in a while.
Exactly.
Hear the voices, yeah.
And that means that we've got probably plenty to catch up on when it comes to this sort of thing. This is yet another Star Citizen stream. Hello, R. Derek Smart, if you're in there. Sorry, I did have a look at the R. Derek Smart Reddit. They're not keen on you, it seems. They're not keen on me, really. We're now called the Outhouse by the R. Derek Smart people. And I'd just like to say thanks, guys. Thanks for giving me a nickname. It just warms my heart to know that I'm living in there rent-free. Sorry for having to basically, give Derek here a platform, because he needs one from me in order for you to get ever more butthurt. But I mean, I'm just here to learn, and I've been sort of semi-following this whole business with Star Citizen. I believe their development schedule has just come out recently, hasn't it? I saw somebody had actually said something about the timeline being updated. I think Paul Younger from PCinvasion.com may be coming in a little later to have a little chat with us about that too. So that should be quite nice. We've got Sinister in here as well as Fluffy. Say hi, guys.
Hello, you can call me Ben.
Or Ben. It's up to you.
It's much easier.
Well, it says at Sinister Ben, so it's
right. Yes.
God's sake, Sinister! You were supposed to say hi, guys.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Yeah, you can work. Do your lines, for crying out loud. So here we are. So Derek, I've been hearing on the grapevine that there's been another engine change. Is this true?
Well, it depends. When we talk about an engine change, and those of us who are actual developers, who do actually develop games, not just sell dreams and scam everyone. When we talk about an engine change, we talk about.
Don't know what you're talking about there, Derek.
Yeah, there you go. It depends on the module. I mean, for instance, let's take any game. If any game, say Battlefield from EA, they use Frostbite. So if they came out one day and said, hey, we're going to switch engines, and they say we're going to switch to Unreal, or we're going to switch to CryEngine, or we're going to switch to Unity.
That'll take a while.
That's basically an engine. It's basically an engine change.
From what I understand with this was obviously the Star Citizen engine is basically a derivative of the Crytek engine. From what I understand, they've just changed up to the Amazon version or something, I've heard.
Yeah, it's very simple, really. They started with the CryEngine 3 and CryEngine 3.x engine back in 2011, and at some point in the past 2 years, Amazon ended up getting a source license for that same engine from Crytek because Amazon wanted to build their own game engine so they can use it as a freebie Trojan horse to get game developers to use all their Amazon Web Services, aka AWS.
Fair enough.
So what they did was
everyone's got to make a living.
Yeah, they created a custom engine called Lumberyard, based on CryEngine 3. I mean, let's put it this way: if any developer was to license CryEngine or any engine, and you extend it to such a degree that it has a whole bunch of extensions, a whole bunch of features, bug fixes and whatnot, it becomes a custom engine. Yeah. I mean, we could have gone out and licensed anybody who's using CryEngine right now. They're not using it as is. They've added code on top of it, and they can call it anything they want. That's basically what Amazon did. So in the case of these guys over at CIG, what they did was because they wanted to benefit from not only using Amazon Web Services, because they were using Google Compute cloud servers, and the fact that Amazon is doing all the legwork of supporting the base CryEngine that they were already using. They were also doing the base work in terms of extending the engine, putting in console support, Xbox One, PS4, and all that cool stuff. It's all stuff that CIG no longer has to do, and they've pretty much been reinventing the wheel.
Well, of course. I mean, when it's much better for somebody else to be doing that. I mean, you don't want to spend your budget on things that like developing an engine, do you?
But here's the thing, though. Here's a problem. It's a double-edged sword, because if Amazon had started this a while back, it would have been beneficial to CIG. But at this point, I wrote an entire blog about that, in which I documented it. Let me see if I can find the link. I'll post it. In which I documented, precisely why this is a very, very bad thing for them to do this switch. The issue with this switch is that, it's like you don't make such a fundamental, that people are trying to wave this off as if it's, something simplistic. There isn't a single developer that not working for CIG who would say this was a good thing, because all the stuff that Amazon has put into CryEngine and called it Lumberyard, now not only does the CIG guys have to pick and choose what they want to use, but they're going to have a huge problem because it's like a three-way merge. They've got their stock CryEngine, they've got their star engine, CIG. Now you've got Lumberyard.
These are two separate species here that have basically just gone off from one end of the the ravine, and another one's gone on the other end of the ravine, and they're trying to breed them now.
Yeah, well, that's actually the right word. It's like you take a hyena and you take a jaguar, and now you want to make an, I don't know. Well,
go on, fuck.
You want to make a tiger out of it. That's pretty much what they're boiled down to. But the thing that they haven't actually done the switch. One thing that came to mind immediately is that Chris used some really, not obscure, but sort of opaque explanations. He was saying, we've been working on this for a year. Well, they haven't been working on it for a year. They've been talking about it for almost a year, evaluating the engine, because making an engine switch is not something you do overnight. It is a lot of back and forth. And bearing in mind, Amazon's not sitting there waiting for them to make up their mind. I mean, they have their own thing going, and the engine is free. So a lot of people started thinking, oh yeah, now they've switched from the base star engine to Lumberyard, everything's going to magically work. And I said, that's not how it works. Then we found out that in fact that was true. They hadn't switched to Lumberyard yet. All they did really was switch from the Google Compute cloud service they were using to EC2, which is the cloud server access that Amazon built into Lumberyard. So instead of using the EC2 libraries and extensions directly, like we would, people who are not using Lumberyard, they ended up using the Lumberyard abstracted versions of it. And by doing that, they have to display the Lumberyard logo, which is how the backers found out about this. And worst of all, for the whole year,
they didn't tell
even
anyone.
Though they never mentioned it. They never mentioned it. It's just coincidental that 2.6 went out December 23rd. People saw this Lumberyard. Everybody, hightailed it to Google, and shortly after, the press releases went out because everybody was trying to figure what the hell was going on. Some people were saying Amazon bought out the game, Amazon's licensed the game, Amazon funded it. It's none of that. It's just a simple licensing deal like anybody would.
I'm shocked here, actually, looking at the bugs and bug fixes that they're going on here, and they're saying, here's a list of bugs and changes that are considered priority to fix before 2.6.1. Crashes, GPU crashes and hangs, networking, client disconnects, memory leaks and corruption,
Now, may I ask before we get
desynchronization.
too far off the engine thing?
I mean,
are we talking about a total refactor?
No, we're not. They can't. But okay, here's the thing. I mean, it's two things that people have to bear in mind. when you're talking about an engine, refactoring engine, it basically means that you are taking all the parts. Oh, actually, I have this link here. Let me just see if I can post it on YouTube. Bear with me. Let me see if that works. Yep, that works. Okay, that's the blog I wrote, the documents this engine thing. Anyway, back to your question. You see, I'll use us as an example. We built our custom engine for line of defense based on Havoc suite of engines, the graphics, physics, AI, and a whole bunch of other middleware. And those are all different engines, different engines, extensions, toolkits, whatever. And it became our version. We don't have a name for it. It's just our custom game engine. So along the way, we lost access to our console build because Havoc decided that they were no longer going to do the next gen version of the graphics engine, which they had bought from another company called Trinergy. And then Microsoft subsequently bought Havoc about a year ago and really killed it.
Yeah, middleware can really wreck you, can't it?
Oh yeah. So now we're stuck with a game that's 90% completed on the PC side, and we no longer have a console path. And I've put all this money and all this time on a game that was supposed to be multi-platform, because really it's going to be a lot more difficult to recoup those 5 to 6 years of costs on the PC side alone, because it's just so very, very competitive. So what we ended up doing is we looked at a few other engines, and we came to the conclusion that Unreal Engine 4, with the way it handles components based programming, and what we did, which is basically what we're doing, it's also C++ based, it became the easier choice for us.
It's a no-brainer,
So,
I think, for a lot of developers these days.
So here's the thing, because Unreal, like Vision Engine, are the core basis of any engine, because it's all graphics and whatnot, we're not going to go in there and take all our game code, throw everything out and start from scratch with Unreal. No, the things that we're going to be using Unreal for are things like scene management, graphics subsystem. We're still going to keep Havoc physics. We're still going to keep Havoc AI. We're still going to keep all our other things like silver lining for our clouds. We'll keep that because it's way more advanced than in Unreal. Things like Triton, which is another middleware we use for our water, we're going to keep that because, again, it's more advanced than what's in Unreal, and it just works. So we're just going to pick and choose parts of Unreal Engine that we want, merge it into our PC and console pipeline, and go from there. And it's a 6 to 8 month job, as opposed to 4, 5, 6 years it'll take to start from scratch. So when they're talking about doing this lumberyard switch, I believe that's probably what they're going to end up doing. But the problem that I believe they're going to be faced with is that they have made so many changes in their custom version of CryEngine, which they call Star Engine. Then now they have to contend with all the stuff that Amazon. I mean, if you look at the change log for Amazon Lumberyard, it's very, very extensive. Now, think about this. All the stuff that Amazon put into Lumberyard, when we looked at it and we checked and we figured out, some of it with conjecture, some with, programming knowledge, we figured there's no way CIG has done even 90% of that in their version, because most of the things that the Amazon guys have overcome, the Star Citizen game still has problems with. Well, think about this. If Lumberyard is now 90% of, extended above and beyond CryEngine, and you would say that, let's say, Star Engine is only 20% regarding bugs and whatnot, then they've added their own crap on top of it, like 64-bit positioning and things like that, which Lumberyard doesn't have.
Oh my God, no, they're going to have to go through that again.
Exactly.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
Yeah, Lumberyard doesn't have that. So, and because it's a scene level, it's a scene management level change. It's not a simple thing to just copy and paste the code and say, yeah, done. Now we've got a 64-bit positioning version of Lumberyard that we can use. It doesn't work that way. It's an absolute nightmare.
Oh my God. Oh, even if they'd have had 64, if they'd have had that, at least I would have kind of going, well, at least they don't have, but the fact that they've now got to basically re-engineer that again.
Well, it's a three-way merge now. I mean, let's put it, if I was doing this, it's a three-way merge. What I would do is you would have to start from the lumberyard where it is now. Okay, somebody has to sit there going batshit crazy, trying to merge in all their specific, unique code to Star Citizen into that lumberyard. That's the first branch. Then the third, it's called a three-way branch. Then you have to pull in all your Star Engine crap into it. So now you've got Star Engine, you've got lumberyard, and you've got whatever the fuck it is.
And then you've got to start saying your prayers at that point because there's no way.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what people are missing. Now we know why. There's no more talk of 3.0. There's no more talk of 4.0. This schedule that went out doesn't go beyond 2.61 because they're now facing that challenge of trying to figure out what do we scrap all the start? Do we scrap all our custom code on top of CryEngine and then just go take lumberyard, okay, and then backport our stuff on top of it, or do we just go and take and pick what we want from lumberyard and merge it? Well, picture this: if say lumberyard has 500, and it's more than that, by the way. Say lumberyard has 500 changes, bugs, improvements, blah 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 on their end. Okay, let's say that they want to take them. They have to take all 500 of that, merge it into their Star Engine, make sure it works. Okay, then continue to maintain that branch parallel to whatever the hell Amazon is doing. So guess what? If Amazon 6 months from now decides to completely deprecate the entire module that they've ended up using, they're fucked because now it's gone. They have to remove it. If they're dependent on it, they have to modify it, blah, blah, blah. It gets worse. Lumberyard has specific branches for PC, Xbox One, PS4, mobile, blah blah blah, and it's based on CryEngine, so there's nothing straightforward about it, which is why very few people use CryEngine.
Yeah, I've checked it out. It's not as it's hard. I'm kind of surprised you used Havoc. I was not as impressed with that as I thought I would be.
Yeah, it's the thing about it is back when we started this project, Unity wasn't where it is today. Unreal 4 was only just released in May 2012. Even though we had access to it, Epic told us absolutely don't use it for production. And the closest we could come to a C++ engine, which we could merge in some of my stuff without reinventing the wheel, was Trinergy. And then less than a year into development, Havoc bought Trinergy, and then they merged all. Well, here's the thing. When Havoc bought Trinergy, they did that because Havoc at the time, as you know, did not have a graphics engine. And they didn't want to build one. So Amazon did what Havoc did. Havoc went out and bought Trinergy. And then they converted Trinergy, they renamed Trinergy to Vision Engine, and then put in all kinds of hooks for Vision Engine to work with Havoc's own engines, which was physics, cloth, and AI. So when they bought that, we automatically got free access to Havoc Physics and Havoc AI and Havoc Cloth. We didn't have to pay for it because I was already paying a significant amount of money every year, where I paid a lot of money upfront for the engine. Then I had to pay yearly support costs to keep getting updates, but that gave us all the entire Havoc suite, at no charge. But and of course, when we started merging things, we spent 6 months merging what we already had from Trinergy to work with what Havoc had done when they bought Trinergy. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. It's not simple. It's a huge problem.
Now, may I ask, are they using that engine for the FPS as well?
Yes, they are using CryEngine for everything, and they've built it. And if you go back and take a look at what Lumberyard has done, they've done a significant amount of improvements to CryEngine in every aspect. So, for all intents and purposes, they have no choice but to use it, as is. Otherwise, they're going to have some serious problems down the road. And, let's put it this way. I mean, I know this is going to sound cynical, but they're never going to ship the game. They're never going to ship the game. So it doesn't really matter what they do at this point. The game's never going to come out. It's never going to come out. So whether they do it the right way or the wrong way, it's all immaterial.
Well, do you know, I guess, my question has always been, why are they focusing so much on Squadron?
Well, because they. Am I still on? It sounds like I lost connection there.
You did for
Hello?
a second.
Yeah.
You're back now.
Right. The issue is that it's not that they're just focusing on Squadron 42. They're not. If they were focusing on it, it'll be released by now, or they would have shown something of it, since December or November 2015. The problem is that Squadron 42 relies on the same engine, so it's not like they can just go off and make that game. All the bugs that Star Citizen has, Squadron 42 will have. All the things that are missing, it would also have. The only thing that Squadron 42, doesn't have or need is a networking component, because it's a single player game. But they simply cannot build Squadron 42 without solving all the engine problems on the Star Citizen side.
It's just a cacophony of I'm just quite flabbergasted here at the late, just that complete turn from sort of you've actually made this up. You've got this together, and then you just make a change like this. I mean, he's gonna need an entire division just to be able to get this tacked on somehow.
Well, the reason they did it, again, it boils down to one simple thing. This is all conjecture on my part, but if I were to hazard a guess,
hear that, Derek Smart, conjecture here. Okay.
It's from my perspective, if I had squandered $140 million from a bunch of nerds.
That's you guys, by the way.
And I have to deliver a product, and now I'm year 5, and I'm not even 25% of the way in. License and Lumberyard lets Amazon do all the heavy lifting, which is a pretty good. I mean, it's a good call. But the problem is, it's too little, too late. That's the first thing. Second of all, letting License and Amazon, Lumberyard from Amazon, letting them do all the heavy lifting also means that all the technical people right now modifying and doing engine level work in Star Engine to make it work like it should are no longer needed. They can either be fired, terminated, leave, or whatnot, or they can go to actually building a game rather than focusing on building a game and the game engine. So it's two things that they benefit from switching to Lumberyard, but it's just too late. They've just run out of time.
Project management wise, this always confused me. I don't understand why they branched out into so many things at once. They spread themselves so thin. I just find it confusing, and that is not even my professional job. This is the mission creep aspect of this. I mean, this budget now. I mean, at 140 mil, this is a budget that is surpassing any PC-only game.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing. The reason why they ended up this way is because they started with the wrong engine, just like I said, and they decided to build this out in components. I'll give you an example. I give this example before. I mean, Line of Defense it's a combined arms game. It's just like Angel Falls First on Steam or any other game except it has space. PlanetSide 2 is a combined arms game. If you think about it, Battlefield is also a combined arms game because you have aircraft, you have vehicles. The only thing missing is you don't have space. Okay, so whereas all those games, they're primarily FPS games, and then you add vehicles, and then you add aircraft, and then you make it all just work. They started with flight dynamics first, which is Arena Commander, which was in no way connected to the FPS, and then they have the FPS, which is the Persistent Universe Star Citizen in 2015, which is completely separated from Star Marine, which they had canceled and then just showed up again on December 23rd. So it's been one of those things where it's not cohesive at all. When we started building our game, just like PlanetSide or any other game that does combine arms, we started off with FPS. Get the FPS working to a certain degree, put in weapons, get weapons working, put in aircraft, get aircraft working, put in vehicles. That's what we're doing. Right now, we just finished in Line of Defense. We just finished doing all the planetary defense systems without letting players use them, even though we've had vehicles working for 3-4 years. We just didn't enable them because you can see the videos on our website. They're live videos, they're playthrough. we didn't enable them because it wasn't ready. They were not a cohesive whole. You know, you can start off in a vehicle and test it as a programmer, but the player doesn't start off in a vehicle. The player starts off in first person. So you want to make sure the first person to vehicle transition, whether it's an aircraft or a vehicle, you know, a ground vehicle, you have to make sure it's cohesive and it's seamless and it just works. So when they started with Star Citizen and they started with Arena Command, well, they started with the Hangar, then Arena Command, and then Persistent Universe FPS, then they tagged on Star Marine. Now they've got all these modules. You know, Squadron 42 is off there completely detached. Now they've got all these modules that they have to make cohesive. Well, here's the good thing about it is that with Arena Commander, even though it's a separate module, the flight dynamics and the flight model in there is what's used in the Persistent Universe. The FPS that we're using in the Persistent Universe is now what's being used in Star Marine. You know, they had that ass backwards, but who's checking? So now they have to figure out how to put all this together to make it cohesive, and it's still a session-based game. Levels still get loaded, so it's not really cohesive at all. So they started off on the wrong foot, and I think Lumberyard is going to help them to make everything a cohesive whole, but it's going to take a long time, which is precisely why there's no longer talk of 3.0, because when I looked at this and I said, you know, there's no 3.0, it doesn't exist. You know, and sources told me back in October, 3.0 doesn't exist. Chris is just lying.
Yeah,
can I ask to clarify? Oh, sorry, Rob.
I was just about to say, well, just on Reddit, the r/Star Citizen comment section, it's somebody, Cymelian, says, now we have a schedule. Looks like 3.0 by the end of March is highly unlikely. Most people, including myself, around December were making personal predictions of 3 by the end, by at least the end of March. While it's absolutely possible CIG might have it ready by then, I mean, everyone's caveating now. I think it's rubbish. This is something I was sort of wanting to sort of broach as a sort of offshoot of this subject here. Is the mood of the community here? I remember.
Robin, can I ask a question real quick?
Go
on. Derek, were you saying there are 2 FPS engines? I might have misunderstood.
No, there's only one, but there's 2 modules that use the same FPS engine. Star Marine is by itself, and the Persistent Universe, aka Star Citizen, is an Argent module that also uses the same FPS engine.
Gotcha, thank you.
So yeah, and while it's possible CIG might have it ready by then, it would be best if anyone planning around 3.0 being out somewhere in March relaxes their expectations. Now, I mean, you know, take 2 years ago. Just that's the initial, and then you've got obviously people who are talking about this and they're kind of going, well, who predicted March? Seriously, I predict maybe by this year. How's that for a prediction? Maybe we'll get S42 and 3 in 2017, but probably just one of them. Prove me wrong, CIG, please.
Here's the
saying
thing.
December 2017. Unpopular prediction, but I'm thinking early 2018. Everyone now is starting to caveat their expectations severely with this. I think they've run out of
goodwill.
They are really beginning to run out of goodwill in this area. I mean, this is obviously on the Reddit channels. I'm not quite sure how it's sort of like going on the actual CIG section.
Well, the thing about that is, I mean, this guy Cymelian, I mean, that guy's a nutcase, so nobody even pays attention to him. So the thing about it is,
he's a nutcase. What do you mean?
He's an absolute nutcase. He's one of the most toxic citizens. Period.
Well, like I said,
everybody knows that guy.
Well, this is proof for me. If you read what this person is saying, if this person was such an absolute ardent fan, he is really starting to basically kind of go, maybe, I don't know. So, I mean, even the most sort of staunch kill Derek Smart if you see him in a bar types are now sitting there kind of going, I don't think this is going to happen. I don't think this is going to happen.
Do you know what? I mean, no matter how ardent they are, they're all secretly pissed that CIG continues to make them look bad, because they're the ones who've been the staunch defenders. And when CIG screws up, they figure out that it gives Derek Smart and his gang all this ammo. What's happening is
Which it
all
does.
all these people, you can go right now and look at Similion's Reddit posts or his Twitter feed. They were not saying anything of the sort. When Chris went on stage, put up this huge schedule, which I just posted in chat there, and said 3.0 was coming end of the year. That's what we're working towards. Don't take my word for it, but it won't be December 19th, 20s, just like last year. I knew it was false because sources had said to me it's rubbish. We didn't even know 3.0 existed until Chris put in a slide in a slide. So all these same people were writing all kinds of things. With them, it's always the next patch. Oh yeah, wait till the 2.0 patch comes out, then you'll see. Oh yeah, wait till the 2.2 patch comes out. So they're doing the same thing now. When all of us said there's no way 3.0 was happening end of the year with everything, with 2.6 wasn't even out until December 23rd. All these people were attacking us. They were saying, no, we don't know what we're talking about, blah, blah, blah. And then guess what? 3.0 isn't getting talked about. There's nothing to talk about with Squadron 42. They put out a newsletter and then they put out a schedule for 2.61, which is 3 months out. Well, think about this. 2.61 goes out the middle of February. Let's talk about all the delays they had pushing 2.6 out. So for all intents and purposes, 2.61 may not even be out until the end of March. Let's say middle of March. If 2.61 comes out middle of March and they're looking to do 2.62, which is a mega map, blah, 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 whatever the hell that means. Now we're talking April. How is it possible for 3.1 to be out end of March then? It's just not, look, it's just not possible. And you know why it's not even possible? Because right now, I can 100% guarantee, regardless of what sources say, they've got.
Here we come, quote miners. Ready?
They're working on two separate branches right now. They're working on the pre-existing branch, which they have to patch, which is the 2.6 blah, blah, blah. They're now working on the branch that would end up being the lumberyard branch. So what we don't know is, will they have made the full lumberyard transition by 3.0 or not? The other thing that people noticed is that they had a bind culling, which was added, which is part of the network stack they were working on to make it better. They removed it. It's not sure. They took it out of 2.6. People were assuming it's coming in 2.61. It's not in the 2.61 or the 2.62 schedule. So for all intents and purposes, the reason they're not doing any networking is because now there's no incentive for them to do that work if they're switching to lumberyard, which has already done similar work that they can now adapt and use. So I don't envision seeing anything to do with networking modifications until 3.0, which I'm guessing would be the full lumberyard port, and it's probably 6 months out.
Yeah, I was really hoping that at some point or another, Chris was going to come and sort of like at least make a slight fool out of you here. Not working, is it? Even just to give him a little bit of hope, and everybody a little bit of hope, and just say, you know what, Derek, you might have been right about a few things, but he's managed to pull something out of the hat here. And
he hasn't done a single thing, not one thing since 2015. Because the thing about it is, he's not a developer. He relies on people to do the game, and he's not letting them do their job. I mean, we've had 2 or 3 streams, Robin. We've all said the same thing. Chris is the worst thing that's ever happened to the project. And the people who have left know it. The people who are still there know it. And as long as Chris is on this project, it's going to continue to fail. And as long as it's on a path of failure, they stand no chance of proving you wrong in any capacity. I mean, I would love to be wrong, because after all, hey, who doesn't want to see a AAA space combat game? I know I do.
Wants to see that.
I'm not making a space combat game. Line of Defense is not a space combat game. Line of Defense is a combined arms game that just happens to have a small space area. I'm not making space games. They are. Elite Dangerous is a space game. It's not a combined arms game. But, so if they had built the game, which is why I backed it in the beginning, of course I want them to make it. So I have every incentive to see them make it.
Anyway, if you would like to have a chat, I'm opening the sluices now. So if anybody would like to come on and have a little chat with Derek here, ask him some questions, make demands on his personality, whatever you'd like to do, play nice. I know there's a few of you out there that would like to have at him. If you do, that's fine, but we know the protocols of how to speak to one another now, don't we? It's not like Twitter, kids. So yeah, just down the bottom there, at RSOLGTP on your Twitter. Go and send me a message, follow me on Twitter, and I can DM you a link and you can come in and have a chat with us about this. So far, I believe we are now at 144 million on the budget here, which I think now surpasses pretty much every development budget for any AAA game now at this point, isn't it? Because I mean, most of the games that we see here, and somebody goes, $100 million budget, most of those games are usually either multi-platform, and that money also includes marketing budget.
Yeah, but the other thing about it is that even though we don't believe, well, there are 141 million right now, almost 142 million. The thing about it is, even though we know that the funding chart is not accurate because it doesn't take into account refunds, it doesn't take into account loans, it doesn't take into account, investor money. So it's look, sources have told me they're way close to 250 million on this game already. That's the problem.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. They're close to the 250 million mark, because the only way this is 142 million right now is if it takes into account refunds, loans, and investor money. But think about it, $142 million, you're not that far from 200 to 250 million dollars. Especially if you're using this public-facing web page, which is right here. If you're using it to as a way to boost, investor interest and or confidence, so that's the other thing.
I would be struggling.
Yeah,
if I was an investor and I was looking at this and I'd actually had a look at the sort of like the community and all the other things on board with this, I'd give it a pass. So
it's a huge liability. So. It's a huge liability because really, basically, it's $142 million of pre-orders.
You'd need some severely high yields to be tempted, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but the other thing about it is some people are saying, "Oh yeah, Amazon is Amazon this, Amazon that." I know for a fact Amazon did not give them any money. Amazon does not invest in product. Amazon just wants to sell AWS. Lumberyard is free. You use Lumberyard, we'll do all the work. We get our money through using AWS, which is all the AWS services, cloud servers, EC2, blah blah blah. So, if Amazon or any other company was looking to, if somebody got mad and said, I have so much money that I want to go and throw it in a furnace, I'm going to go buy Star Citizen, they've pretty much inherited $142 million in pre-orders. Who in their right minds will take on that liability? What's the ROI on that? What is the ROI on $142 million pre-orders of money that's already spent?
I'm honestly a bit shocked that Elite Dangerous hasn't picked up on more of the slack, I guess, or missing components here that I think, or it looks like, would be fairly easy to work into their system.
I think the thing with Elite really is that they're just doing everything at their own pace. They're not really looking around at everybody else. They're not trying
Correct.
to think, they're not trying to. So they're making their game the way they want and in their own time, and making sure that
it's a different kind of game. It's a different kind of game. Yeah.
Star Citizen has an amazing budget. If they plan to make the game for about 80 to 100 million, they would have had a good amount of profit, and they could have chucked out the game originally after.
Yep. Here's the thing: they could have made the original game for $20 to $30 million. And then did what Elite and everybody else on the planet does, build on top of it all that other free cash. Because guess what? If you've got, people just throw money at you, why? There has to be an incentive for you to ship the game out as quick as possible to continue getting the money. The problem is it's a double-edged sword. Think about this. The minute they ship the game, there's a very good chance that if it's not up to par, the funding will end. So you have to decide: do we release a game at $30 million and risk getting another 10 million and we're out of business, or do we just keep going and keep getting as much cash as we can? I mean, think about it. It's a brilliant scheme. I'm just shocked I never thought of it.
Evil manipulative.
Somebody says sources tell me Star Citizen isn't very good. Can you confirm or deny?
Oh, I think it's an excellent game. You should go and give them some money. Buy an Idris.
I'm just going to say it's incomplete.
Very
Quite.
contradictory
Yeah,
to
that's a
play
gentle
through.
way.
I'm never one to shy from understatement.
You know,
Good afternoon. May I ask a question
Hello,
to
Chochmah.
Smart? Hello, Mr. Smart. May I?
yeah, I'm trying to see who this is. I can't tell. Oh,
Don't worry. Yeah, Chochmah is one of our patrons.
yeah, I just switched over to that window.
yeah,
So
if,
carry on.
if
I was
any
on,
of
I was
you-
on the YouTube window.
Yeah, if any of you are enjoying this stream today and would like to maybe chuck me a few shekels just for giggling at the abortion that Star Citizen seems to be these days, just click one of the links down there and chuck us a few quid. I'm starving. Anyway, yeah.
All right. Well, the question.
Thank you for
regarding
raising your
engine switch.
thank you, by the way, for raising your donation from $1 to $2.
Oh, you're so welcome.
You're the man.
Now it's almost beer per month. You know, Brexit. You need all the shekels you can
I
get,
know,
right?
I know. I'm saving those dollars. I'm just waiting for the stock market to settle.
And it's in euro. Yeah. Anyway, regarding the engine switch. What I heard, someone floated the theory that the engine switch is actually just a change of the licensing model, because until they switched to Lumberyard, they had to pay Crytek licensing fees for their engine, right?
Yes, that is true. And
after the switch, the Amazon license for Lumberyard is license fee free as long as you're using their web services.
That is correct.
So you would do that, especially because they could just backdate that, since they branched sort of kind of from the same engine version, and didn't have to change anything except for the license.txt.
Well, there's that, but the other thing about, that's a very, very good point, and it's something that I actually had a discussion with somebody about, because I had written about that in one of my blogs, saying that, the thing the license, I'm not familiar with the license deal they had with Crytek, whether they had a royalty stream or whatnot. But remember, the CryEngine is free, and they got a license before CryEngine went free, I believe.
Yes, but they have a source license. That one certainly isn't free.
Yep. They have a source license, and I know it's not free. So whether or not they were still entitled to pay Crytek any money on top of that, I do not know. But let's put it this way: Lumberyard has been out for over a year. If they didn't want to be paying Crytek any licensing fees, they would have done the license.txt switch since last year.
I think they've done that 9 months ago, I believe. They just announced it now.
Well, it's not that they just announced it. You see, the thing about it is, the minute they used it, they would have had to display the logo, and the logo only appeared in the 2.6 patch of December 23rd.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So there's no way they could have done that license switch a year ago and not display the Lumberyard logo. It'll be in violation of Amazon's terms of service, and they would have gone to problems for that. So I don't believe that they did it a year ago, and I still don't. Even if they did this because of a license switch, which is also a good incentive, because Lumberyard is free. Yeah. Here's the thing, here's a problem. Well, let's put it this way. Think about this for a minute. Let's say you have to pay Crytek N dollars for licensing fees, right? And you don't want to do that anymore. For instance, we were paying Havoc, licensing fees every year to get support, build updates. Then we stopped because we didn't need them anymore. We got tired of having to merge in all the crazy builds, and they stopped working on the next gen console. So I figured I'm not going to give them $10,000 every year anymore. Anyway, long story short, let's say that's what they've done. So they've saved themselves some money, It couldn't be that much money because look at how much money they're bringing in. So the licensing fees, I mean, I've seen the licensing contract. There's no way they could have such a debilitating contract with Crytek that they can't afford pennies on the dollar. I don't believe it. So for argument's sake, let's just say yes, they did it because they want to save money. Okay, fine. They save money. License.txt it is.
Don't you think that the fees might have been revenue-based?
That I was coming to that. If it's revenue-based, that's a very good reason for them not to do it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. If it's revenue-based, it's revenue-based on a finished product. So they really had no incentive to do it right now because the game is in alpha. They've said it's in alpha, it's not in beta. So they could have been doing this for the next 3-4 years and not have to pay Crytek anything because you only pay licensing fees on a finished commercial product. I believe that there's no license, and there was no revenue-based license, and if there was, then somebody just got screwed. But even so, even so, they're making so much money that they would have been able to afford to pay pennies on the dollar. So let's just say that's one of the reasons. So that's reason one, license.txt. Reason two, they just switch it to Lumberyard, switch from Google Compute Cloud to AWS, and not touch anything else in Lumberyard. Think about this. Who in their right minds would do that? I mean, Lumberyard is way, way more powerful, way, way more advanced than Star Engine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it is. It's really, you have to look at it. I mean, when you look at Lumberyard and you compare it to the base CryEngine, it's like a whole different custom engine. You don't even want to look at the base. And look, anybody who wants to license CryEngine right now is just wasting their time because Amazon has done all the work for them.
Oh, that's interesting. I thought it was basically the same apart from the network layer and...
Nope, absolutely not. Nope, not at all. You need to go back and read on it. I mean, I've had access to Lumberyard since it went live. I've had several discussions with Lumberyard guys by email, on the phone. I know a lot about the engine because we were considering using it after we lost our path with Havoc. We ended up not doing it because for two reasons. One, Amazon didn't have a timeline for when they would get the engine to any stable form because they had just got it, they had just branched it, and they didn't even have a roadmap at the time. And we just couldn't wait anymore.
Oh, well, different question, same topic. To the Amazon CRG partnership, because in the forums on Reddit, everyone is talking about a partnership, which is mutually beneficial. Do you know if this partnership exceeds me just downloading Lumberyard and clicking yes for the TOS?
No, it doesn't exceed that at all. The mutual partnership is they get to use Lumberyard for free and they get to pay Amazon for AWS.
All right, so there's no tech exchange happening?
No. It's just like us developers. I mean, we use AMD stuff. We have partnerships with AMD, NVIDIA, and all those guys. Havoc and whatnot. It's a mutual beneficial. Somebody's getting something. I mean, Amazon's not giving them Lumberyard for free. Amazon is getting something back, so that's mutual beneficial. And let's put it this way: the other thing about it is, if there was, the people tend to ignore the obvious. Obvious thing is this: if this quote-unquote partnership was anything other than a licensing, Amazon would have made a huge noise about it because Star Citizen is this hugely controversial, albeit, PR nightmare. They would have issued their own press release. They would have said something about it. They didn't because they wouldn't do that.
And another question, same topic still. The original Kickstarter pitch had, I think, 5 bullet points. And one of those bullet points was public universe hosted by us, private service, modded private service hosted by you. With the Lumberyard switch, can you still host your own servers without paying licensing fees to Amazon?
No, you can't, because all those game sessions, which Lumberyard gives them, by the way, they're all part of AWS. So it will still use AWS regardless. So even though they get that for free as part of the Lumberyard component, Amazon still gets paid because it still has to go through AWS. You can't use it without AWS. There's absolutely no way around it.
Can you just clarify to any of our more ignorant viewers, and we've probably got a few, what AWS means, guys?
Amazon Web Services.
Thank you. Just you know, I know you got all your lovely little buzzwords and all your little sort of esoteric terms and stuff like that, but you know, people are
Let me
idiots.
put
It's a
that
server
in.
farm.
But may I ask, like, as
There you
somebody
go.
who hasn't been keeping up to date on Star Citizen,
This is Ordinary Pigeon, by the way, one of our old school open houses.
Yes. So I was there for the 48 or 24-hour the longest live stream ever, I believe.
Kind
At
of.
that time,
It was
wasn't
for
it?
us, at least. Greetings, Pidge.
Good evening, everybody.
Sir.
Hi.
As somebody who's like quite a layman to all this, like I haven't been keeping up to date. I just see tidbits every now and again, every few months about Star Citizen. What you just said about you can know the modded servers thing is no longer a thing that'll be able to happen. Isn't that like quite a big deal? Like, I understand that they, for whatever financial reasons, had to like get rid of that possible feature, but that's a huge deal, especially to someone like me. Like, I don't buy Call of Duties if they don't have dedicated servers, and I haven't bought Call of Duty in the last 8 years as a result. What's their justification for that? That seems like it hurts the end consumers.
Just to support your point, it's a huge deal for me as well, because I do not want to play in the bland Chris Roberts universe. I want to do Star Wars universe or Star Trek universe or something else. Just modding. Okay.
You can't do it. You cannot do it with Star Citizen. I'll tell you why. It's because all the modern tools for any game has to work within the game engine. Now, the private servers and all the modding, all that stuff has to be built into the game engine. That's all stuff, by the way, that's CIG would have had to build into Star Engine. But by switching to Lumberyard, depending on how far they want to go, they can actually allow modding, which I don't believe that they will, because allowing anyone to do modding in an MMO, you might as well just say, hey, hackers, have a field day with this. So I don't believe there's going to be any modding of Star Citizen because it's an MMO. It's going to be a huge problem. Look, right now, people are cheating. They were cheating day one
You're not
on
going
Star Marine.
to be able to mod the public universe, of course, but the idea is to host your own universe.
And the other
mod
can't.
that.
And this sounds really mean.
Yeah,
but
you can't do that, right?
And this sounds really mean. I understand that a lot of this has to do with the size and the scope of Star Citizen. But as somebody who would potentially buy the game, I don't care how hard it is. Like, you promised this huge expansive universe that you can make all these sub-universes and modded universes of. You can't just walk back on it now you realise it's hard.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Welcome
course you
to
can.
game
I mean-
development.
Yeah, of course you can, but here's the thing: and forget about the modding part of it. The private server side of it, again, Lumberyard solves that problem for them because Amazon already built a way for them to do it. Actually, somebody was asking about. Let me just put this in the chat. Somebody was asking about Lumberyard versus AWS. It should be in there. Just click on AWS. Anyway, the part I was making is, so Amazon has made it possible for them to do their private servers, but it's not really quote unquote private servers. Really, it's just private hosted sessions. Same thing you and I would do if we were running Battlefield. I'm hosting, a bunch of people can join up to the maximum allowed, and we're off. That's really what it is. There's something they would have had to build. If they use Lumberyard, they no longer have to build it. But again, their problem, you know what's coming right now is that backers have to be ready that two things they're not going to be getting. If the game ever, I mean, the game's never going to get finished. So this is all just talk. But let's assume the game was ever finished, right? There's two things I can guarantee they'll never get. They'll never get modding. They'll never get private servers. Okay, the game is instanced. Right now, they haven't shown any indication they can get around the instancing problem. Okay, it's not instance like the way Elite does it, or like the way other MMO games does it. They have to solve that problem. They haven't solved it yet. They called it the persistent universe, which is all well and good. But guess what? You have 16 people going from A to B, two different instances. Now there's 32 people who don't know anything about each other because they're all in their own instance. They haven't solved that problem yet.
But I don't honestly have much confidence that they will solve that problem. Like, you can't just tell me that you'll figure it out later.
Yeah,
Chris Roberts.
that's precisely it. That they figure they want to figure it out later, but you can't figure out something later if you don't lay the groundwork for that. I mean, the problem is, assuming they use GameLift, which let me see if I can find the GameLift so people know what the hell I'm talking about. This is GameLift. This is what they would have to use if they want to handle anything to do with private servers. But that's a dedicated game server. So if they want to satisfy the check mark from the Kickstarter promise about private servers, GameLift is the way to go. But here's the thing. GameLift basically is a session-based game. It has to have a start and an end. It's not persistent. So that right there means anybody, if they end up going with GameLift and they set up GameLift sessions for up to 64 people, depending on how much money they want to spend, bear in mind that they're the ones who have to foot the bill using AWS. They can't say it's a persistent universe because GameLift doesn't support it. GameLift it's a session based. It has a start, it has an end, and it recycles. The other problem is, which people aren't thinking about, is the fact that they're relying on cloud servers means that if and when CIG goes under, the game is completely unplayable.
Yep.
And sorry, what I don't understand with the Amazon Web Service and cloud service and all that stuff, my layman understanding is that games are quite performance critical on the client side and on the server side, and you do not want to host your giant 100,000 people real-time game on a generic web service platform because all those layers introduce latency.
Yep,
Is that
that's
true?
correct. That is correct.
Yep.
That's why nobody does it.
So you said to me that they're just like, we'll solve that problem at later, but we promise the later.
That's why nobody does it. They have to be specialized services. And again, people are talking, cloud this, cloud that, cloud this, cloud that. It's not going to be a simple case of CIG going out of business in 1 month from now, and you're going to have the game that you can continue to play. All those games where Ubisoft or EA or Activision say, hey, we're closing the servers, everybody fuck off. You can't play multiplayer anymore. People bitch and moan for a few days and they forget about it. They now have a game they can't play. That's what's going to happen.
But usually that's a game that's well and truly dead anyway. Usually that's a case
Yeah,
of
2 years, 3 years down the line, there's nobody playing it
it's usually
anymore.
more than that. Like Halo 3 was not that long ago, in my memory at least. I might be wrong, but Halo 2 rather, and Halo 1 servers only recently-ish went down.
Yeah,
They
well,
went
it's
down when
part of their
budget
budget. It's part of the budget for the game.
Well,
But
yeah,
also it's Microsoft and EA and Activision, all those big guys, and they have all these servers sitting up there. Nobody's going to babysit them because they only cost them pennies on the dollar anyway. It's just pennies for them. It costs more for them to keep the servers off than it does for someone to be using it if people are going to be buying the game.
Well, if you wanna have a look at something that does a persistent universe, you have to look at something like EVE Online.
Right, and they built their stuff from scratch before cloud servers was even a buzzword.
Yeah, and they've always struggled to have more than a few. That they have like these shards that are able to basically take about 1,000 people, and they've struggled for years to be able to do this.
Well, here's the thing, and they're not even a Twitch-based game.
Yeah. And these guys want you to basically fly down to the surface of a planet and start basically just like, running and gunning with
Pop out
what?
your space battle, do a bombing run on the ground, jump out of your spaceship, shoot some people, fly back up, join in with the space battle.
Yeah, this is why
It's
when
an absolute shame.
when
It's an
I saw
absolute
this,
shame that this has happened.
yeah, when I even saw this concept coming up, I was like, never gonna happen.
yeah, same here. Like,
Concept though.
in reality, like very talented studios take years and years and years to make one layer of what Star Citizen wants to make, like whether it be first-person shooter or the space bit or what have you. So, at least personally, I'm just sat here basically where I was when I first heard about Star Citizen, saying, I don't think it's going to happen. Like, no other company, nobody else is. Everybody outside of the company that makes Star Citizen, I forgot the name, Everyone
that?
outside of them basically agrees that this is nothing except for like just fanciful. It's just like a nice idea. It'd be nice if they did succeed, but chances are they won't.
Yeah, and I wrote a blog about specifically that when I heard about their, how they increased the scope of the game and started talking about, 64-bit positioning 3 years out or 4 years out. And I thought, hang on a second, if you guys are actually doing this, that's a whole different ball game. The game's done. And that was July 2015, and here we are.
Yeah, for me at least, with the best example I have in my memory is DayZ. Like, DayZ's a game that suffered from so much scope that it just crushed, like it fell under its own weight. Originally the mod became incredibly successful. They made millions upon millions of dollars through that. Then they made a standalone version and basically rushed out the door as fast as they could to satisfy the end consumers without doing all the framework, like rebuilding an engine basically from scratch, because the Armor engine isn't that great. Yeah, and as an end result, you have a game that basically is not that different to the fucking mod from years ago. That was free. And so with Star Citizen, the amount of framework you'd have to create beforehand would take a bloody decade before they'd even get onto the nitty-gritty bits where they could start showing it off at press events and everything, right? Like,
Yep. Well, that's precisely why this entire 2016 didn't see much progress, because they were busy reinventing the wheel rather than building a game. They were focused on raising money through concept JPEG ship sales rather than coming up with a cohesive plan. The thing is, to be honest with you, I'm just fatigued from the whole thing. I'm just happy that I managed to get them in a position where, with all the noise and all the aggravation and all the threats, that they actually started giving people refunds. Because, put it this way, if somebody said, I want my money back, and they return the money, that's fine. Anybody who wants to keep giving them money, that's their problem.
I personally think at this point, when it comes to outside companies investing into Star Citizen, I'm pretty sure that all these people who invest in their money know that it's a complete fucking gamble. They're approaching it the same way as if they went into a casino and bet 1,000 on red.
No, but the thing is, in a casino, you actually have a chance of winning.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, in this one, this is basically, we are at that point of basically, it's the that, what is that called again? Good money after bad.
Sunk cost fallacy.
Thank you, sunk cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Is that they're basically sitting there and somebody's saying to them, yeah, they could make it, but they're going to need some more money. It's like, I already put in $2,000. Yeah, but they just need a bit more. I've already put in $2,000. Fuck it. Put another 500 in, see what happens. And then the next year they're kind of going, yeah, they just need another 500 and they're going to make it.
More.
Different perspective. You're always approaching this like it's a game that has to be finished at some point, and then you will pay for it, or you have paid for it, and then you have that game. Maybe you could see Star Citizen more like an MMO to which you pay a subscription fee, which comes in form of JPEGs. In that case, it's a very high subscription fee.
I got news for you. They already have that. They already have monthly subscriptions for $10, $20 a month.
Yes.
They already have subscriptions for $10 or $20 a month.
What do you get?
You get a newsletter. I'm gonna show it to you. Stand by.
Fuck me. Oh my fucking god.
I don't even want a newsletter most of the time.
I shit you not. Hang on. Here's a link.
There's usually a little box that I click off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
They can't have many subscribers left after their last holiday live stream.
That is the most amazing form of marketing.
Hey, you know what they do? You know what the problem is? Not the problem. And they use this subscription now to give backers access to a beta, to a game they already have rights to. Here's the thing. This is how they release patches. It goes from dev to evocati, from evocati to open testing to public release, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Guess what these bastards are doing? If you have a subscription, you can actually get access to the build, to the pre-build before it goes live.
Really?
If you don't have a subscription, you have to wait like everybody else.
I didn't know that. I'm actually a backer, by the way.
So you get to crash your computer before anybody else. That's
It's
that's
amazing.
fantastic.
It's absolutely amazing. Evocati is it's invite only, and then you have the open. Then from between that point and the open testing, they've done that twice now. Oh, if you have a subscription, you can access the game right now. And people going, what the fuck? And then everybody goes and gets a subscription. But picture this: there are people who, without having a subscription, will go to the website, subscribe, pay $10 for a game they already fucking own. It's completely unbelievable.
I believe they subscribe to finance those shows like Around the Worst and Inside the Worst.
I'd just like to say to Chris Roberts and the marketing team there, you guys are the best. You guys are the best.
It's really amazing because you get the audience to pay CIG to market to them, which is what those shows are.
And I'd just like to say, when you left the marketing, when you guys left the marketing department of Gillette, they obviously missed you. Just fucking, I mean, you guys really know how to. I'm surprised they weren't working at Wall Street during 2007, man. This is just. This is
best businesswomen since she was
really,
a
honestly,
girl.
you got to take your hat off to this lot. You know,
they've made investment bankers look like they're not scraping the bottom of the barrel hard enough for cash.
Yeah.
These are the people that have perfected the art of selling a newsletter.
They could send sand to
They
Egyptian.
don't know how to sell stuff by comparison.
These people can sell
selling
snow to
cake.
the Eskimos, man.
Dreams.
Just
Dreams. Can
It's
you
amazing.
put a price on a dream? No, you can't. See?
The thing about it is the problem they're having right now. I know a lot of people don't keep up on this, but we keep up on this 24/7, all around the clock. There are a lot of whales, people with up to $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 pulling their money out every single day. Some of them email me, some DM me. You know, I don't want to be a part of the drama. Just want to let you know, thank you so much for opening my eyes. Blah blah blah. Some people go to Star Citizen. You know, this is the web. This is where most people go in. Hang on, let me just put it down here. Reddit.com. R-Star.
and just as a quick caveat here, I'd just like to say to Christina Hoff Summers, you're really starting to scare me now. You're really jumping the shark here, darling.
Wait,
Okay.
what has Christina done now?
She's now posting stuff about George Soros.
Oh,
Yeah, I saw. Yeah.
I mean, is she? You know, she's turning into Alex Jones.
to be
you
fair,
know.
she's been a rape denialist for the last 30 years. Like, at this
Oh
point.
fuck!
Oh no, you didn't
Wow.
go there, did you?
Yeah. No,
Wow, dude. She's a lovely lady, but you know, the other day
No,
she's
I'm
talking about shit posting and stuff like that, and it's kind of going, "Who are you? Who's taken over your account, Christina? You were so lovely before, and now you're turning into a fucking shit poster. What the hell?"
She's a nice lady, but I think she's doing it for the money more than any personal principle of it. But that's just me. That's my gut feeling.
Twitter, it can destroy your mother.
Yeah.
Tangents anyway.
Based-
Derek, you
based
just destroy
mums,
Kiwi Farms.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's just one of those things. But the thing about the problem they have right now with all the high-end whales getting their money out and the noise getting higher, it's only the really, really hardcore backers and those who were actually playing Russian roulette with their money. They're the ones going to be left. And I don't. To be honest with you, we don't even know who's still giving them money because it makes absolutely no
No
sense.
sense. Yeah, I can't see at this point going, yeah, I'll spend $1,000 on that JPEG.
Well, you just have to watch Twitch streams. There are people coming in and they're seeing streamers play that game and they buy it. It happens every day, multiple times.
Wow.
Perhaps
So
they're
it's-
doing a money laundering instead.
Well, we were talking about that the other day. That this is definitely a way of money laundering because steal credit cards or buy stuff high low and get a refund. Blah blah blah. It makes when you think about it, the most obvious thing makes no sense that anybody would keep putting money into a game they know stands very little. This is gaming, right? We're used to disappointments.
Well, they
we've
don't
seen-
know that.
We've seen that over and over again. So it's not like these are people who just came fresh off from Mars and haven't heard about how much of a clusterfuck our gaming industry is. that, yeah, I'm going to put $5,000 in this game.
Well, not
Because I
5,000, but yeah, the people watching
makes no
Twitch
sense.
streams now, they're seeing maybe on YouTube one of those shiny demo videos of Donald 3.0, and they
Right.
think, yes, well, I want to play this, and they invest in quotes $45 or whatever it costs.
It's crazy. It's apt, but you know the thing about it is right now, as I said, as long as they keep giving refunds, you know, I'm okay with that. I'm not
Yeah.
going to stop I'm not going to stop making fun of them, because my goal is not that I want them to fail. I don't want them to fail because I don't have to want them to fail, because I know they're going to fail. So it's a foregone conclusion. It's a foregone conclusion. All I'm waiting for right now is vindication, because when I wrote back in 2015 and they kept harassing me, death threats, DDoS in my websites and all, you know, review bombing my games, I always said, you know, the bottom line is this: when this whole thing collapses, they're still going to be doing those things, but I will still be here developing and shipping games while laughing at those assholes who felt that this was something, you know, worth.
Unreasonable.
Don't you think they
unreasonable.
can just drag on like this for the next 10 years?
No, I doubt it. It's highly unlikely. I can tell you right now, with the state and federal officials involved, there's absolutely no way this goes beyond 2017 without somebody being held accountable.
There you go. Quote miners. There's your quote. Right.
There's no
okay.
way they can. This is why they're doing
Legal.
refunds.
Sorry, what is illegal here? I'm not seeing the illegal part. I'm seeing the stupid part, but not the illegal part.
Well, you can't prove the legal part unless you have access to anything that says this is illegal. Right now, you can say Star Citizen is a scam. If they sue you for that, they have to prove that you didn't believe it was a scam. I believe it's a scam. A lot of people believe it's a scam. I believe that Chris Roberts is scamming the gamers. That's what I believe. And you don't even have to explain why is it a scam. All you got to do is read just one of my blogs compared to the facts. Fact one, they made promises for a game in 2012 to ship in 2014. They haven't shipped it. Half the stuff they said they would do, even with 18 months leeway with the TOS, they haven't done it. They went in June 2016. They changed the TOS. Get this. They changed the TOS for the game to say, fuck you. We don't have to give you a game. You can give us as much money as you want. We don't have to give you a game anymore. Now, you know, there's an entire list. If somebody says, why do you think this is a scam? There's a whole list. You can just keep going on and on and on and on, because a scam doesn't have to be, all a scam needs to be is an intent to procure something that you're not entitled to through fraudulent means. That's a scam.
Not being entitled to would mean not trying to deliver the game, right?
Correct. Because, and I'm glad you brought that up, because a lot of people are saying the same thing. Well, it doesn't look like it. They are trying to deliver a game. How can it be a scam? Well, guess what? Go to the FTC website right now and take a look at a list of the whole litany of companies, some of them international companies, some with 1,000 employees that were shut down or sued or bankrupt or whatnot because they too were trying to deliver a product, but the FTC won lawsuits, they won this, they won that, showing that they were being fraudulent. Saying that they're working in the game does not make it any less of a scam. That's not how that works.
Yeah, sure, but where's the positive proof? Where's the indication that they're not trying to deliver the game?
There isn't one. That's where state and federal officials come in. The only way anybody can prove that they're not trying to deliver a game, or they know they can't deliver the game, as you see, it's two things. Trying to deliver on promises and trying to make a game are two different things. Let me qualify the two of them. The first one, let's say you sue them, okay? Forget about state and federal officials. Let's say I'm a whale and I sue them. The problem with whales suing them is when you sue them, you can't just sue them for the money, because they can just refund you. Lawsuit goes away. There's no longer cause of action. You have to sue them for something else that requires a judge, according to my attorneys, that has to survive a motion to dismiss. So you could be things like, well, you can start off with, well, I put in $5,000, blah, 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 blah. I was entitled to this, this, and this, and they refunded me without reason, and I believe this, this, and this. All it takes is for a filing to survive a motion to dismiss.
How How could it work with the arbitration clause?
Well, then I'm coming to that. There's two things. When you go into an arbitration, if there's fraud involved, people don't seem to understand this. If you're claiming fraud, you don't need to go through arbitration. It just goes out the window.
But you need to have some sort of proof, or not proof, but indication, some reasonable.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
You can't
but
just say that's fraud.
Yes, you do. Exactly. Yes, you do. And that's where this comes into play. That's part of whatever you file. If the terms of service has to be something that they promised to deliver and they didn't deliver. You can't just go ahead and say, well, because they haven't shipped the game since November 2014 and they give me my money, I believe they committed fraud. You can't do it. It would not survive a motion to dismiss. The judge will say, well, what indication do you have that they've committed fraud?
So, but right now, nobody has anything that could show fraud.
Exactly.
Right.
The only way you can get that, but hang on a second. The only way you can get that, I was coming to that earlier. I lost my train of thought. There's two ways you can get that. The state and federal officials can subpoena their records. The FTC has overbroad powers, as do every single district attorney. There's a case. I think I have that case about the drone. I'm not sure if you guys were following the case with the drone in San Francisco. So things like that. I mean, those guys, the DA filed a restraining order to prevent them, freezing their assets. Okay. Now the onus was on them to go to court and say the DA was wrong and show why the DA was wrong. They couldn't do that, and automatically they're out of business, right? So state and federal officials have that power. They can say, fine, you've taken all this money. We've gotten too many complaints. We have reason to believe that the game was supposed to be out such and such a date. You've got this much money that you're not actually making a game. Prove to us you're making a game. The state and federal officials do not need to show any cause. All they have to do is investigate, file, do what the DA in San Francisco did, and CIG has to answer to it. And here's the other part. Even if a private citizen sues them, you can't sue them. Again, you can't say anything about fraud. I mean, let's put it this way. A lot of attorneys do this. They do it all the time. They would put all kinds of unflattering stuff, all kinds of bullshit accusations. You can take one accusation and make it into 50 different things and just make them bullet points, trying to see what sticks. All it takes is for one thing to stick for it to not survive a motion to dismiss. So if, let's say that the fact that they promised, not only to give you the financials, which is a huge thing, by the way, if they promised to give backers financials, they failed to ship the game. They failed to ship the game. Instead of giving financials, they rewrote the TOS, even though the backers prior to that TOS are still entitled to the old TOS, but nobody has so far actioned it yet. So now you go to court, and they will try to go into arbitration. You now have to explain why it doesn't need to be an arbitration, because the arbitration clause wasn't even in that particular TOS. And when you go to arbitration, get this: when you go to arbitration, it doesn't just die there. Even though arbitration is slanted towards corporations, as everybody knows, you can still loop in the state and federal officials, who are not bound by any arbitration, laws or clause or anything of the sort. They can do their own thing completely. You say, well, by the way, and even in arbitration, you can still get discovery. You can still get to see all the materials that they've done. And all you need to do is say, well, Chris was going to do this, they didn't do this, and
do you
they
think
lied.
this will happen anytime in the near future?
I don't know. It's anybody's guess. The state. Here's the thing with this, and I've said this over and over again. State and federal officials, they take their time, because nobody wants to go into something they're going to lose. The FTC has a very, very, very high record of succeeding. If the FTC comes after you, or the FCC comes after you, it's time to close up shop. There's no getting around it. The FBI, man, maybe one, you might, but the bottom line is, the state and federal, they take their time in doing things. I know they've got complaints. I know I've spoken to state and federal officials as some backers. What they choose to do, they're not going to broadcast it. For all we know, there could be, invest. Look at this. The thing with the drone. Nobody knew anything about it until the restraining order the TRO was filed. Nobody knew about it. because they were investigating for I think 6 months. When I read, they're not going to broadcast it until they do something.
So you think the only way this will end is when they run out of money?
Yes.
Okay.
And here's the thing, and the problem with that is, it's not just when they run out of money, it's when the development dies. Because once the development dies, now, not only are you out of arbitration, you're now in the whole territory of fraud. Because, fraud is fraud, right? You can have so many different types of fraud. I mean, it can be wire fraud, it can be, any kind of fraud, right? And those are things that people who feel that, it'll be a class action lawsuit. And if anybody files a class action lawsuit and a judge approves a class action lawsuit, looking at the amount of money involved, the amount of time, it's going to be a huge problem. But I don't believe there's any legal action that's going to come out of this before they fold. I just don't see it. I just don't see it.
Okay. Can I ask another technical question? May I pick your brain?
Yeah.
Have you seen the I forgot his name. Some YouTuber did a latency analysis of Starmarine.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And the interesting part was that there is an not network related latency, but internal server latency apparently of 1/3 of a second. 345 milliseconds, something like that. That's insanely high for movement within the Starmarine engine. Do you have any idea where that might be coming from? Because obviously no FPS is even remotely playable with that kind of delay.
Oh yeah, it's very simple. They haven't optimized their packets. There's hardly any packet compression. The last time I checked it on wire check. Another thing as well is they have crapped.
But sorry, the shooting, it's just the movement related stuff that has that delay. Shooting hasn't.
No, parts of that analysis was inaccurate. The thing about it is, when you're doing a multiplayer game, there's only so many. I don't know how to describe this in layman's terms. It's like having okay, well, let's do this. Say you have an assignment, and your editor says you have 500 characters to write an essay on, right? Now you've got an essay that's 1,000 characters. Well, now you have to figure out a way to make what you were trying to say in 1,000 letters. You want it to now fit in 500 letters, or let's say words, for instance. Okay, it's the same with networking. If you shove in, player positions, XYZ rotation for ships, shots fired, there's some things that can be done client side. Some things can be done client side. Hello.
Sorry about this, guys. A point of order there, mate. Do you want to maybe turn your speaker off if you're going to be talking to us, or mute?
Hello.
Hello, mate. Right now
Hello.
we can hear ourselves in your microphone. You want to turn down the sound, dude?
Okay.
Carry on, Derek.
Is that
Right.
good?
So when you decide that you're going to take all this data, you have to figure out a way to compress it, because the larger the packets, the longer it takes to send. I mean, you can use TCP or you can use UDP. It depends. You can use TCP for certain things with guaranteed send, or you can use UDP on without it doesn't have any guarantees.
Yeah.
But you can still use some packets which can give you guaranteed sends with UDP. But the problem with Starmarine is because it uses the same network engine and the same network technology as Arena Commander, they didn't have to do much work to make it work. So it contains a whole bunch of information that doesn't need to be sent. But because they're in a hurry, I believe, to release it, they just released it anyway. Now, the question is, at what point are they going to make that better? Using packet compression, or changing, different, maybe send different things in different packets. It's I don't know how they're going to do it or when they're going to do it, but as long as they leave it the way it is, the network latency and this stuff is not going to change. I mean, you can fire.
That's interesting, but sorry, it's not my question. Maybe I've asked the wrong question. So for everyone else, maybe you haven't seen that. That was network analysis. Some guy on YouTube played Starmarine, and he had 2 monitors, and he had 2 instances of Starmarine running. one on the left-hand side, one on the right-hand side. And then he jumped for the player on the left-hand side and watched the screen on the right-hand side to estimate how long it would take for the movement of the player to arrive on the other player on the right, which is sort of would show your latency within a multiplayer game. And he then came to the conclusion that it would take over 370 milliseconds when someone moved on the left-hand screen before that could be seen on the right-hand screen. He subtracted his latency to the server, which is the ping, was like 50 milliseconds or something, and there was still 1/3 second of latency left. Okay. Then he tried shooting on the left-hand screen and watched on the right-hand screen when he could the other player see shoot, and the latency was only, I believe, 60 milliseconds, something like that. So the latency for moving is 1/3 of a second higher than that for shooting. How can that be explained with large packet sizes or lack of compression?
Simple, because I believe that they are using different packets for different things, and some packets are more optimized than others, containing information they don't need to be sending. Because remember, movement has a lot more data that needs to be sent than just, the position of a bullet. Moving has animations. It has, information such as, maybe
where is it moving to?
Where is it going? Well, not really where it's moving to, but where it is now is where it's going to be in the next N frames. And you've got weapons, you've got animations which need to be synced. So they're not shoving. If you can fire again, you can fire Wireshark and take a look. They don't just shove everything into one packet. Otherwise, everything will be the same. So it just happens to be that maybe movement packets are less optimized than other packets. And if he did the same test with Arena Commander, I guarantee you he will get similar results, because again, there's no reason for them to change anything, because both Star Marine and Arena Commander and the PU all use the same engine. So, this, and by the way, since we're on this subject, this is why for over a year they've been talking about Star Engine 2.0. These are some of the changes they said they were going to make it more efficient, to do packet compression, do things like bind culling and all this rubbish, because they're still having a problem getting more than 10, 12 people in an instance without the instance falling over. Yeah, you can have 24 people standing around in Crusader or wherever the hell it is and doing nothing, but having 24 people standing around in a shop is different from having 24 people flying around in space shooting things while there's some other guys on the platform running around.
Okay,
that's a discrepancy there.
Excellent point there. I'm also just going to introduce a new player to the arena, and your name is, I've completely forgotten now. Where was it? You spoke to me just a second ago. The Independent Ego at Worthy248. Hello, mate.
Yeah.
Welcome to the hangout.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. You're off, are you? No. What would you like to bring to the table here? A question for Mr. Smart, or just a well wish to me for being such a nice fellow?
How about both?
Yeah, go for it. What have you got to say for yourself, mate?
Well, first off, what is this discussion about? Because I just joined in.
I love it when people do this.
That's the level of sovereignty I want to have when I'm older.
Yeah, did you not check out the video before thinking about coming in?
I see the beginning. Derek Smart.
You just saw Derek Smart and you thought, I love this guy.
Big fan.
Did you want to get a signature out of him or something?
Well,
I'm impressed. Derek genuinely has a fan. I think most of them hate fans.
Is it a hate fan? That's the thing. He's an anti-tribalist, so he should be all right.
Well, he's got all of SA.
Okay, well, you're obviously going to be on the more listening end of this, but at least you're going to be listening half a second ahead of everybody else. I hope that really helps you out there. So We keep on obviously getting sort of bogged down into the development cycle here. We've, I mean, let's be honest. Where are we going to be looking at for 3? I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing this by the end of the year, are we?
20?
I don't know. I mean, I can't see all the way to 3 right now. I'm just waiting for the ultimate collapse. 3 is here's the thing. I want to touch on this 3 versus. Let me just put this up a bit so you guys can see it, so you have an idea of what I'm talking about.
Please do.
I need everyone to pull this up. Let's see.
Everyone in the side chat there listening. Okay, bring up this imager. Okay.
Let me show you what I'm talking about. This is what Chris showed at CitizenCon. Okay, ignore the first frame. But first of all, they have it with 363 people worldwide at the time. A whole bunch of people have gone. At least 20 or more people are already gone from that slide. Anyway, take a look. This is what the second slide shows you 2.6 progress report.
Let me see if I can get it up for everybody so they obviously people watching streams are far too lazy. Let me just add a new window here. Add window capture. Come here. Don't run away from me. There we
They
go.
actually bullet pointed lobby and leaderboards totally refactored.
Wow.
Yeah. And half the stuff in 2.6 didn't make it in, by the way, but it was called 2.6 anyway, and that's the point I was trying to make. If you scroll down to 3.0, this is the 3.0 that
2.6 progress. SC Alpha 3.
Okay, now here's the thing. The slide above, which says 2.6 progress report, half the stuff that we're talking about, well, not half, most of the stuff that we're talking about in 2.6 didn't make it into 2.6, which they released December 23rd. So now they've got 2.61 and 2.62, which looks like this. Hang on. Where have I got it? Blah, blah, blah. And there's your schedule report. And that goes in this window and Bob's your uncle, and hit enter. There you go. Now, that's the schedule that they just released, right? Okay. Now, the problem we have here is now they've come back with, well, there's no 3.0. We're going to still build on 2.6. So they've got 2.61 and 2.62. Nobody knows what's going to happen beyond that. Well, now we're talking about 3.0. This is what gamers were expecting December 19th, 2016. Planetary Tech, which they showed, and all the expansions, basic professions.
Before you continue with that, Derek, no, I won't let you fucking finish. Everything in 2.6 report is in the game according to Slays on Fire. That's what he has said to us here. So the 2.6 thing you were saying, everything in the 2.6 progress report, that is in the game according to Slays on Fire.
Well, that's not true. And aside from that, 2.6 had more than this. This slide does not include all the stuff that was supposed to be in 2.6. In fact, I believe I have a screenshot of the 2.6 schedule report itself. Let me see if I can pull it up. Bear with me. Which can prove that. Let's see if I have it here. Where is it? Let's see. Bear with me.
Hold your feet to the fire for the crowd here.
Yeah, this is why. You see, this is why we take screenshots.
What's missing is core tech, 2.6 core tech, stay in game without going back to the lobby. I think that's called mega map, quote unquote, and that is not in.
That's just one of it. Hang on, see if I can find it. Bear with me. Let's see if it's this one. Because some of these diff checkers tend to expire. Okay, I'm just going to shove these in the stream for now.
Obviously, if there are any people that would like to detract away from what Derek is saying here, so it's not just some circle jerk. If you do want to come in and you've got something to say, please do. Obviously, keep it nice and polite.
So that's that.
And if you're on Derek's shit list because you've been a naughty boy or girl, I'm indiscriminate. Then yeah, we're here to have a chat and a discussion, not a bitching match. Those are the rules.
So that's that. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up this one now.
Well, I hope I'm not circle jerking. As I said, I'm a backer.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're making perfectly valid points here, and we're just really trying to. It's a voyage of discovery, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
the whole point. Okay, here we go. So this is that one. Let's go to archive here. Stand by.
Standing by.
Yeah, I put up two links already, which are still live. Some of them have already expired.
Red October standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
No, Porkins.
Perfect. All right.
Someone got it.
He had to be a fat guy as well, isn't it? Like, come on,
Yeah.
really? Did they just sort of make up a name? What are you going to call him? Porkins, fuck it.
It
Porkins,
smelled like
do
bacon.
Yeah, web archive is pretty slow. Okay, here we go. All right. So this is the progress report from December 2nd. Okay, hang on. This is from, where's the window? Pin tab.
If you don't get this done quickly, I'm going to just assume that you're lying.
Yeah.
And
I
I'm
know.
going to go on. I'm going to go on R. Derek Smart and just
Okay.
basically just lash
That's-
you.
That's December 2nd. And
It is taking its time, isn't it?
yeah, I think the website's kind of slow.
Either that, or it's just all those people uploading from the Women's March today.
And this is what it looked like on December.
That's the Wayback Machine.
20. Hang on. I'm hearing an echo. Somebody's got me on volume over there.
Yes, this is our incorrigible friend, mate. I get the feeling that you've not really got a lot to add to the proceedings here. If you'd like, I can give you a link in the side chat here, and this is basically directly to it. Not only do you get to listen to our sultry tones, but also you'll have a lovely little bit of live jazz going on in the background, which I think adds to the occasion, to be frank. So I'm just going to share you the link to the thing, and if you can leave the Hangout, mate, that would be tip-top of you. There you go. Just click on that link there, and you can have a listen without basically having to disturb us. Is that all right?
I think Porkins should get a spin-off movie. I would watch that.
Independent
So-
ego. Independent
so-
ego. Calling independent ego. Could you drop
Yeah.
out of the Hangout, please, mate? Obviously,
Okay.
I've just sent a link on the side chat there. That'll put you straight into the open house there. You can listen along with the some light busy jazz going on in the background.
Okay.
Good man.
Okay, so the last two links I posted show a snapshot of the 2.6 schedule report from the first time it went live on December 2nd
Yeah.
to the day that the patch itself was released on December 23rd. But this snapshot is the 19th. Anyway, I'm not going to go point by point by point, but that just proves my point that whatever was it, that everything they promised in 2.6 did not make it in 2.6. Moving on, the reason I brought that up is because if you look at the SC Alpha 3.0 slide, this is what backers were expecting. They were expecting 2.6 from way before, and it was almost 6 months late. So the debut of the planetary tech, the expanding the Stanton system, and adding new space stations, moon, and all this crap, and all these basic professions. Okay, this is what was supposed to be in 3.0. So going back to your question, Robin, what to be expected for 3.0, and is 3.0 coming out in March 2017 or end of 2017? Everybody just needs to look at 3.0 and ask themselves this: they're only at 2.6. They took out stuff which is not coming in 2.61, is not coming in 2.6, probably coming in 2.62. Looking at what's involved in 3.0, who really thinks this is going to come out as promised? Sure, they can
Certainly not on
release
time. I think we can.
Yeah.
I think we can pretty much all say that it's they've already lost schedule here.
Or forget about that. Right now, I'm going to bet that if 3.0 comes out at all in March, April, or May, the focus is going to be on bug fixing and planetary tech. Because it's a lot of stuff. 3.0, it's a lot of stuff that nobody has seen yet.
Yes, but all of that is quite easy apart from planetary tech. Trading, you can just have a menu where you exchange items, cargo transport. Well, that's possibly a bit harder.
No. It's not that simple. This is a multiplayer game. This is stuff that has to be networked. It has to be stored on a server. You have to have handshaking between clients, who bought what, who sold what. You have to do right now. Even Star Marine doesn't have support for rec, as far as I know.
But it's not an MMO. It's just a 24 multiplayer game, not more.
It doesn't. No, but it doesn't matter if it's an MMO. MMO simply means it has a lot of players. Even for a 16-player, for 16 players in an instance, trading is not a simple matter as, oh yeah, we're just going to put a menu option. No, it doesn't matter if it's for 16 players or 1,000 players, which is where the MMO part of MMO comes in. It doesn't really matter. It could be for 4 players co-op. It could be for 1,000 players. You still have to have the back-end networking mechanics. Who owns stuff? Who sends stuff? Did the packet get there? Does it show up in the inventory? Is there a UI interface for it? That's just trading. And who are you going to be trading with?
So isn't that terribly easy to do?
Let me finish.
Of course.
Let him fucking finish.
Are you going to trade between players? Are you going to trade? Listen, this is not. Look, I've written all this stuff before. I know it's a fucking lot of work because just two players, you have to have a handshake. Are you going to be able to trade with somebody who's inside, standing on the platform, or somebody flying around in the ship? Or is it going to be a proximity check? Do you have to be in the same room as the person you're trading with? Or are you just going to use it UI to UI? Or are you going to have, you have to decide, does the server know about this item? What does the item cost? How much is it? If you're taking stuff from one player, give it to another player, the server has to update both player inventory, cargo transport. That's going to be fun. What the fuck are you going to put in it? Where are you going to take it? Well, you have crates. What's going to be in those crates? That's inventory. Now you have, where's the inventory coming from? How is it going to get to the goddamn crate? How's the crate going to get into the ship? Now the ship has to carry the crate from A to B, blah, blah, blah. They have piracy. They've already got Pirate Swarm working in Arena Commander or wherever the fuck it is they've got it going. That's just to shoot them up. But what are they going to add to piracy? Mercenary. How is that going to work? Mercenary means, somebody has the bounty, you go and kill them, blah, blah, blah. That's a mechanic. Bounty hunting, same thing. These are not simple things. Let's put it this way. If these professions were simple, they would have done it a year ago instead of pissing around selling JPEGs.
I believe they're simple, and I wager they're not doing it because as soon as they're implemented, people will realize that they're not actually that much fun, and that they're not as complicated and just dreamy as they imagined them to be, and they will be disappointed, and every funding, at some point funding will stop because people realize that the game that they are going to get is not the game they were dreaming of.
What are you talking about? Those mechanics are the core of the X-Universe games, and the X-Universe games have a massive player base.
Yep.
And are still popular.
Absolutely. And Elite Dangerous as well, I might add. You see,
I can't imagine.
Let me tell you something. I believe the hardcore... Okay, let me give you an example. Right now, the backer base is divided between two factions. Those who like the new flight dynamics changes in 2.6 and those who hate it enough to get a refund. And there's a whole bunch of them. So right now, even though it's something that CIG is not going to go back and fuck around with, people are already split about the new flight dynamics. Some hate it, some don't like it, some can't be bothered. But guess what? When trading comes in, who thinks trading or cargo transport or piracy or any of this crap is going to be such an involved thing that makes it meaningful? I mean, I'll give an example. They have gotten quite a few videos and write-ups about some idiot manually putting stuff in a crate, pushing that crate all the way to I mean, you do that the first 4 times, it's the reason gamers skip cutscenes. So some people are looking forward to actually doing that bullshit because it's fidelity, regardless of the fact that it's not fun. It's not fun. It's not a fun game mechanic for you to be going to some place, buying stuff, and a crate pops up. Hopefully, it doesn't pop up. It doesn't pop up in the geometry, or when you collide with it, it doesn't fly off, 2 light years away. But now you have to grab that crate, put it in your wankmobile, and take it somewhere.
I haven't seen the wankmobile. Have you got a picture of that, or a JPEG or some sort?
I'm sure Major Tom has it on his YouTube page.
Well, returning to basic professions, just let us
Yeah.
implement something like bounty hunting. What I would do is I have one central table on my server, and when one player wants to set a bounty on some other player, he just puts, 500 credits and the name goes in there. When the other player kills that person, he gets that amount of money transferred to his account. Done. Within the network layer. Obviously, I have my network layer already set up.
If that's how you would do it, you really should be working for CIG, because I believe they can probably get it done.
Yeah, I say basic profession. It's just the first iteration of version 0.1, and we're iterating on that. Obviously, of course. They're always iterating on stuff. It's always the first iteration, and it needs to be refactored, obviously. Well, we're going to refactor it, and like Wolf's
Here's the thing.
iteration.
It's even worse than that, because, again, the same way.
But you agree with me that you could do it like that and it would be really easy?
No, I wouldn't.
Right?
I wouldn't do it like that. I agree with you. It's an easy way of doing it. I don't agree that it's the right way to do it, and the reason why I agree with you is the point I made earlier about something like flight dynamics, which people were bitching about since day one when Error in the Commander was released, and they were looking forward to something not as radical, but something fine-tuned in the middle. And then 2.6 comes out, and it's split. People like it, people hate it, some couldn't be bothered. Same thing, bounty hunting. As simple as you make it sound, if they make it that simple and it doesn't have the quote-unquote fidelity, people are going to bitch and moan. If they do trading, which is just a UI, packet transfers between players, and that's it. Some people are going to bitch because they've been promised they're going to be hauling fucking cargo crates on their shoulders all the way to the Wankmobile. That's the point I'm making.
It's just the first iteration. Of course, they're not going to do that. It's going to be a UI, and it's going to be some SQL table on the server, and they're going to write and read from that. That's going to be it. So basic professions I can do to check mark basically beyond any of those points. Expanding stanton system, that's just 3D models. The only problem is the planetary tech, and that's the probably giant big.
Well, the thing about expanding the stanton system, those are all levels. I mean, our corp is already there. I don't know what the hell they were going to add to it. Crusader is there. I don't know what they're going to add to it. Most of these stations are already there, or planets or whatever. The thing is, if they had all this stuff for 3.0, they would have put them in 2.6. They don't have them.
They don't have the planetary tech. They cannot put our corp in because it would just be a level.
Right. It's going to be a level no matter where they put it. It's still going to be a level. I mean, a planet is just terrain. It's just a 3D entity mesh, and our corp, may as well be just a box on the terrain. It's still going to be a level as long as you can enter it or you can get out of it. No matter. And I had a long argument with Ben Parry about this. When we were talking about instancing and moving from A to B and whatnot. There's so many ways you can do anything, whether it's a station or a crate or an empty box. As long as you can enter it and you have to do collision detect within and you have to do client checks, it has to be a level. There's no way around it.
Well, I don't know what you understand under level. What is a level? Sorry.
Well, a level is just a rudimentary name for a scene.
All right,
that's really all it is. It's just a scene.
But what you would need for like different planets, is some sort of asset streaming where you can stream in your planets and the higher detailed portion of your planets, and then when you're inside that city, you want to stream in the inside of the building you are in, right?
Okay, carry on.
And CryEngine doesn't have that, as far as I know. CryEngine loads one big level at the beginning, and then you move around in that, and if you want to go someplace else, you have to unload that level and load a different level in.
Okay,
do they not have portals or anything like that?
Is that true, or is that completely wrong?
I don't know what they've done in Star Engine. All I can tell you is every single thing in CryEngine is level based. That's an absolute fact. And everything they've done so far in Star Engine is level based. That's also a fact. So speculating what they're going to do or how they're going to do it is just that. I'm not going to speculate because I don't believe, even with Lumberyard, it's still level based. I don't believe that they have, they're going to do anything clever or fantastic where they're going to stream a planet in, and we're no longer talking about levels, and it's just going to be there. The bottom line is, even if you think about space itself, okay, or you take one of the stations or an asteroid, those are all things that were built in an editor and then put in a scene. It's just a scene. It's not rocket science for people who build games. So saying expanding the Stanton system, what they're going to put in, R-Corp or Crusade or Delamar or whatever the hell, it's really something they've already built in a level editor. Where they put it is immaterial. It's irrelevant. They can take Hurston, or if it's a station or whatever, and stick it in space right now. It will just work because they've already got the scene management done. They could take a weapon right now and put it in the scene level, load it, and it's out in space floating. It's not rocket science. The problem here is trying to get a build of CryEngine that has planet streamed, which is once loaded, and then everything else gets put on top of it, is what's going to be the challenge. What they showed at CitizenCon was just a tech demo, and they've gone on the record many times saying this is just R&D. It may not make it into the game. So right now, speculating that they've now all of a sudden got this quote-unquote magic technology that when 3.0 gets released, they're going to have all these streaming, and we're not going to be talking about levels anymore, is rubbish. For them to get away from level, they shouldn't be using CryEngine or Lumberyard at all, because there's no way around it.
Well, they should have written their own engine, and I'm sure they would have done it if they had known that they would have 140 million from the start. They didn't, so they used CryEngine, and now they had to rewrite CryEngine in a way that allows this sort of asset streaming. And from my understanding, which might be completely wrong again, is that that's what they call mega map, is their name for asset streaming, and they're waiting for that to come quote unquote online to be able to stream in planets, more stations, more stuff in general.
This adds another level of bandwidth, though.
Well, they called it, the fact that they put the name map in there should tell you that it's really just my understanding of this quote unquote mega map is that they're going to be loading, all the quote unquote levels. They've probably joined them all together. Let's put it this way. There's no way they can stream it because all this data has to be client side anyway. That's the first thing. So we don't know what they're going to be streaming. So
when I'm talking about streaming, I'm talking about streaming from the solid state or from the hard disk to the RAM, not from some server.
Okay, fine. Okay, understood. So, fine. The point is, regardless of how they do it, mega map, the fact that they've got map in the name means that they're still thinking about maps, scenes, levels. So now so instead of having, let's say, 4 different levels, they've now got one huge level with all those 4 bits in it. Okay, so it's all loaded at once. But here's a problem. Here's a problem.
No,
with
it's
that.
not loaded at once.
Well, loaded on demand.
Yes.
Right. So now they've got demand loading, but the problem with that is very simple. The game is still instanced, so they still have to take into account that every single client that's going to be loading this quote unquote mega map has to be able to load it. Of course, forget about the fact that the more stuff that gets loaded, the more the performance tanks. But they're saying, the last I checked, unless they've changed it, they said they're gonna test it with Arena Commander. I'm not sure if that's true. Somebody in chat can correct me.
Sounds strange. Can I just maybe, to make sure we're all on the same page here, my understanding of this streaming system and this mega map system is, let's imagine a large 2D plane, which is our universe, which is just 2D now, right? So we have the sun in the middle, and there are the planets around it, and there are stations around the planets and cities on the planets in 2D, all right? It's a 2D world. And now we make a large grid. We draw a large grid over that world, and we're in some part of the world. Let's say we're on Earth. and we are inside one of those grid cells, which is a small grid cell. And when we move, don't know, upwards, south, or something, and then the computer loads into memory the next grid cell, and whatever there is, like building something, don't know, our spaceship. And we enter a spaceship and we go into space. And when we're flying through space, the computer always loads the next grid cell, which we're going into, and unloads the grid cells behind us that are not needed anymore. All right?
Okay, carry on.
That's understanding from how asset streaming works. Of course, it's mid-core trees and it's a bit more complicated, but that's in general how it works. And I don't see the problem why you couldn't have all that stuff within that one Star Citizen mega map universe, as long as you're able to modify CryEngine in a way that you can stream in assets.
Well, very, very simple. The way they're building the game and the fact that they're using CryEngine and how to modify it. I mean, look how long it took for them to get 64-bit positioning working, and they had this demo with the sandworm and all this nonsense all canned, in a single environment. They have to build that from R&D concept to live, and yeah, if you have 10 more years, they can get it right. So, I mean, with enough time, enough money, you can pretty much do anything you want, regardless of how long it takes. And that system, by the way, which you just described, is precisely how I explained it to Ben Perry over on the Frontier forums. I'm actually looking for the post right now. We had a huge back and forth about that, where I was explaining to him that there's no way they could build that into CryEngine without making significant changes. And we argued back and forth, and of course, he didn't
Of course, we have to make massive changes. I'm sure the engine isn't looking anywhere like it was looking like 2 or 3 years ago. I'm sure it's completely incompatible to anything from Lumberyard or whatever. The 64-bit positioning system alone should make it incompatible to most changes, right?
Well, I don't know about that, because they did that 64-bit positioning change in Q4 2015, and they haven't done anything substantial in 2016. So I'm not sure what the benefits were, because if there were any benefits, nobody's seen it because there's still no game.
Well, you can fly around in the public universe, which you probably couldn't if it was still 32-bit positioning.
Oh, no. That's why I said since they did that in Q4 2015, they haven't done anything else with it since, because 3.0 still isn't built. They haven't expanded. They haven't even built one solar system yet. You would think that if they had, if they had done all the tremendous amount of work needed to make 64-bit positioning work, to make this huge mega map, quote unquote mega map work, that they would have done it by now, and they would have at least built one of the 100 star systems they're promising. But at this time, they haven't even built one, so there's no point.
Well, yes, they have built the public universe, which is one solar system, one small one with just 2 planets, but still one full solar system.
It's not complete. It's, as far as I know, there's...
No, it's not complete, but the point is it's large.
May I ask about...
It's a pretty pathetic excuse for one.
Yeah, my problem with all this is just a basic of how game development usually works. You usually start off on the technical side. You get all the groundwork down first before you even think about hiring fucking artists. You get everything ironed out so you know it's even possible for you to actually achieve before you actually move on into, creating environments and animations and, concept art, blah, 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 blah.
Yes, you're right, but you could argue that that's a problem with the funding model of Star Citizen. Yeah. They rely on pushing out fancy demos and great JPEGs.
Yeah, which honestly don't mean much. You have other studios compared to Blizzard is a good example. StarCraft 2, everybody knew that it was technically possible for StarCraft 2 to possibly exist at some point. Everyone knew that Blizzard was capable of making another RTS, yeah?
Right.
And it's still... Yeah, and it still took them 4 to 5 years before they even thought about showing it off, of full-on development time. And when they did eventually show what their alpha builds looked like, it was a far cry from what you look at Star Citizen, what they're doing. I'll find you a video for reference, but it may be good for you to play it, Robin, but this is how I understand game development to work, and why I have no faith in Star Citizen, and I never have. Just give us 2 seconds, bear with me. Continue talking whilst I find it.
Okay, blah
think
blah
you're
blah blah blah
completely
blah
right.
blah 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 blah
Sorry.
blah blah. How long is this going to take? Blah 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 blah.
I still think you're right, but
I don't know if
still
we're
would
helping.
like to argue that you have to see the way Star Citizen is funded doesn't allow for that.
Well,
They couldn't start with 16.
you're talking about the fact that they didn't have 140 mil slapped on their lap.
Yeah, they didn't have
What are you
a
talking
publisher who
But,
said you have
once
$140 million game.
again, development for a $16 million game, for example, could be a $16 million development cycle. Now, that doesn't mean...
That's true.
Now, this is the same thing with a lot of people. You know, you've got DLCs and things like that. These are additions to the game. These are additions that can be added in afterwards. The problem that he's had is that he's... And, you know, Chris, if you are listening, you probably are... What are you doing? Listen to this stream. Get on with your work. But also... if you're gonna have a $16 million game, then make a $16 million game. You can add. If somebody's going to give you another 10 mil, then great. Then you can add something later, but finish what you were starting. And what's happened is that as the money's come in, the feature creep has come in as well. You know, we're talking about him trying to complete a game that is basically becoming more and more impossible. And it's not so much about the fact that he couldn't have completed what he originally did. He just decided not to. That's the issue here.
I'd agree partially, but one thing I always like to argue is Squadron 42 hasn't expanded much in scope. Still, it's 2.5 years late.
Yeah. The thing is,
They focus on everything but Squadron 42.
But Squadron, well, at one point
they're focusing on Squadron 42.
I think they're focusing far too much on mocap. They're focusing far too much on making sure that every last model is absolutely
They're running
pristine
before
and
they
perfect.
can walk.
They're making sure.
Chris likes the director.
Yeah, they're making sure that each and every model has all of the sort of destruction details so that it's going to look really good when it's blown up. And forgetting about the fact that physics model means that they have so many parameters in which to actually do this with. And that's one of the reasons I think a lot of the time you have these vehicles just spiraling out of control, is that they have so many different sort of bits and bobs there that are going to blow up or come off. And this is all supposed to be on one singular model. It's not good, really. Certainly not for instancing.
I was actually looking for my conversation with Ben Parry on the Frontier forums about this.
If you could post a link, that'd be really interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually looking for it. I found two of the subsequent discussion. I'm looking for the specific one with his responses, which I'm looking for. But basically, these two links are parts of that discussion. I'm looking for the third one where I actually responded to him, where we were arguing about what's, a level versus streamed in. I believe they're actually on that same page, but unfortunately I don't have my notes because I'm on my laptop. I'm not on my desktop.
I'm going to read the whole thread anyway. Oh no, I'm not. Oh Jesus Christ! No, I'm not going to.
I wouldn't, but
no. Sorry, it's page 1668. Just
Yep.
to. Yeah.
Okay,
No,
what you guys?
Nobody reads a thread that Derek
Well,
makes.
you guys work yourselves out. I'm just going to say to some of the guys here is that we've got some guys who are saying you're getting Agent GB1 says you're getting a better product at the end instead of fleeced with DLC. I'm struggling to coalesce that thought in
Where's
the
the
sense that you
product?
won't have any DLC. That's right, but it would be nice to actually have a game DLC free. That's the thing.
The argument is that they take their time and they do it right the first time, and they're not pushing out an unfinished product.
If they wanted to do it right the first time, I would have believed they would have privately funded, like they would have got private investors rather than crowdsourcing their product.
They did get private
So
investors.
why did they need crowdsourcing on top of that?
Because they realized they needed, I think, 2 million to show the private investors that there was actually interest, and they had around 20 million from private investors. But then they realized that they could make much more money by just keeping on crowdsourcing, and then they apparently paid out the private investors and went.
And this, yes, and it had spiraled out of control since then.
Yeah,
They haven't paid them off.
No, they haven't paid them all off, by the way. I know at
Oh.
least 2 who got the money back, and I know at least 1 who still has money in it. So no, they still have investors, and they also have bank loans.
Oh, that's surprising.
What's it?
one
Agent
question-
GB1 says? In the
you
old
could-
days, you couldn't rely on DLCs to fix your game as you went along. For $40, you're getting a better game than most AAA titles. Yeah, but
Maybe.
once again, at the moment, this is the biggest pre-order game I've ever seen.
And pre-ordering in itself, at least in my opinion, is fucking silly.
Yeah,
Like,
but what you've done is you've pre-ordered something, and what
Okay, I'll
they've done
just
is
put
they've actually,
more links.
you
Got it.
guys talk
Thank you.
about DLC here, yeah. Ever since they started getting money coming out of you, they've been adding and adding, and that is DLC.
yeah.
It's just
It
a
is.
different equivalence. They're basically kind of lumping all the DLC into one big hole here.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because remember, imagine as long as you're paying for. Let's put it this way: some people try to they try to hand wave away the fact that the crowdfunding itself is pre-orders. Legally, it is a pre-order. This TRO that the DA in San Francisco filed against that drone company proves that the state officials know that it's pre-orders because they raised all this. Everything but $2 million was raised outside of a crowdfunding platform, and it's all pre-orders. The same way, all these ships, all these JPEGs, they're all forms of DLC. It doesn't matter whether it's DLC. Can be a ship, it can be a weapon, it can be an inventory item, it can be a character skin. As long as you're paying for something in addition to the game, it's a DLC. There's no arguments about that.
So yeah, I'm just trying to address some of the comments that are coming in here, of course, and Pigeon's obviously got to kill his dog. UK has a bank charge against it. Check upper public records at Company House.
Yeah, they have loans over there in the UK. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's going thick and fast around here. I think there's like 100 of you watching this at the moment, so it's
Yeah, there's 100 of them.
it's not
That's
quite
quite impressive.
Sargon. It's not quite Sargon streams, thankfully, and nobody's calling everyone a Nazi and just going digga 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 all the way through. So it could be worse. Yeah, you
At
really
least
need
not-
to sort that out, Sargon. Yeah, you've got yourself stuck in a hole there, mate.
But my free speech.
Oh
Well,
my
Chris
God.
Richter makes a good point. He's asking if you could maybe discuss game mechanics, because many mechanics require lots of players within one instance, quote unquote, and it's hard to imagine how this would work, especially. And if I'm adding this here to his argument, when they just want to have one big universe. Imagine you're, don't know, in UK or in Europe, and you want to play with someone in Australia.
Mhm, yeah.
For some reason, and then suddenly you have 500 millisecond latency
Well, I
difference.
mean, yeah. How else do we do it? You know, you
Well,
will
I
have
don't- I-
usually,
well-
especially when it comes to first person and stuff like that. It's just impossible to do it on without doing it for local servers. Just the ping time alone. If I want to go and do something to somebody in America, I've already
Well,
got 130 milliseconds right there.
You can't, but here's the problem. I don't believe the thing is when you look at how Lumberyard, what they're going to do with Lumberyard, I don't believe they're going to let anybody in the US play with somebody in Australia. It's going to be localized to their area. I know that they're going to do, remember the game is still instanced, so if somebody, is in Australia and you fire up an instance, I doubt they're going to let anybody not in Australia connect to that instance because that's a non-starter. And remember, players currently have no control over who does what. So I still think that because they're cloud servers and because they are region-based and because Lumberyard gives you the ability, well, not Lumberyard, AWS gives you the ability to localize connections to every single instance, they will be able to just say anybody in Australia, maybe in Australia and New Zealand and all those areas will only be connecting to these instances, which means you can play with somebody in America or in Australia. I think that's what they're going to do. But if they do that, then guess what's going to happen? you're going to have some guy waking up in the morning and find out there's only 3 people in Australia in an instance. That's not going to go down very well. And then he finds out that, well, I can't play with 3 people in Australia, and I have no way of playing with 20 people in the US. That's going to be a whole different problem.
This is the one thing that the internet world is great and everything like that, and I've got friends all over it. But unless they're in Europe, I struggle to be able to play games with them. It can be quite a struggle, and that's on almost all of the games out there. So, you know, and EVE Online probably is one of the only ones I know where everybody gets lumped in at the same time. And that is, you know, and that's just because you can get away with it, because it's basically a more of a management game than anything else.
Yeah, it's point and click.
Yeah.
And EVE Online is a fantastic achievement of engineering.
Yes, and
How
they've
many years
taken
now
a
have they been
long...
working for that?
Oh, they've been around for 10 years now, mate. I mean, I began at 2008, so no, it's about 11 years, 12 years now, something like that that game's been going for.
There's a decade of bloody hard work.
Over a decade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they've only just managed to get it so that you can get maybe 1,000 people in a system. You know,
and that's not even Twitch based. That's, you know, it's not. It doesn't rely on all the aggravation that standard MMO games have to contend with.
People start shooting, the moment people start
helps.
shooting, that's when things get absolutely mental. Essentially, the way that they actually arrange it in EVE is that it actually goes into a slow motion mode. So so you get, if you get any more than about 1,000 players, and they start firing at each other, everything for everyone in that entire system starts to slow down into a slow-mo mode.
It's time dilation. They're using some time dilation to do that.
So if you're expecting something similar of like 20, 30 battleships all flying around and people are invading and jumping into these sort of things.
Board other people's ships. So
yeah,
you can trade
and you'd like, you know, twitching around a corner and like, you know, getting a headshot in. I have a bridge to sell you, my friend. I mean, it's just the logistics of it, guys. It's just the logistics here.
And then on top of that, choosing CryEngine. Who in their right mind was thinking, we're going to pick the CryEngine for this beautiful CG rendered game we wanted to make, because we came up with this trailer out of literally nowhere, raised 4 million, and then we decided to pick CryEngine to build a game. Build a game where you want to essentially recreate Battlestar Galactica kind of fights, where you have 3 ships squaring off against each other in a freeway brawl, where you're all fighters around it.
In their defense,
most computers can't cope with that.
Yeah, in their defense, that's not the game they were building when they selected CryEngine. Chris just went mad when he started getting all this money, and he figured out that by making promises that he possibly couldn't keep, people were going to keep throwing money at him. So the more promises he made, the more money people threw at him, and his scope just exceeded the capabilities of the engine. CryEngine was just fine to build the original game. It was perfectly fine.
I mean, you're probably one of the more strident and opinionated developers out there. As far as some of the developers, as say, you know, let's say Elite, for example, we don't really have a lot of people that are willing to basically put themselves out there and just say, yeah, this isn't going to happen.
The only time it happens is in my Facebook feed, because some of those discussions I put them on private. You've seen them, so everybody in this.
So everybody know, I know you know David, don't you?
Everybody knows it's a train wreck. The problem is the industry is a very small place, even as big as it is, and it's actually poor form for anybody to be, you know, talking about somebody else's game. But you know, it does happen. The problem
so
really
you are
is,
a terrible human being, aren't you?
Well, hang on a second. The problem is nobody wants to get attacked. I have no problems being attacked. You know, so nobody wants to get attacked, for one, and two, you never know where in the industry you're going to meet these people, because hey, that guy you're bad mouthing now, who's on the Star Citizen,
you may be working with later. Yeah.
Exactly, you may be working with him later, or he might be somebody who's going to give you a job. So people are very, very mindful of that. Me, I've never worked for anybody. I have no intention of working for anybody. So fuck everyone. I can say anything I want. Nobody gets to determine when I make money or when I don't make money. So. And I still preserve all my industry friends and peers, and I'm still in business. I do games. I meet my friends. We talk.
Yeah.
We chit chat. We laugh. Everyone says,
Didn't you work for the owner of a petrol station?
I'm sorry. Say it again.
Sorry, didn't you work for the owner of a petrol station?
Oh yeah, I'm in the video game industry.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Sorry.
By the way, if there is anybody that wants to hire me on the video game industry,
I was trying to show my in-depth knowledge of
I'm just here facilitating the conversation. Right, I can keep my mouth shut. It's all right. I can do NDAs. It's all right.
Yeah, I've never worked for.
By the way, Derek is a really nice guy. Just don't.
Yeah,
don't insult him.
this is the thing. I know a lot of you.
Amazing until you don't release your game.
Yeah, a lot of you people sort of like. I know you probably can't stand Derek and think, God damn it, why doesn't he just have a heart attack and die? First of all, it's not going to happen, and second of all, he is actually quite a nice fella. But he's probably he's just pissed. The guy's pissed off because he was hoping for a really cool game, and now he's somewhat disappointed. I think we all are here, really.
Well, a lot of game developers also are just like this. It kind of makes a joke of the game development industry in general, right? Like this doesn't.
But you know what? It does. But here's the thing, though. The bottom line is, and to be perfectly, I mean, Robin, you know this. We've talked about this before. The bottom line is, I mean, I was always keeping up with the project. I mean, I backed and fund a lot of games. I hardly write.
July 2015 when you just went, this is not going to happen.
Yeah, and guess what? They started CIG started by making me the bogeyman. They issued a press release which was false. Then they got called out on it. They couldn't prove it.
They gamigated you.
Yeah, and then Ben what's his name, Lesnick, decided that he was going to explain on the forum why they refunded my money. And guess what? They've never done that to any backer.
Yeah.
I mean, aside from
allow me to just address one of the comments here. He goes, he's nice if you cater to him. I'm nice to everybody, and I cater to everybody, so everyone's nice to me. What, are you a bit of an arsehole to people whether they cater to you or not, Matrix? Are you that much of a dick?
Sorry, I don't cater to him. I oppose him, and I just don't try to push it to the absolute limit of everything.
My job here is to cater. I am the catering here. I'm the one facilitating the discussion between you here and Mr. Smart here and Chochmah and Pigeon. That's what we do. Yes, he's nice because he doesn't. I'm not telling him he's a fucking arsehole every 5 minutes.
Yep.
Give it a try, guys.
Here's the thing. I mean, a lot of people. I mean, look, I was with the IGDA for a long time. A lot of people go see me talk. They've met me in person. I've written lots and lots of articles, industry articles, my blogs, all this nonsense. I know a lot of people. I've been in this industry for almost 30 years. Now, the bottom line is this. You have. There's one thing I've always maintained since my Usenet days. I simply don't like being bullied. It's just something I stand firm on. Bullying is, and the advent of the internet, people just feel that they can just say and do anything they want because public figures or people who have things to lose have no choice but to suck it up. The problem for them is, since day one, since the Usenet, even since my own days, I've never ever allowed anyone to bully me. I would always stand up for myself at whatever the cost, because for me, being able to stand up for myself and be who I am without people trying to define who I am is what's important to me. All this other stuff is just noise. I mean, this thing with the July 2015 blog, if they didn't go out and issue a press release trying to make me look like I had done something bad, and then having all the media trying to interview me and asking me what the fuck's going on, all this nonsense, then to make it worse, they lied. I mean, I've released over 18 games across 3 or 4 different IP. That's all I do. I develop games. So for them to jump on the bandwagon that I'm bad-mouthing a game that I funded from day one in order to promote my own game, which they're not even in the same class and genre, it's just preposterous. All they tried to do was make me look like an ass because I wrote a blog that said that said this game cannot be built.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the interesting thing. I retweeted that. And pretty much, from when you said that, I basically invited you onto the show, wasn't it?
Yep.
We had a bit of a discussion about this.
Yep.
Didn't go over the top with it. Just wanted to go through what you thought about it and all that sort of thing. And the haters, they were hating.
Oh yeah.
Straight from the word go. So if you're sort of like wondering why he gets maybe a little bit vitriolic, maybe a little bit, I don't think it really matters, to be frank. I mean, people can say, oh, well, he's just he's never done a AAA game or whatever like that. And so fucking what? Neither of you. You're just some dude on the internet with a J or an A or a B next to your name. That doesn't mean that you've got anything to say on this sort of front. If we're just going to boil it down, right down to the point of you basically have to make a several $100 million game before you're allowed to say anything about games. Well, we're going to have a pretty fucking quiet internet at this point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yes, because the man that's created a couple of dozen B plus to C class games doesn't have a clue about AAA games. It's not like he's worked with people that worked in AAA games, spoken to them, friends with them, followed the development closely.
You're following a guy
the
who's
industry die, regrow, and then grow into the monster it is nowadays.
Yeah, and I mean, we're talking. When you're looking at Chris here, he hasn't done a game in 10 years.
It's actually 16 years,
16.
And he only did two games. Yeah. All the other games were just associated with his name and a franchise. That's different. I'm a software developer. I write code.
Yeah.
And
you're going to put your faith in people. Usually, you'd think that you've already put your faith in Chris here, who hasn't done a game in 16 years. Or you could maybe just listen to both sides of this. Let's say this shitty indie developer who's never done anything good, blah, 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 and this other shitty developer who hasn't done really anything in 16 years. I mean, you could look at it like that if you will, and maybe have some balance, or you could just kind of put those to the side for a second and think, okay, let's just listen to the facts. Listen to what's going on here. Yeah, there's going to be some conjecture. I've never made a AAA game all on my own either. But I can at least sort of wag a little chin here. It's Saturday night, guys. Allow. Oh, and by the way, Chris, if you are in the chat, if you want to come in and have a chat with us, and maybe we can balance this off. Go and get him, guys. If you want to have an expert on Star Citizen come in, yeah, please. We can have a proper chat here.
Different question.
That would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
Mr. Smart, why do you believe that Chris Roberts manages to catch the imagination, or at least the wallet, of so many people?
Because all the things he's promising nobody can do or has done, and the reason is simple: it can't be done. So here's the thing, from my point of view, it's like an alcoholic or a drug user or a gambler. It's one of those things where you get to a point where you say, okay, I believe that this person can do something. There are those who believe that he could do it, and even those who ended up wavering a bit, still felt, aside from falling into the whole sunk cost, fallacy thing, still felt that there was a very good chance that he could pull it off. But as time goes on, it's those same people who keep adding $10 here, $5 here, $20 here, $30 here. And the other day I was having a discussion with an industry friend of mine, who works at Activision, and we were having a chat, and he mentioned something that was quite interesting to me. He says, when I see your posts about these whales, these backers getting all this money, 1,200, 3,000, 2,000, 8,000, 20,000. He goes, when you think about it, the really good MMO, whether it's on mobile or on the PC, if it's monetized properly, okay, and it has good game mechanics that hook people on, it's not unheard of for players to put an exorbitant amount of money into those games. Because again, the whole theory of an MMO is, there's like 10 people paying for the 2,000 who are not paying anything. So he says, when you think about it, when you see these whales with these huge amounts of money, coming out, it could just be they put it in over time in much the same way they could have put it in if it was a real game that they were buying DLC or buying time. That's how he tries to rationalize it. Then he also says there are people who also put all this money in and through money laundering or whatever, and they can get a refund and get their money back out. Stolen credit cards, stolen bank records, blah blah blah, all this crap. You put it into something like Star Citizen, and then you get your money out. That's part of the money laundering thing. But what he said about the time it takes for a backer of a game or somebody playing a game to put money in over time, nobody goes back and says, well, I've been playing World of Warcraft for the past 10 years and I've put $5,000 in it. I mean, think about it.
I hate it when people say this. People make such stupid analogies. Valorant, okay? You've just said 7.1 surround at one point could not be done. Yes, 7.1 surround sound could not be done with 2 speakers. That's right. It couldn't be done. And unless you've got basically an interconnection where every single person has got like gigabits of bandwidth, just available to them with essentially supercomputers to be able to handle all of the data that you're looking at here, the promises that are being made, it's not going to happen. It's got nothing to do with the fact that it can't be done. It can always be done, just not this decade.
Yeah, just like audio and video. I mean, who would have thought that we would have motherboards these days that would make sure you don't really need add-on audio cards. Now you have very powerful machines. You don't need add-on audio cards or video cards.
Yeah, you do. The audio sucks on motherboards. Don't try and fool me.
Not all of them. Not all of them.
Quite
Hashtag not all sound
terrible,
cards. Yeah.
If you get a good motherboard, it's
It's meh.
okay, it's tolerable.
Yeah,
Come on, Star Citizen at the moment. I think the only place in the world you can actually play the game is in Reykjavik, the capital city.
Oh look, my
of Iceland.
my USB is now
Electricity
making my
is so fucking
sound card
cheap.
buzz. Great.
May I ask Derek a question? Do you think that the problems with Star Citizen are more, at least for me, it kind of stinks more of a problem with pre-order culture in general as to why this was ever allowed to happen in the first place? Would you agree? Or
I'm sorry, it was more about what now?
pre-order culture? Like, this is all...
Yeah, it's part of that. But aside from that, I think the bottom line is it's about Chris. Look, there haven't been any AAA space combat games like in forever. Elite is a whole different ball game. Elite is more hardcore. It's not as accessible. Some people hate it. Some people like it. Some people But
I would argue Elite is more accessible because you can at least buy the game.
Well, yeah, okay, I get that.
No. Here's the thing. Everyone's talking about that a lot of these guys are saying just because you say it's impossible doesn't mean it isn't possible.
But I'm right so far because it is impossible because I haven't fucking built it.
And also, Derek would love to be proven wrong.
Yeah, the thing is, guys,
I would love to.
Really want to play the game.
Yeah, when you look at what you're after, yeah, you can actually look and see how that could possibly be. And like I said, for you to have, say 20, 30, 40, 50 people all in the same space, for example, that's hard enough on an FPS as it is.
Yeah.
I mean, go to some of the big...
Still struggling with
what's Battlefield? 32 tops, isn't it?
It works in PlanetSide.
PlanetSide, that's not... that's what?
That's a custom engine which lags out to hell whenever you get a big battle. They've had to drop the fidelity of the game twice to make it work properly.
Yeah, so you're already struggling there, and that's just on FPS with some basic, maybe some things flying around a little bit here, but then
floating around more.
Yeah, but have a look at the
planes.
build quality of the stuff that you're doing there. He's got some very good artists in there, and he's decided to make just the ships alone. Just looking at the ships alone. The articulation that is going on these ships. And what I mean is that they've made them so that they are very destructible. All of those little bits and bobs have got to fall off of them, and that puts out an entire new burden on the physics.
Oh yeah.
All of that has got to be put into the actual engine itself. 63 players, yeah.
Well,
63 players for Battlefield, and they're dedicated to it.
Well, yes and no, because parts that are breaking off do not have to be collidable, so you don't have to sync them over the clients.
But they are collidable
Feature.
because we have seen videos where parts flying off ships collide and hit other things and cause damage. So
That
as
is
long as
Well, that's
horrible
just
idea.
This is the thing.
videos.
These are all,
Yeah.
I mean, everything, all of these promises that are made, these are all possible. The only difference is that the computers that are running this and the network in which it will be running on do not have the bandwidth. They do not have the ping. They don't have that level of quality to be able to facilitate this sort of shit. Not to mention the super duper whooper computers required to even run this thing. All of that combined means that it's probably not going to happen, or at least if it does happen, it's going to probably take us about a good 10 years for that to be able to be facilitated. And that is if, of course, people are able to bring down pings internationally.
You mean like going faster than the speed of light?
Yeah,
You see, one of the
precisely.
things-
I mean, it takes a second for light to travel around the world.
All right, so what we need Chris to start developing black hole technology. And,
Yep.
Yeah,
Tunneling,
I mean,
doing
unless
quantum
there's
tunneling.
unless there's some sort of new network technology where people are basically using some, maybe it gets wacky. Maybe there's some sort of quantum flux that somebody's going to be able to like tunnel through the planet somehow. I have my doubts.
So to play Star Citizen properly, first of all, I need to go to the capitalist.
You need to
First of all,
break
I need
the
to go
laws
to
of
the
physics
MD,
as far as
Ministry.
yeah.
Well, I need to go to the Ministry of Defence to borrow their computers, and I need an internet connection which is using theoretical entangled particle science.
Essentially, yes. Not that, from what I understand with entanglement and quantum entanglement, that's not really strictly true. You're not going to be able to use it for faster than light communication.
Yeah, but neither Star Citizen, Robin. Entertain us here.
Oh right, sorry. Let's say this with quantum entanglement. It does look as if you're able to do this and that, and they don't. But once you actually start splitting these things apart, then
Once you get to
basically-
nitty-gritty, there's a lot of issues.
Yeah, the
Believe
whole
in the dream,
the whole
brother.
thing called
They should
practicality.
start building dreams.
Yeah, that's the problem with dreams, is that when you wake up, you go, oh shit, that was just a dream. That's what
Yeah,
practical
sadly.
things do. Wouldn't it be lovely if I could fly out of this window? Ouch.
But Robin, you don't believe hard enough. Just jump out of the window and you'll
That's
fly.
right. Belief. Obviously, your reach must extend your grasp. I do understand that, and that's how people get into injuries.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. And right now, there's a lot of pride to be injured, I feel, here. And belief is one thing, but belief within practical surroundings, that's where you get things that work. If you spend all of your time going over the last tiniest pixel for every single model that you do, you will never finish it.
You were
have
going
to-
the complete wrong way of developing a game.
Yeah, you have to stop at some point and go, hang on a second, we got to complete this at some sort of time frame. If I'm going to just sit here and basically just masturbate over a helmet all day, eventually, the guy's going to kind of go, have you finished yet? And you're going to go, in a minute. I mean, how long? How long do you want it? How long do you want him to take on this? Did you want basically pretty much every other developer to have made that game like twice over for you to kind of go, yeah, I think he's over on his time at this point?
That's already happened once over, and there's another game on the horizon.
Really?
Any of you?
Which one? Which one is that?
It's the one that got in some trouble for using it's the procedurally generated voxel-based game, the
Oh.
one that's like vehicle space and so on. They've got
Poxy
an-
voxels.
Which one?
They've gotten, I can't remember its fucking name, but I know they got in a bit of trouble from, I think it was Fox for stealing some Stargate stuff.
Oh dear.
Oh boy, I didn't hear about that one.
It is not a balanced discussion. No, we haven't got anyone who is basically in total denial on. And if you would like to give that a crack, all you have
I
to
am
do...
pro-Star Citizen,
They're all fucking
just
idiots.
for record.
all right, okay,
Fucking
Chochmah is...
pro-Star Citizen.
Yeah, and your denial is doing very well. I think you're the most sensible, but we need really absolute denial here.
I mean, here's the
So
thing.
at
What-
RSOL
I can't have
GTP...
absolute denial.
I don't think it's a case of being like denialist or like being pro or anti. Like none of us here are anti-Star Citizen. We all want it to succeed. We're all just
Yep,
skeptical and
that's-
cynical. Like
that's
the
right.
difference.
Yes,
But here's the thing.
we're
let
all
me just say
tired
something.
and cynical.
Let me just say something. When you read the site chat, take a look at the ardent, the most prolific Star Citizen backers, and tell me if there's one single person in that side chat who isn't a fucking idiot that you could have a conversation with.
Well, I'm hoping they can prove you wrong.
There isn't one. There isn't one. The only Star Citizen backers you can have a decent discussion with are the guys who aren't talking.
Yeah.
Those are the guys who aren't saying anything. They're reading, they're observing, they are not listening to everything we say. They go and do their own research, they check out the game, and they say, fuck it, I'm out, they get a refund. Most of the reasonable Star Citizen backers aren't saying shit.
Because they're not invested that deeply into it. Yeah.
Well, there's also the bizarre sense that if they can just keep people's belief going like a cult, it'll complete the game. Yeah, development works on willpower. Apparently,
but here's the thing:
of other people, not the people doing the development. No, the actual backers. They need to have somebody dewing them up in order for this. You've no consequence to them. The only consequence you have is dinero, ka-ching, that's it. Everything else, they actually have to write the fucking code, guys.
Listen, go on Reddit right now. Go to our Citizen Reddit or go to wherever. Any single backer, no matter how long they've been.
One second, I'm here. Derek Smart sucks balls. God, I hate that guy. He's a fucking cuck. Oh, God, I wish he would die already. Right, okay, we've got it. Here we are.
They're all there. The thing is, any backer who goes on Reddit or goes on any forum and says anything bad about the game, no matter how much money you've got in it, no matter how long you've been in it, they will get attacked. I mean, just the other day, one guy, I'm going to give you a thread. This guy wrote a very simple, very straightforward thread. He got attacked. He got yelled at. He goes, fuck it. He just went and got a refund. And for the past 2 weeks, the thing about what they're doing is they're making it so that these people get so pissed that they go and get a refund. They create an alt account. They say, fuck you, I've got a refund, because what they're doing is they're showing their dissent by pulling their money out. And yet these citizens, the guys, we call them citizens because these are the ones who are waging an all-out war on the internet against dissent. They don't realize that they are the worst thing that could ever happen to this project.
And the games industry in general. Like, look at No Man's Sky.
Yes.
No Man's Sky had the same thing. People were skeptical of it, basically for the simple reason that we haven't actually seen any gameplay of the game, and that people got death threats, they got DDoSed.
Yep.
I basically, you could tell, it was a small team.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. The reasonable people aren't the ones who come out of the woodworks when you talk about it. It's all the people who are so heavily invested in it that they're willing to try and sabotage your life just because you said something they don't agree with.
Yeah, I just posted, and you know what? It's not just the citizens doing it, even CIG's doing it. That link I just posted, this guy was one of the backers. Same thing happened to him. He posted it. He got attacked. CIG closed his link. I mean, they really are a fucking cult.
Good riddance, they said. Yeah, they just said, I'm just going to read this out. Wow, hours after posting a reasoned opinion concerned on the game and announcing my change of mind, my access to PTU and Spectrum got revoked. And
wow.
And the comment underneath with the point added, good riddance.
Yeah.
That is disgusting.
That's what they do. And they do it repeatedly. So in other words, they do this because they send in a message whereby they don't want anybody getting the money out. They don't want them to say anything. They want to suppress it. So by attacking anybody who does this, they feel that others would think twice about voicing that they're disillusioned or that they've pulled their money out, because they're going to get attacked. It's their way of squelching dissent.
Yeah,
These are the people.
Ace Monster, you ask for a refund. CIG is under no obligation to allow you to retain access and can revoke it at their will. You agree to this, by the way. Lose this sense of entitlement you have and just walk away with some dignity. You claim time and time again that you are done with the game, so why post all of your drama about it? Please, just go. What
Isn't it technically illegal to turn around and threaten to people to extortion, essentially?
Yes, it is. It is illegal here in the U.S.
And in the UK.
And
that's very muddy ground, though, because every country has the different laws. And...
yeah, it's just so histrionic as well. And then we've got, and this person just responds with, "I've not yet asked for a refund." And then it's, "Oh great, so you're just stirring the drama pot." It's like, Ace Monster 07. If you are listening, you probably are. I think you're the one stirring the fucking drama pot here, son. You might want to, like, I don't know, chill the fuck out, have a cup of tea or something, eat an orange, roll up your sleeves. Something, you know, count to 10. Before you type, I mean anything. Before you walk outside, just take a deep breath. I mean, it's just a game, right? Right? It's not a way of life.
No, they expect to exist in the Star Citizen universe like it's some alternate reality at this point.
It is crazy how vindictive this sub can be about this stuff. I'm convinced that the knee-jerk revulsive the community displays is tied to insecurity over their purchases.
Yeah,
it reminds me of a cult where everyone is super nice to each other, but when things get homicidal the moment they detect dissidents. And this is why this community is considered toxic.
May I ask Robin and Derek and anyone else who's old enough, when exactly did this start happening within the games industry of people just getting so dedicated to a game that they haven't even played?
Dude, since Pong.
Since Pong, yeah.
Like, it's so disgusting. I've never understood the idea of getting angry at someone for being skeptical.
Dude, look outside your door right now, yeah? You know, or like look outside the window, or you know, look to America right now. Console wars have always been going on. They just decided it with political parties, football teams, all of it.
This seems to be a problem that we're facing more and more, though. Like Bethesda changing their terms, or at least publicly coming out talking about how they're not going to give reviewers access to the product at least until I think it was the day before launch, and people defend that as though that's a good business practice to just. And it's all based on faith. And I think that's the biggest problem that we're having, is that so many companies are taking advantage of this now. Like, this is why we get games released in half-complete states of broken messes all the time, is because we pre-order, they have
endless
your money,
trash,
and you just get shit. And if you keep pre-ordering, they're going to keep doing it.
But it's not in the games world. Did you see that video that they did, endless trash?
No.
There's a video. I posted it on my Facebook feed. I'll find it for you. And it's basically, it just goes, "Fuck you, it's January."
Oh, Red Letter Media, yeah.
I love those guys.
And they're basically just sitting there telling you all of these films that are coming out, sort of like whatever this is, 7, the same old 2. And it's just like I said, endless trash. You know, there's a new idiot being born every day, and they know this.
Wallet, folks.
And there's more and more new idiots being born every day, and they just have to take advantage if you want.
Like, at least personally, I am more than happy to invest hundreds and hundreds of pounds into a game if I enjoy it and I'm playing it already. Why can't we all act like this? Why are we so childish when it comes to bloody games?
Because the most of the loud ones are complete fucking idiots. That's how it works.
Yeah.
The bottom line is, because it's an online medium and because people can do anything they want without any repercussions, they have no reason to do otherwise. I mean, it's just a way of venting. I mean, let's put it this way. If your next door neighbor was a complete idiot and he was kicking garbage can down the road, at some point you're going to punch him.
Or call the police.
Or call the cops. There's always some consequence. But being online, there's zero consequence, so people can do whatever they want.
Yeah. Do you think that's the thing that we're ever going to be able to address, though? The entire internet culture, fanboy culture?
Nah.
I mean, we
still have political wars. We still have religious wars.
Yeah.
We still have religious wars. Internet wars is nothing compared to religion and political wars. So I mean,
it is better. It is better, to be honest with you.
It is.
Yeah, because
I
mean,
agree.
I can talk to somebody, and I can say whatever my opinion is, and then somebody kind of goes, "Shut the fuck up," and I was like, well, that's great and everything if you're telling me to shut the fuck up, but if you're going to try and use threatening language, it's really much better if you're leaning over me with a blunt object. Otherwise, it's pretty pointless, dude. You're like 3,000 miles away from me, and I don't give a fuck. So
Yeah.
you know, it's a swings and roundabouts kind of deal. It just does give early teenagers huge kahunas. And, you know, you can always tell the complete idiots. They kind of go, I'm going to dox you. And it's like, dox me, kid. I don't give a shit. What, are you going to come around my house? It's not going to happen. Anyone who does doxing and stuff like that, they're the ones afraid of somebody getting their address. Definitely. You know?
Agreed.
But, like, you know, if you want to come around my house, that's fine. I'll make you a cup of tea. We can have a chat about it. If you want to start something, I'll fucking bury you. Those are your choices. And I would go with the tea if I were you. It's very good. It's not too milky. Perfect. But
Alright, if I show up for London next time I come around, will you just give some tea then?
yeah. Well, anytime, man. Anytime. But like I said,
Nice.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's to do. It's not so much to do with the medium. It's to do with the people. And people are always going to get a little bit upset about this, a little upset. You know, I've had you can have conversations with people about all kinds of stuff, and they get upset about it because it's them personally. And there's people who identify now as star citizens. You know.
Yeah.
And this is the thing. When you're talking about their game, you're not talking about their game. You're talking about them.
About them. Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And then they become insulated and insular. And then they really don't like you. And they've got to turn you, and they've got to gamergate you. They've got to turn you into a hateful bastard who just basically, you know, you're just jealous. I bet you wish you could get 140 million. I bet you would. I'm fucking jealous. I'd love that. You know, it doesn't stop me saying whatever the fuck, though. But it's like, you know, what they're doing is, what you're doing here. You know, I'm not talking to the nice star citizens who are kind of just listening in on this and kind of going, well, I think you might not be right about that one. I mean, you know, fair enough, whatever. I'm talking about those ones that are basically just going, you know, really angry at Derek here, yeah? All you're doing is using thought-terminating cliches. I want you to go and look that up right now because you've obviously not come across the term, okay? If you start a sentence with, you're just a... or you're just that.
Immediately.
Yeah. That's usually the start of a thought-terminating cliche. You don't want to think about it. You just want to feel about it. You know.
Yeah.
Don't. This isn't Bruce Lee. Okay. You know. This isn't Enter the Dragon.
Even water
don't
had
think,
brain.
Feel. You've got to. Don't feel. Think. Stop fucking looking at the moon. Don't look at my finger either. What the fuck are we doing talking about moons and fingers for fuck's sake?
It's a nice finger.
Think it
I like
through.
that finger.
Yeah, think it through.
I like
Look.
your fingers.
And this is the thing. I'm quite content that somebody came up with a game idea and they were going to go through it and people put in the money and they had a little bit of faith in there. Yeah, that's fine. But faith, when it gets taken too far, you end up with some very, very angry folk. It is Star Citizen's fault. It is Star Citizen's fault.
It is.
But it's also it is the Star Citizens' fault for getting themselves too locked into this. That game,
I mean,
the way it's going, could go up to maybe about 200 million of Star Citizens' money, and then it will fail. Or it could have gone up to 100 million and failed. It could have gone to 50 and fucked up. To be honest with you, if it had hit 20, it may have actually succeeded. But the fact that it's gone to 50 and 100, 150, it's almost as if you're making it fail by basically just giving this person carte blanche to do whatever the hell he like, and it's just basically run amok now. You know?
It's found the printing press for money.
Here's the thing.
JPEG.
And it's not just about attacking, you know, just the people who are leaving. You know, they say bad things and attack developers who've left. They attack you know, editors and writers who write anything bad about the article. I mean, the Forbes guys, PC Invasion guys, I mean, Polygon. I mean, they attack everyone and anyone who doesn't have who says anything bad about the project. And right now they have an entire subred dedicated to me because somehow, amongst all the other people who are saying bad stuff about Star Citizen, somehow I'm supposed to be king of the hill only because Chris Roberts and his gang, they were the ones who pointed the spotlight. They pointed a spotlight on me back in July and said, that's him, go get him. And that's what they did. So all they do all day long is they attack, they write all kinds of shit, they speculate. Listen, my website goes down, it's a 100-page thread. I shit you not. Let me show you one. Let me watch this. Let me show you something so you have an idea of how bad it is. This is the subreddit. Take one look at the first page and you tell me these are normal people.
How do I open the side chat?
This is my favourite Reddit. No, have a look in the pop-up thing for the actual show, mate. That's where he's sharing all of this. I have actually given Derek administrative rights here. You heard it, Star Citizens. Watch your back.
Here's the thing. Here's this. Just overnight, my host, my web host, they did a Plesk back-end update, and it prevented one of the services, NGNX, from running. And they created a whole thread about it. LOD game is down, just because the website was down. And just take a look at the thread.
I'd just like to say hi there to the Derek Smart fan club. I can just see that you've posted Derek Smart live on the open house. Greets to y'all. I'm just going to read your comments just for Derek's benefit here, just to save him from doing it later. Derek loves Star Citizen, loves it. After the usual round of false accusation, he gets too deep into theory crafting how it works, doesn't work, should work, and most of all, how he do things. That you can almost hear him splooge. I'm not sure about splooging.
Splurge, maybe?
Splurge. Since he can't be involved officially, this is his way of participating in the game he loves. You know what? I like that comment, because that's the level of sarcasm that I can appreciate. No, just know there should never be an image with Derek and splooge or fat. There's something to do with I don't know. Or fat. Absolutely no Derek fapping or splooging ever. What is this splooging? Am I missing a meme?
Okay, Robin. It's a meme that's kind of been made because of the program Archer, where they go splooge, where the female characters mean they're turned on or find something attractive or hot.
Okay.
Yep, that's what.
So splooge.
I feel so old. The most extreme obsessions have a strong sexual component. Totally made up. Well, okay, guys. You're obviously straying slightly off the mark as to what space gaming is about. I joined just as Derek claims 20 people have left CIG and have not been replaced. So CIG is just adding new office space for the heck of it, right, Derek? Okay. We got the next one here, and it's several paragraphs. Oh, holy! I said several. Big? Oh my fucking god!
It's a short novel.
Jesus Christ! Is anyone scrolling down for this? Whoa! What? Okay. That is a bit of a TLDR. I tune in. The first thing I hear is something asking Derek a question. He ignores them to continue the rant as about SC Wales. Great content. Derek implies the money launderer is in the mix. I don't want them to fail. But have you written down? Wow. I have to meet this person.
I implied that it's money laundering, not Derek. At least quote the right person.
This is just. Oh my god! I have to meet this guy. This is brilliant. Octo-Nocto-Principate. Wow. I believe Chris Roberts is scamming the gamers, but remember, he never called SC a scam. He didn't say that. Okay. That's enough gish gallop for me. I'd rather stick my head in actual manure. Well, I think you're sticking it in sand right now, because then I'm dealing with horse shit that actually has some substance to it. And it's all of this.
I like that one.
I could anyone else do a dramatic reading of this? Because apart from it's, obviously the grammar is sort of grating, but wow, this is amazing to me. Somebody sat down, Derek, for a good hour.
Oh yeah, that entire subreddit is a goldmine.
Jesus Christ!
It's an absolute case study in the human mentality. In other words, people are crazy. I mean, they theorycraft every single thing. It's like they spend the whole day monitoring what I put in my social media feeds, what happens to me, and then they go create a thread about it, and they bounce it back and forth all day long. I mean, something as simple as a web server, not even a game server, because the game servers are completely different. Something as simple as a web server going down has spawned so far 55 comments of how horrible I am. So it's they just sit there. All they do is, because the thing about it is, as much as I hate to say it, I love that they're there, because I regard that subred as herding cats.
My God,
you know where they all are. They're all in one place.
He's finished doing that diatribe, and then he replies to that diatribe with ever more diatribe. I swear,
no,
I'm
please,
actually.
no.
I mean, the thing is, it's not that long away. That's not that long away from what we were actually speaking about. So this one's 22 minutes ago. So we're getting to the point of running commentary here. Eventually, I'm going to read my own words soon. I mean, he's probably going to go, he's fucking talking about what I'm saying. Jesus Christ, guys. And then Palanto brings in a new one with bullet points.
Oh boy.
I'd just go down a little bit further, making an absolute ass out of himself. Ha ha, Derek wants to use Lumberyard. Says Lumberyard is way more advanced than Star Engine. XD. Derek still claims there's no game and SC has never come out. These are all bullet points, by the way. They are now claimed. Thank you for bullet pointing all of this, guys.
Okay, Robin, can I just butt in here? I really need to criticise that particular person. If the Star Citizen engine is better in every single way than Lumberyard,
why did they abandon it?
Why the fuck did they buy Lumberyard? Yeah.
And why the fuck are you losing your shit over them switching the engine?
I think I can actually hear autistic screeching coming from the window. Someone's just oh my God. Good effort, mate. You deserve a break. Yeah, I'm done. My brain is fried. Yes, your brain is fried, and you are done. Oh my word! Sometimes Derek is right by accident.
I'm telling you, this is what we deal with on a daily basis. You guys have no idea. This is nothing. Some of the crazy stuff we've seen, when my book comes out, you guys are gonna be absolutely shocked, because it's all in there.
That's a long book, if that's the case.
Oh, it's well, you've seen my blogs, right?
It's just one of his blogs copied and pasted.
Yeah, whoever is actually editing your book is going to really he's probably going to want to kill you.
It's a she, actually. She's having fun.
Oh right, I can see that. Yeah, whatever it is. Yeah, whoever you are, I am sorry. I am so sorry, because I've seen, I look at his blogs and I'm kind of going, Jesus Christ, Derek. You want to calm down a little bit on the writing. But then I look at these guys and it's like, my God. Just guys, could everybody stop writing so much, please? At least if you are, make a novel or something. If you've got this much skill at the old tappy, you could be making a living out of this instead of basically screeching into the wind.
I mean, come on, do what Derek did. I mean, his hobby is criticising Star Citizen, and now he's turned his hobby into a job to go alongside his job, where he's writing a novel about it.
Well,
that is a passion project, guys.
54
Look and learn.
54T4 Roth says Derek's book at first, finish LOD. Oh, shots fired.
Oh yeah.
It's like, I don't think he's heard that one before. Just like his blogs, lol. Is Sandy editing your book? I don't think so. Unless it's that Sandy. That would be funny. None of this is true! It's all lies! I work on the internet troll farm part-time. I suspect you do. For the Russians, as we all do. We're all working for the Russians. But yeah.
Always.
I mean, okay, place your bets. Place your bets, everyone. What do you reckon? How long has it got? I mean, judging from the amount of bleed, it can't be that much longer now.
Yeah, I don't know. It depends on how many whales is,
I'm looking at I'm looking at this. I'm a reader of terrain here, and the R Star Citizen channels, they just don't look quite so buoyant as they used to.
Well, they're consistently making 35, I believe, million per year.
Sorry about that.
I think it's going to enter death spiral if they don't do some kind of new content patch by.
They're making...
I don't know. The thing about it is, I mean, they have over 300 people. They have over 300 people working worldwide. That's a huge monthly burn rate. So
Exactly.
it's a huge burn rate, and we've already heard about mass layoffs coming, downsizing, and all this crap, which is why going to lumberyard, is one of the good decisions, because somebody else on the engineering side can take it from there, which would be Amazon.
Yeah, but like any company that has like hundreds of fucking developers on a single project, that's already sounds like a bloated project to begin with. Like we hear within the AAA industry, like for big games, like I can't really think of anything specific, but
Dead Space 3 is a good example.
Dead Space 3, for example. Like, well, how many do they have? Like 250?
Something like that.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The game was sold over 2 million units and was considered a financial failure.
Oh yeah, just like Lara Croft.
Yeah,
they put 250
4 million,
people on
a
that
fucking
game.
failure.
Why did they do that? There was it wasn't a very big team that did the original Dead Space, and it was a beautiful game.
That's what happens when you commercialize something to the nth degree, isn't it?
Yeah, the thing about it is you spend so much money that you get to the point where, you have to turn a profit. I mean, it's all about profit, isn't it? I mean, if you end up in a place where you sell 4 million units of a game and it is still lost money, it means that you put too much money into it. That's really what it boils down to. And that's what I'm talking about Star Citizen, where I'm saying that,
It means you haven't put enough money into it yet.
Well, yeah, I was going there. I was going to say that, and also that it's also the same thing whereby, well, you take a look and you say, well, somebody else is giving me $142 million. I'm going to build them a $30 million game.
Yeah. Speaking of spending too much money, I don't know if this has been said before, but it's been something I've been having on my mind ever since this topic has been coming up, is success or failure of this project. That guy is never gonna get to work on anything again, because no one's going to trust a guy that has this much money and has nothing to show for it years later.
He knows that. That's why they all have golden parachutes, and he knows that win, lose or draw, he's never going to work he's been gone for a long time. I mean, think about that. He didn't make it in Hollywood. He got kicked out of Hollywood pretty much the same way he got kicked out of the gaming industry, and he just came back and a bunch of idiots give him money like myself. So this is never going to come out, and when it's done, it's going to be gone. There's no way he's going to work on anything else, because I know it's not going to be crowdfunding. I know investors aren't going to give him money, and so this is his retirement gig, unless he goes back to selling cars.
To be fair to him, there is a possibility he could work in the games industry, just not as a lead on any particular platform.
True, but here's the thing. The problem with that is it's the same reason why people like Peter Molyneux and all the others have a hard time working. Just they're doing their own thing. I mean, the whole Star Citizen Chris Roberts thing has become so toxic that there's no reason that any publisher or distributor would take a chance on it unless he does his own thing again. I mean, think about it. I mean, this game fails. What chances do you think Chris has of building another company to do anything else, let alone work on something where they're going to say, "Oh, Chris Roberts is over there working at this company"? It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, I'd just like to address somebody, War Ghoul, who says, "Hey, Robin, is this your definition of success, mate? 100 people here just to troll a troll? Looks like you've made it. Welcome to YouTube fame." Yes, and thank you.
I will take that as a compliment.
I mean, if you guys look at earlier this week, we did do a 15-hour stream for how many? 500 subs?
For the 500
Yep.
subs mark.
Yep.
Just to give a bit back to the community, everybody got 1.4 minutes each. And obviously we had a really good stream on the last Saturday where we were talking about the militant middle. So fuck you, Wargall. It's getting off trolling. But yeah, let's say this. Look, we're actually here to try and just inform people. Now, of course, the Derek Smart Brigade are going to be coming along and saying hi, and hi back to you guys. And as you can see, I'm not trying to be an arsehole to you. I'm just trying to have a bit of fun. It's only Saturdays, guys. You know, it's like we could just fucking relax and, you know.
But Robin, video
have a
games are
drink.
serious business.
I know,
okay?
some serious shit. We're being serious about this because the thing is, yeah, when this fucks up, yeah, it's going to have a lot of repercussions for the industry. Apart from the fact that every single person who's ever met Chris Roberts is going to hate his fucking guts. Because basically he's micromanaged a massive project like that, which loads of people had faith in. You think about your faith as a Star Citizen person. Imagine all the developers and all the people that have been working on that thing, yeah, really hoping for that to have that to come through, and they're seeing their dreams dashed as well. You know, I don't know how many people this could actually put off making games after going through that. I mean, I know people that have gone into a job, yeah, they really think that they're going to have a great time in it and all that sort of thing. And then they have a awful experience that just puts them off doing anything ever again. And they go and end up working on a farm somewhere because they just can't fucking handle it because they get burnt out. All of that is part of this. You don't want to have people make these sort of fuck-ups because it puts a bad taste in everybody's mouth.
Robin, can you send me a YouTube thing on Skype to the stream?
A YouTube thing to the Skype on the thing?
No, can you, on Skype, send me the link to the stream?
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Guys, I have to take off in about 7 minutes. It's 6:15. I have prior engagement. I have dinner and all this stuff. So, you guys have any last questions before I leave in 7 minutes?
So when's the book coming out?
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I finished most of my part of that book back in December, actually, and I was planning on. I mean, I've got some offers from publishers. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is I want to self-publish it on Amazon, and quite possibly give it away for free to the Star Citizen community, just like I write my blogs. So I'm working on that. But the thing is, I was really waiting to cap it off with how the whole thing ended, because, you know, I write blogs all the time. I have no incentive to just rush the book out, just, you know, for whatever reason. So that's why I sent it off to get it proofread and edited. And
so just hurry up, Chris.
Yeah. So I've got
single swim. Do it quick.
It's a massive book, and I think it's a great read. And so I'm going to sit on it for a few more months. Hopefully, it'll be dead and gone, so I can write the final chapter, because I don't want to have to write a second edition.
Prince Thacker says, will there be an audio book narrated by yourself?
I don't know. I'm not a very good. The thing is, I speak very fast sometimes. So when I'm very impatient. If I read something, only the voices in my head are going to understand the half of it. So I probably won't be able to do an audiobook unless somebody else wants to do it. But no, I will not be doing
Derek
that.
Smart hears voices in his head, confirmed.
Don't, Chris, don't expand the scope of your project before you haven't finished.
Yeah, if you hear voices that say sell JPEGs, sell JPEGs.
Yeah, sell JPEGs of the blurb.
Well, here's the thing. I had thought about that, you know, sell each page as it comes out. You know, it's gonna be
a fantastic idea.
You could do. Oh no! What you could do is you could set up a Patreon page, yeah.
Right.
And basically, for every $1, they can get a photograph of the page of the book.
You know what? I have thought about it. I might just do that as a gag.
Yeah, just make sure to put a disclaimer. This is a joke. Please do not, just make sure to do that, just because otherwise people will take it.
Well, it'll be like the Cards Against Humanity guys. I mean, they do all kinds of crazy shit, right? And they get money for it.
Yeah, fuck it.
So, it'll be something like Cards Against Humanity. Yeah, you know the Cards Against Humanity people, right?
Maybe there'll be somebody who'll actually want to get the entire book that way.
They literally sold bullshit at one point.
Yeah. I've just paid $2,000 for pictures of a book. What have I done with myself? Yes, I reckon it's 2,000 pages. I reckon. Knowing him, you know, anyone else has a blog and it's like about, you know, an A4 sheet of paper's worth. He basically just brings a novel in. It's like, you did this in an hour and a half? What the fuck? What's wrong with you?
It's about flow. I told you that's how my mind works.
Indeed.
It's about flow. Once I've got you see, the thing is, before I write any blog, I always I plan it, I map it out. I have an entire Evernote ready to go with all the links and all the bullet points and all the gotchas and all this stuff. So once I start writing, it's just like I'm writing a book. I write everything out, put my links in, put my images, grab my memes and all this stuff. Boom. Next thing you know, something that was supposed to be 500 words is now 5,000. I hit send.
Okay. D. Joan K says LODs are hungry for info.
They are?
So I've got people who want to know about LOD. Yeah, how is the LOD project doing? How far have you got?
It's coming fine. We actually, I'll show you what we did. I released this bulletin. Where is my website still up? Yes, it is.
Is it like 500 pages long bulletin?
No, you'd be shocked. It's quite short actually. Here it is. It's this one. We are actually about to release our phase 3 of the vehicle system. It was supposed to release this week, but we ran into a huge blocker which we have to fix. Something to do with, when you fire a missile at these vehicles, they're supposed to explode and blow up, but some of them were not taking damage. And we didn't want to release it without that happening. We noticed that somehow the server was creating duplicate entities. So it was blowing the virtual entity and not blowing the real one, so you wouldn't see the explosion and some crap like that. So we're still in final testing. We're going to release phase 3 days now.
Are you free to play at this point with this, or is it still just for basically the early access folk?
It's just early access folk. Well, I'm coming to that. So once these planetary defense systems phase 3 are up, the next one will be the ability to control them, because right now we just did the missile system, the weapon system, so they can fire, they can track. It's all AI automated. It's actually really good, just like the ones in space. So then the next patch, maybe a month later, will allow players to actually get in them, use their weapons, drive them around, do all this crap. And at that point, that's our cutoff point. We're going to branch. We've already branched it off, and we're going to continue along with in full bore with the Unreal Engine port.
Oh, right. Okay. So it's going to be that phase. I mean,
yeah,
are you going to be updating the graphics for this as well, or?
Yeah. Well, no. Here's what we're doing. As soon as I'm actually writing a blog update for that for release next week. As soon as phase 4 from that page I just showed you, as soon as it goes live, that means we'll be feature complete. We'll have the FPS will be in, vehicles are in, aircraft are in, all this crap. What's going to be left will be the AI control androids, but those are not important enough because they're just regular vehicles. The AI control androids and the mice, the mech vehicles, we're not going to bother with those because it's just a waste of time because we already have the mechanics for them. So what we're going to do is we're going to start, the content guys are already working on all the massive content in the game because the game has a huge asset database. We're going to port, improve on, and here's a page actually, because we're going to have support for things like HDR, physics-based rendering, PBR, 4K resolution. Every single thing we can do with the Unreal Engine to boost our graphics is what we're going to do. In fact, most of the assets are all going to be done. So it's mostly right now. Once we start the Unreal Engine port, it's about 6 to 8 months engine switch, and that'll put us back on track with our PC, Xbox, and PS4. We've already been approved by Microsoft to put the game on the Xbox Game Preview, which is their Xbox version of early access. So yeah, so as soon as we do that first build, Unreal Engine will allow us to release an Unreal Engine version for early access on PC again, and then put it on the Xbox as well.
I think that's going to help you a lot with getting a lot more smoother on the animation as well, because it is a little bit sort of I've had a run around with it, and it is you've still got a lot to go with getting a bit more flow with it.
Yep, there's a lot of things. Well, that's one of the reasons why we're switching to Unreal Engine, because there's a lot of things that we can do on the graphics side, on the animation side, that we can't do now because we don't have that sort of support. So most of it is going to be completely transparent. All the gameplay mechanics, all those things are transparent. The most obvious change is going to be the huge graphics improvement that Unreal Engine allows us to do. That's what's going to be the big thing.
I'm going to look forward to that actually. Yeah, because I was looking at this and I was kind of going, well, you're out of the 90s here.
Oh
but
yeah,
not that far out. So it will be nice to see some this really sort of like the landscapes. Like you said, a graphical improvement will bring this. You've already got the models down, so obviously shaders and things like that.
This is in the current engine.
Yeah.
I mean, even though that looks as impressive as that looks, just imagine this could look even better in Unreal. Who is yawning in the fucking mic?
God, that's just rude.
I know. It's a version of "Let me fucking finish."
There you go. Somebody asked for it earlier. There we go. That's going to be your new line, man. I'm going to have to get that sort of like recorded. That'll be like basically the open house intro.
Oh yeah, let me fucking finish. Yeah, I still have I have a bookmark to that stream, by the way. That one was hilarious.
And like Liz will never come on when you're on now. She's too scared. I don't see how LOD is a game, but a current iteration of Star Citizen yet isn't. Well, guys.
What?
Guys, why are you still comparing these two?
Just a quick question for
the LOD
game. Like, what kind of game is it?
Combined Arms game. It's an FPS game in which you fight for territory, and you can use vehicles. It's FPS. And most of the game revolves around world events. Some of them like capture the flag type games with not capture the flag, but it's two factions, opposing factions, fighting for territory in space and on planets.
It sounds quite similar to PlanetSide, at least.
Yeah, I was thinking PlanetSide, but with the I saw some of the pictures and it kind of gives me the vibes.
Yeah, it's like PlanetSide and Tribe, but with a space component and a lot easier. PlanetSide 2, from my perspective, were a bit too complex.
Yeah.
We decided to go the other way with the complexity.
How dare you, Derek? How dare you pull back the scope of your game into something manageable? You asshole.
I know.
Promise the sky and deliver nothing. That's how you do it nowadays. Just do that.
Promise the sky? Promise the sky? How small a promise can you make? Derek, will your game be single player? Then he turns around and goes, no, it's the multiplayer MMO with the best single player story ever in existence.
If I pre-order, do I get a blowjob?
No, you don't get a blowjob. You get a lifetime supply of hookers.
Yep.
Yeah,
blowjobs ever.
That works for me.
All right, guys, I gotta run.
Thank you ever so much, Derek, on the behalf of Robin and
much
everybody else. Thank you for coming on.
Of course, Robin,
Thank
it's always good to talk to you, mate. And all you citizens, be nice. I'm gone now. You can see all the bad things you want.
Lovely having you, Derek. I look forward to seeing you next time there's a patch.
Absolutely. Have a good night, guys.
See you,
Many
man.
thanks.
Good night.
All right. Thanks. Take care.
Personally, as somebody who isn't very involved in this drama, I'm kind of failing to see what people say Derek's a troll about. He seemed quite reasonable to me. He didn't seem like a troll at all.
It's probably just a defense mechanism that somebody is quite high profiling, critiquing the game that they are looking forward to. Like, just look at any game that basically people pre-ordered and have like bought into the hype of it, and when you criticize and you go like, fuck you, man. Like, it's a defense mechanism. It's just the same as when you criticize someone for buying a console.
Bad time to go for a cigarette then, wasn't it? Is he gone? Oh, I didn't get to say goodbye. Never mind.
Yeah, no, I threw shit at him. He left, and he had to go. But...
Yeah.
So, like I said, if any of you guys would like to come on here and maybe make a counterpoint,
feel free to come on and talk. Like, nobody's excluded from this. Everybody is invited.
This is the open house. You know what you got to do, guys. Just down the bottom right-hand side of the corner there. This is the little arrow seen pointing in there. I made that myself. There it is. Look, at RSOL GTP. You can come on here and wag chin with the rest of us.
Do we have to let people on that use the word cuck a lot?
And anybody who uses the word cuck, if you just put cuck in there right now, you'll see what happens, guys.
Alright, I'll try that. I won't get banned, won't I?
Try it.
Are you feeling lucky, Punk? By the way, just reading the chat, Matrix, would you be able to come on and talk with us? You seem relatively reasonable. Like, I just want to hear from somebody who's
No, Jan.
more anti.
No, Jan. You would have been look, here's the thing, Jan. All you have to do is be polite. I mean, imagine that. I mean, you could say, Derek, that's untrue, and here's why. You know?
Yeah.
That's all you got to do. If he said something that is incorrect, you could have come on and just corrected the man.
Yeah, the link's right there.
Yeah.
I mean,
The show is still going,
right
guys.
guy for this.
Just because you're now Derek free, that doesn't mean that the subject is closed, unless you think the subject is about Derek Smart, which it isn't. It's about Star Citizen. So please, I welcome you to come on and give some counterpoints.
Wait, Derek Smart isn't the owner of Star Citizen?
I'm afraid not.
But
you,
I thought the scope of Star Citizen expanded so much.
I'm sure you're all looking forward to
Derek
the release of LOD when it does come out. And
I guess actually looks interesting.
Yeah, I've been given a bit of a copy here. He gave me a free copy. So just thought I'd disclose that for all of you. That's why I've been so nice to him, because he gave me a free copy.
Remember, full disclosure. Fuck's sake, Robin.
Yeah,
What was Game
exactly.
Over
I
Game?
did this I said it ages ago. He did it on the stream, but I've played it and I've given him a lot of feedback on it, and you know, there's loads to do, you know. But then again, he's got a small team. And the engine that he's using, of course, he's going to upgrade it to Unreal. And I actually, I'm looking forward to him improving the look of that game, and it might run a bit better, because at the moment it's running pretty shoddy. And
yeah, it seems very early as well, so it's hard to tell if it's going to be any good.
It's been going for quite some time, but like I said, it's a very small team. It's like about 12, 16 guys tops, I think it was.
Yeah, and for a game of that scope, it's going to take a while.
It's a big scope. Yeah, it's if anything, a little bit too big, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah, I was going to say that's it sounds, and I think
massive.
Honestly, actually, I think like Derek is kind of falling into the same pitfall as Chris Roberts does, to a much smaller extent.
Yeah,
over ambition.
Yeah, I think he could have actually done himself a lot more favors and actually bringing the scope down a bit on that one. Yeah, I think he's looking to get 192 players on a map at a time.
What's the term? Pack rat syndrome, right? Like trying to throw everything you can possibly think of into something.
Well, I think this is
Yeah.
his final thing. This is his last game, from what he was saying. This is his
no
retirement
doubt about
game. Yeah. So I think I think a lot of the old developers want to realize a dream, you know.
Yeah.
Best of luck to him for that. I mean.
But actually, I remember guys have probably heard about like Razorfist making a video on it with like the BattleTech guys. I think they put it pretty well in a stream they did, where they said like game development is like it's 10 pounds of game ideas in a 5-pound bag. Like you can only achieve so much.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest. I at one point followed the development of like a fan fighting game.
Right, Jan
Kruger. Oh, he wants
on? No. Jan here is saying, why didn't you criticize Derek while he was on stream? Chochmah here.
A lot.
Yeah, Chochmah here was the probably heading up that tip of the spear. My job is not here to bitch at you. Okay? My job is to facilitate a discussion. Imagine I'm here to try and be a reasonably neutral observer. Now, I've been watching this. My neutrality has led me to believe that there are some serious problems within CIG. And, well, that's down to the evidence that is being presented here.
And if you feel like you
right
contribute
now,
something,
yeah, if you want to convince me otherwise, I'm open to discussion. Please convince me that this is going to be A-OK. And the fact that this is just delayed and almost every single promise that has come out has been basically delayed. Go for it. I'm open to you, please. And he's sitting there going, "Oh, neutral, ha." Yeah, we'll go. Come on the stream. Come on the stream and have a chat.
Not to
Convince
give
me.
him any ideas.
You
he's
obviously,
probably just gonna
yeah,
come on and
Wargo,
shout.
you obviously know exactly what's right with this project, and then it's going to be working perfectly fine. So inform me thusly. Yes, that's right. The only evidence is being presented by Derek Smart. That's right, because you're not presenting the evidence, guys. You're just sitting there getting upset. That's all that's happening here. Yes,
Well, I'm sorry for the bad joke,
I do know the definition of neutral, and what it is not siding with you any more than it's siding with Derek. I don't know if you've noticed, but when I was talking to him about this, a lot of things I can agree with somebody on and still be neutral. Hello there, Pug. How you doing, mate?
Matrix, feel free to come on.
Look, so tempted to go on. Come, Matrix, come the fuck on. If you've got some information here that is Derek beating, okay, I'm willing to listen to you. I'm not here to argue with you. This isn't a debate. It's a discussion.
If I'd like to interject with something real quick.
Because as many streams as we've had what? 2 of them actually come in here.
Yeah. So, guys, I know you're keyboard warrioring here, and you're sitting behind the screen, but honestly, at RSOL GTP, bring yourself in here, and you can tell me what we've got wrong.
I suggest growing a pair and buying a mic.
Wargo. I'm not siding with anybody here. I'm merely facilitating this person telling you his thoughts. I'm here to basically discuss it with him.
And
now,
also,
if you come
please
in
remember
and you
that
can tell
nobody
me,
here wants to be wrong. If you are right, we'll try our best to admit it to ourselves. Come on.
Can I just interject something real quick? In regards to the question of why we didn't really say it, like basically discuss against Derek while you're here. In my case, it's probably just a bit of intimidation, but I really don't want to get that guy shouting at me or something like that, or starting a debate because
no one does.
Okay. Look, take it like this. Look, I don't know shit about.
Stop
the
being
whole
scared
Star
of the guy. He's a pussycat, honestly.
Yeah, I fucking
It's
know.
like,
my point is, like, I don't want to start a debate with the guy because I know jack shit about Star Citizen.
Express myself properly, but I'm not sorry. Yeah, Jan, that's fair enough, Jan. Okay. Obviously, by the looks of it, your English is probably, at least your written English is probably better than most English people. So, I'll give you that, mate.
So come on, just the one.
So yeah,
I like to see that, boy.
Yeah, I would say that most people who speak English as a second language tend to do better than most of the Brits. To be frank,
I would agree.
So
I
wouldn't worry too much.
Something out of Derek,
and Jan,
for example.
Yeah, and Jan, if your English is a little lacking and stuff like that, yeah, we can help you out in this. We can maybe help you with the translation, whatever that issue might be. But regardless, guys, this is a discussion. It's an open house. For a reason. Any of you can come on right now. You could have come on through this entire stream and had a good old, get Chris in here if you want, and he can come and convince me.
There's still time, dude.
Yeah.
Just go for it. Unless you don't know
If you speak German or Dutch, I can translate you.
But if you're just going to sit there and just whine and moan and bitch about the fact that we're not holding up, sort of like holding Derek's feet to the fire. Yeah, that's... First of all, it's not really my job. I'm just here to basically get people to chat. One of the great things about having Derek on is that I can have a fag whenever I like.
Yeah, it's very true, actually.
Yeah, I can just go outside, have a cigarette, come back, and
not worry about Dada.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and I forgot to say cuck a few times. Cuck.
Anyone.
If I can go on the rest of my life without ever hearing the words cuck or SJW ever again, it would be too soon.
SJW cuck.
Fuck the SJW cuck.
Yeah, but here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing you have to realise that you have to understand is that game. No, I'm talking about the guys in the side chat here.
I know.
That game has got a lot of money behind it. Far too much money behind it. And the technical aspects that you require in order to get that game through, yeah. It's just not gonna. It's you'll get something. You'll get something there. You might the game looks great. There's some really the team behind it.
Very talented people.
Yeah, he's managed to hire the very, very best people to do the very, very best graphics. But the technical aspects of actually being able to make all of this coalesce, that's where you're going to struggle. You know, you're just not going to be able to do first-person shooting with like 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 people on screen at once, and it's going to work out all fine and dandy.
Yeah.
Just isn't going to happen. That's not Derek's opinion. That's an opinion of somebody who's been playing games since they were 6. I'm 39, guys. I've been playing games for 36 years, for 33 years now. Okay.
Well, wasn't there actually an MMO that did that though?
Did what? Sorry.
Hundreds of people shooting at each other all at the same time.
That sounds like PlanetSide
1 and 2.
Which also came with many problems.
Well, that also, guys, it wasn't in space.
Yeah, no, that was one element of it.
It had so, we're talking about people who are thinking that they're going to be able to be shooting at their mate on the side of a planet, and they're going to look up at a space station that's in space and see ships surrounding it shooting away at it. This is the level that these guys are thinking that they're going to be able to manage here.
I don't think we even have a computer capable of calculating that.
No. Well, there's a couple in the world. I mean, one's owned by administrators. One's owned by the American
I have done programming, and I have done game development in the level of modding and music for computer games. I know quite a few people in the games world. I was working alongside people who were able to make a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up using set-top boxes for Sky. These are the old Amiga types and things like that. So I'm not completely useless. I've got a friend who has his own development company. He's just released a game. So I'm not a complete idiot, I'm afraid. Sorry.
By the way, to respond to Machines in chat, who said, but with so many talented people working for them, it just makes zero sense that they would continue to work if the scope is as impossible as you think. In my opinion, I don't know someone else's personal reasons for, joining a company, but for me, a paycheck's a paycheck.
I'd fucking do it if I was.
Well, also, you've also got to remember.
Question, you have to see they're working on different aspects of the game. For example, if you tell the guys in Frankfurt, Germany, can you do a procedural generated planet inside CryEngine? They can do it, and probably it takes them 2 weeks to do some proof of concept, and then a couple of months to do it, work on it. But the problem here is that that's not enough, because you also need the AI guys to have their NPCs walking around a planet and navigating on a planet, and then it becomes a whole different game, and the asset streaming has to work and all that stuff, meaning that the different departments can do that, can do those lofty goals, but to integrate it all into one thing at the end,
that's an entirely different thing. Yeah,
somewhere between hard and impossible, I guess.
I'm still wondering if we have, because we're still using 62-bit fucking architecture here.
64.
That seems a little past that. I mean, Minecraft, Minecraft hits the edge of that.
That's not really actually the difference between, say, 16 and 32 is quite vast, and the difference between 32 and 64 is incredibly
exponential.
Vast. Yeah, it's.
There's no point developing 128-bit yet, because we don't actually know how to use that much.
There's no architecture that could use it.
Actually, guys, there is. The thing is, when you're talking about computer hardware and stuff like that, your graphics card uses probably either 256-bit or 364-bit memory addressing, for example. Okay. My computer is 512-bit. I have a quad pump memory. So there's, when you talk about bits, you could say that my computer is a 512-bit computer. If you just talk about the memory. Yeah, if you just
I'm confused.
If you just talk about the memory addressing, okay. So most
you're not. You're referring to the standard width of the registers within the CPU when you're talking about 32,
that's
16.
Right. This is with 64-bit when it comes to the process and stuff like that. I mean, people used to use these sort of tricks. You know the Jaguar? Do you remember the Jaguar?
No,
Jaguar console? It was a... No? Never heard of the Jaguar?
Never heard of no, sorry.
Oh, right. It was being touted as like a 64-bit computer. But it was just the memory addressing that was 64-bit. 2 times 32. That's all.
Yeah, where's the point of having 64-bit memory addressing? When did the Jaguar come out?
Well, it just meant that you can access more memory out of it. If you're using a 32-bit processor, for example, it means that you can use twice as much. It's just doubling the bandwidth up. That's all. Really. But like the issue that we're coming up with at 64-bit, you can have something as far as sort of like the size and scope of a solar system reasonably well done. And I mean, as far as I know, with graphics cards and stuff like that, you could actually go up to 128. Pointless, I know, but you can get 128-bit Z buffers.
By the way, to respond to Machines in chat, who said, I would definitely grant you that it may seem like an enormous challenge, but we are not the RSI development team, and we don't actually know just how much Star Engine, or what it's called, has changed. Yes, no, you're right, but as consumers, as everyone else in here is, what game has proven that this is a good development model?
And
like,
what we're talking about is the very idea that you can't do, say, walk on a planet and then look out to the planet and see this, a space station and fly up to that space station. That's not the bit that we're trying to say is impossible. That's not the bit. We're talking about the bones coming up to behind it. Exactly. 64-bit, 18 quintillion, sorry. It's a big number.
Yeah, and believe it or not, the edge of Minecraft, that is why it exists.
Yeah, but... Shut up, Pug. Anyway.
Isn't it the same as, like,
Stop
No
talking about
Man's Sky?
fucking Minecraft. It's got nothing to do with it, you stupid dog. Anyway.
Minecraft is the exact opposite that happened. It is a game that promised nothing, that came out of literally nowhere, and made everyone amazed at it.
Yes.
Yeah.
What we're talking about here is the promise that was being sort of touted was the idea of you basically going, like surrounded by loads and loads of players, like hundreds, maybe even thousands of players on screen at once from all over the world, and you're all basically in some sort of ginormous battle. It's not going to happen, guys. That little dream there, just put that to the side.
Hell, do we even have the internet architecture
You don't.
to do
Yeah,
that?
you don't have the internet architecture to do that. And even if you did, light can only travel so fast. And you're
it travels as fast as my fields do. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, don't you know, Smart Citizen doesn't use light in the internet cables, it uses bad news, as we all know that's about 7 times faster than light.
Stuart, if you would like to approach Dan Perry and say to him that there is an open house chat here, that we've just been talking to Derek Smart, and you'd like him to come on here and basically defend his project, then please do. I'm happy. I was going to shut up shop very soon, but I tell you what, if your man comes on here and he wants to have a chat, and he wants to tell us all that it's all absolutely possible, you're going to have hundreds of thousands. They never said hundreds or thousands of players. Are you fucking kidding me?
One of the early advertising thing they made is they went on and on and on about a single instance, a single persistence universe, a single world.
What do you think?
Players can meet and coalesce. What else can that mean other than one server and one load where every single player in the game can all go to the same space station and crash into it for fun, so everyone can go buy a little tiny skateboard and launch it at, I don't know, Gibraltar, for example. Right
now, you can barely get 16 players in an instance right now without the thing crashing. And
that's server fucking issue.
Yeah, well, that's the worst. Well, it's not just that; it's the fact that you're actually using this very large space as well. This is the problem. Because those are big numbers to be floating around. You've got to remember that if it's 64-bit on your computer system, it's also 64-bit when it's running down an 8-bit network. TCP/IP can only do so much, guys. They've got to send those numbers out themselves. This is why you've got sort of like 300 milliseconds odd delay here for positioning.
Which is why they're still using the same old fucking, way of dealing with that.
By the way, to respond to War, who said notice his use of words, I'm assuming Robin, defends the project because what they're doing is attacking it. No, please feel free to come on, yet again, but it's nothing about defending or attacking. I promise you, I will say this openly, if Star Citizen comes out and is everything that it was promised to be, I will spin on a fucking dime. I will carve fancy that into the side of my cock with a compass if it does come out in the state that they promised.
I could tell you one thing.
Dude,
if it does come out in the state
that seems
that
like
they
a rather
promised, I
that's
will
a dangerous.
most certainly buy it.
That's
it's fine.
That's a dangerous promise.
No,
if
it's fine.
Star Citizen comes out in the way they promised,
Okay,
I'm happy to
you're
buy
obviously a man who doesn't have
Right
respect for your
then.
penis, really. That's all I can say.
Oh, trust me, with the
Quoting,
things I've done with it, I already know that.
He's quoting and
We're not talking about your girlfriends.
Who's their girlfriends?
So yeah, Ben, if you're out there, if you are listening, you probably are. Come on, please.
No one's asking you to speak in a professional capacity. However, if you have another perspective that you think would be relevant to the discussion, please feel free.
Wait, just look at me. I got on here. I'm now a regular member. When I started the trolling Robin first.
And then you realise that was probably not the best of ideas.
Yeah, this is what we're here for, mate. That's all. I mean,
I
people.
got on
That's
here.
what troll he had.
If that is
trying
you,
to get us
Ben,
to kill everyone.
if that
Yeah,
is you,
see about that.
yeah, if that really is you, Ben, is this bait? Yes, I'm baiting you onto coming to the open house, and after basically Derek Smart, obviously from all of these people basically dissing your project, I invite you, please come and convince us, please, that it's going to be okay.
And something I'd like the citizens know.
I'm not going to I'm not
None
here
of us want to see the game succeed.
I'm not here to hold your feet to the fire here or anything like that yet. I just want to listen to your side of the story there. That's all. I'm not some. Yeah, you're a programmer. Brilliant. Please, Ben, come on down.
Robin, you forgot my Twitter feed. Or my Twitter handle.
Yeah, if you have a look at RSOL GTP just down there, just send us a little message, mate. Follow me so I can DM you, unless you've got your DMs open already, which I very much doubt that you are. And I can just give you a Hangout link here, mate, and you can be a hero to this lot. And they need a hero because they've just had basically Derek Smart tell them that their project's basically in the dirt. So please, now's your chance. I'm looking at my Twitter feed right now. Come on in. And don't worry, mate. Look, I'm 39 years of age. I've spoken to plenty of devs already. I'm not in the mood of just basically having some gotcha or any of that sort of crap. Let us know, mate.
And I know he has patience because we've been friends since 2014, so that should be proof enough.
Yeah, he's definitely got patience. I mean, he's dealt with me from about that point, too. And that takes some fucked up amount of patience.
Yeah.
It's lack of valuing one's own time.
So yeah, I'm perfectly willing to hear everybody's side of the story here. This is what the open house is for. I don't, I'm right now. Yeah, if you have a look at the title of this, yes, I'm looking at this project from the information that I've had there, and I'm seeing this. You're running on delays here. Help us out here, mate. Tell us. And that's that. We all went quiet.
Yeah.
No, I was just reading the chat.
Oh, does anyone here actually want the game to come out? Because I really want
I would love for it to come out. I would love for it to come out and be everything it was promised.
And two, if it fails, fuck me. Games like Kerbal Space Program, Warframe, and such like that, they're no longer going to be able to be made because crowdfunding is going to die the second this game does.
I don't think that's true.
No, it won't.
I don't think that's true. I think that they, for example, I mean, Kickstarter. It's not on Kickstarter anymore. It's been off there for quite some time.
Well, if you think about Kickstarter, most of the projects fail. It hasn't stopped anybody from fucking giving money.
Yeah, people, these things have got to run on faith. And Ben, if that is really you, you really have to maybe have a look at the state of play in, say, the Reddit community there. I remember sort of like looking around in that Reddit community a couple of years ago. Everybody was in a really buoyant mood. And these days, they do seem to be feeling a bit of burnout with this. And I think they really need to have something really special come out there. And if you've, I'll say this: it seems that more than anything that I've spotted out of this is reminiscent of Freelancer. I know Chris is a guy who really wants to get it right first time. And so he puts in a lot of effort to get that first time right feel. But I think he's probably got himself a little bit into the micromanaged scale. And that can be quite detrimental to a project. I'm sure you understand this. I know jack shit about the things that you really want to know. Ben, to be honest with you, mate, I'd just like to know your opinion on this, and
just in general,
and
yeah.
what
Like you don't have to speak for
and
anybody.
what you know. Yeah, you can just speak for yourself, Ben. Honestly, mate.
Nobody wants to ruin or sabotage your life in here. Feel free to answer any questions that you're comfortable with answering, and if you feel that it's out of your realm of expertise, just say. Let's know.
Let's not say nobody. I would perfectly be willing to do that. I just don't have the ability.
Pug, you're referring for cunt, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and?
Well, just that.
It's not a very common trait.
And I've actually just had a message from Derek, just basically saying, yeah, I heard you got one of the programmers in there. He's been one of the persons I've been publicly sparring with. I've just said, fair enough. I'm happy to have him on to give his to give him a chance to say his side. You know me. Enjoy your meal. Like I said, mate, I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to facilitate. So if you'd like to have a chat, just send me a little message on Twitter, and I'll be right here for you. And you can say whatever you want to say. It's all right.
He's here to facilitate. I'm here to aggravate. That's how this works.
It's a good thing that Robin has the ability to mute you.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm just here serving the drinks. That's all.
No scotch, though.
Very rarely the barman's friend.
You can be the bartender's friend as long as you have money.
Yeah, pretty much. And it's as long as he's on shift, yeah.
I was referring to the club underneath the table.
The club?
The club?
Barman's friend.
Oh.
Oh.
No. There goes that analogy, and there goes that pillow.
Ben, what's your Twitter handle, mate?
What are you doing to the pillow?
Ben, if you could type your Twitter handle in there, mate, I'll just say hi to you. And then I can send you this. You can decide for yourself if you'd like to come in. Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of people have been worried about if Star Citizen fails, that say Kickstarter itself is going to take a big hit.
I don't think that.
It's this is just one of the biggest projects, and
there has been many colossal fuck ups already. Like if that was true, we would have seen some backlash through the other disappointments through Kickstarter, which there have been plenty.
A Hat in Time.
I mentioned
that one's done.
Have we had Rick Bearcat says, have we already had a discussion about transparency in regards to SC? There you go. Well, there you go, Clue Master. I suspect you've probably noticed that I've looked at you on LinkedIn as well, Ben. Honestly, Ben, oh my God, those sunglasses are awesome. Yeah, I'm just gonna say I can't send you a link anyway. But here I am, honestly, mate. I'm not here to give you some shit. Okay, I know you've probably come to a few sort of spats with Mr. D Smart, but tell us your side of things, mate. It's up to you. I'm saying this.
Left, so.
Yeah.
I always think it's a shame when people are very quick to cry foul about you're not giving us a fair and open discussion, yet are unwilling to come on and have a fair and open discussion.
We're
It's
right
kind of
here.
a catch-22.
that one.
I would generally
Like you
just be
ever
interested
check your
in stuff
LinkedIn.
because-
Exactly. It's like somebody uses LinkedIn? What the hell? We all have to use it, but nobody ever actually uses it. We're just
I
on
get
it.
annoyed by LinkedIn.
Yeah.
When you're actually
I
asking
don't.
technical questions on the Star Citizen forums, you never get an answer. That'd
Okay,
be
okay.
great.
I may be a bit of a newbie here, but what's LinkedIn?
What's
It's-
LinkedIn?
Imagine a social network for business professionals.
that nobody
okay,
ever
okay.
uses.
I see why I have never heard of it.
I never check LinkedIn. I know.
Even I know about LinkedIn, and I am definitely not a business professional.
But
Yeah,
Ben,
but
Ben,
I'm not in the workforce, dude.
here's my pitch to you, Ben.
Just got out of high school.
Here's my pitch to you, Ben. Right now, you've got a lot of your Star Citizens here, some of your avid fans, and they are complaining about the fact that I'm not facilitating anyone with a counterpoint. Okay, I personally think Chochmah had plenty of counterpoints. I'm here to facilitate the debate as it is. I'm not here to take sides, really. And if it's going to be just Derek, then I'm going to be basically just getting him to talk here. Now, if you come on, I'm going to be doing the same to you, mate. That's all. I'm not here to bitch at you. I'm not here to put you under pressure. Just to chat. I'll come on, but I won't talk about Star Citizen while I'm there. Does that mean I'm off topic? Ben, just come on, and we'll just have a chat anyway. If you just follow me, mate, and I can then DM you through Twitter, and I can just send you a link that away.
Off topic. Hey, that's like basically
The
this
open house
entire
also.
thing.
Yeah, we also do off topic pretty well as well.
Did we ever
Yeah.
have a topic?
How did you think we got like 15 hours last time?
Why is it the longest Robin's ever done?
That's not the longest, no.
What was?
Yeah, that's not the longest.
The longest was 65 hours.
I believe I was there for us watching Gay Niggas in Outer Space. That was a very interesting time.
Yeah, see, you can't get 65 hours of watching space niggas. What did you call it?
James.
Gay Niggas from Outer Space.
James.
Gay niggas from outer space. 65 hours of that. I
James-
think
No,
we're
that
tired
was a
of
small
Yeah,
portion of it.
Yeah, James.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like different
Exactly.
topics. Can,
Come
like,
on in,
stretch
Ben.
it out.
Don't worry, mate. Don't worry. Just follow me on Twitter, mate, and I can basically DM you.
We can talk about Rayman.
Yeah.
Media review impersonation.
And James, as you say, there are, and in there lies the problem. Derek has pretty much toxified any potential constructive criticism by the way he has acted. To be honest with you, James, I don't think that you've really been fair there. I would say that a lot of the toxic behaviour that you're complaining about has actually come from those who have got themselves into somewhat of a cult-like sort of state there. You're not necessarily, we've had the same thing with Gamergate. When anyone's trying to actually be constructive, they're instantly dismissed as some sort of harasser. And that's no way to go about it. Now, Derek just made a blog, and from that point on, things just got mental. Now, the fact that Derek is somewhat of a firebrand gentleman is beside the point. I mean, if you want to complain about the behaviour of one, you have to obviously come in and complain about the behaviour of the other. Not true, Robin. Wargore, come on, mate. Let's be, go. I don't know many people. I've said things about sort of Star Citizen. Yeah, where is my Reddit stream? Where is my Reddit feed talking about that Robin Gethin bloke? Why is he saying things? Why is it that everyone's decided to pick on him? Why? Because he said something. He made a blog about it. It's just some developer from nowhere, isn't it? I'll be honest with you guys. Yeah, there's some toxic elements within the Star Citizen community that strike out at the mere thought that there may be something wrong, and a lot of people have complained about that.
To be fair to the Star Citizen fans, I don't think that's exclusive to just Star Citizen.
Exactly.
I think that's a problem for
the
all
majority,
games in general.
the majority of people within Star Citizen and stuff like that, they probably don't even care about what Derek Smart is saying.
They're just waiting for a game.
That's right.
Like all they're waiting for is this game to come out, and they hope it ends up all right. The ones lashing out is that small vocal community. Unfortunately,
I've sent you the link there, mate. So you've just got to click on that link, and you'll be propelled through the power of the internet straight into my noggin. Come on down. It's basically a Google Plus account that you have. So you should. If you just click on that and you've signed in with your Google account, you should just pop up, mate.
Why did that sound so sexual?
Because I always sound sexual.
Robin always sounds sexual.
Exactly.
He could be talking about tea and make it sound erotic.
Milk, 2 sugars.
Oh, that kind of reminds me of a joke someone made. Remember that whole like consent video where they basically made the entire allegory about tea? Where you make someone a cup of tea and you don't want it?
I found that video quite strange. I mean, who in the world doesn't want a piping hot cup of tea?
Listen to that rhetoric. He put a target on his own back, Robin.
I don't really like hot things.
No. This is Wargle. He put a target. So, in other words, yeah, his behaviour warrants you putting a target on his back. That's.
Hello?
That's a bit rude.
Hey.
Hello, Ben. Welcome.
Is that working? Oh, I'm going to have to mute one of these, aren't I?
Yeah, the stream.
Yeah,
is
just
really
mute
best
the stream.
idea.
I'm sorry, you're just going to have to lose the jazz. Sorry about that, mate.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Now he's not interested.
Yeah, fuck it, guys, I'm gone.
How are you doing?
Fucking jazz, man.
Yeah, well, I was going to go to bed, but I thought I'd make some, poor decisions instead and come on the stream.
Excellent. Welcome to just a room full of poor decisions.
Yeah, all my best decisions are made about midnight.
Hey, now, I make great decisions.
No, you are my poor decision, Pug. Anyway.
Yeah.
I let you on, and well, here we are. So Ben, just to inform any of our more ignorant listeners, just let us know who exactly you are.
I'm a programmer on Star Citizen. I work on the graphics team.
Oh, fantastic.
So when you say you're programming on the graphics team, is that shaders, that sort of thing?
Yeah, shaders and that kind of thing.
So you're well into the PBR, all that sort of business then, yeah?
Oh, I love that shit, yeah.
Yeah, everyone loves that shit right now. I do a lot of work on Blender and stuff like that, so we're just about to have that coming into the fold completely. So I'm really looking forward to that, to be honest. So you're obviously, you were saying about programming the graphics, so you don't necessarily have the capacity for the back end, or at least you must have a reasonable understanding of what's going on there. Yes.
I obviously, I pick up vague. Obviously, I talk to other coders and that kind of thing, but I don't want a guy coming on here talking about what they do, and I don't want to talk about what they can do.
I don't want to put you in. Yeah, I don't want you breaching any NDAs here. And obviously, you've seen over
or
the
fucking
last...
getting it wrong, to be quite honest.
Yeah, of course, everyone makes mistakes. Yeah, no, that's completely reasonable.
Enough.
You're talking from your own personal capacity and your opinions, and that's it.
Yes, but also, I don't want to talk about the company from my own.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Would you like to talk about your personal...
It's an internal view of the whatever, or
No, of course.
Don't worry about it.
Would you like to talk about your previous experience within the games industry, or?
I guess I could do that.
So you worked with Frontier as well?
Yeah, I was lead on the graphics team there as well.
I love you. You're my favourite now. I like this guy.
All right. Just to roll
and
back.
I bitched about 32-bit and 64-bit there. This is what I do. This is what I run.
I'm a bit unsure about this, but what is Frontier, real quick?
Sorry?
What is this Frontier you guys are talking about?
Frontier Development.
They made Elite Dangerous.
Oh, okay.
I am a huge David Braben fan. I played original Elite. I basically lost far too many years of my life to Elite 2.
I can also confirm that Robin gushes over Elite in private as well as public.
Verbally or physically.
And streams it endlessly, for that matter.
Yeah, exactly.
And from what I understand, David is very nice.
He's nice, yeah.
He's just nice, isn't he, David? He's just a nice person. He actually was in charge of founding the Raspberry Pi as well, wasn't it?
Was he?
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Did you not know this pigeon? Yeah.
No.
He was founding member for all of that sort of business. He's always been into that sort of thing.
I think he got an OBE for that.
That man's a genius. I'm sorry, he just is. There's not many geniuses out there in the world, but that guy just basically just turns his hand to anything.
Actually, believe it or not, there's a lot of geniuses out there. 0.1% of the population is actually a really big number.
Yeah, but not on the internet.
Not when we look at the globe as a whole, you idiots.
So when did you actually get involved? You got involved in April 2013, so that was around the beta stage, wasn't it?
Sorry, of which? I'm confused now.
Oh, forget about Star Citizen. Fuck that. That's doomed anyway.
No, I've been working at.
Let's talk about the successful game.
Oh no.
2013 April is when you came in there. I'm looking at your LinkedIn, mate. You did bother to update this, so you know.
Yeah, there was a weird thing where I worked there, I then quit, I then immediately got laid off at the new job, then I was technically a freelancer, then I worked there again, not as a freelancer again. So there's just this.
Yeah.
If I list my previous employment, it just says like Frontier Developments like 3 different times.
So that must have been before the alpha came out then.
Oh yeah, like I joined the team. I may have been the second programmer on the team. I mean, different people went on and off it. So, like, a lot of people were the second programmer on the team at different times. But yeah, I officially moved to it just before the Kickstarter, and then, I remember making a plan for it that involved basically trying to schedule the entire graphics development plan as if I was going to be the only person on the team for the entire project. Just like, oh yeah, planets, that's 2 weeks. Ships, 3 weeks, let's say. That almost fits into a year. Yeah, fuck it. And then I found out that we were actually getting staff, and it didn't end up working as much as my design said.
Yeah, that sounds quite like the taxing job.
Being a lead on anything is a very taxing job, from what I can understand.
Have to make plans in 2 weeks. Yeah, I will.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Yes,
I'd
just like to inform James Brand that isn't the music from the Go Compare advert. No, the Go Compare advert was taking music from that tune. Okay, just thought I'd get that sorted out. It was just basically it's over there. It's an old war tune basically. So we're just having some questions coming in. So if anybody's got this, you literally just twisted everything I said, Robin LaFrance. No, I didn't. Shush. Ben, are you pleased with the literal progress of Star Citizen? That's from Rick Bearcat.
With the what?
With the literal progress of Star Citizen. I'm not quite sure what that means completely, but I think.
Are you happy with your employment? Is what he's asking.
Yeah, I like working there. It's lovely.
How dare you? How dare you not put yourself on the chopping block and shit on your current employees? How dare you?
What are you doing? Saying you
Are
enjoy
you an
your
adult?
job? Nobody likes their job. You should turn around and say it's the worst job in the world, and you want them to all go and die in a fire.
Yeah,
okay. I'm going to ask
job.
Ben one on this one. Yeah. Best engine. What do you reckon?
Oh, favourite
engine.
And this is purely for graphics because that's your area of expertise.
That I've worked in, or that I.
Just your favourite in general, anything.
I mean, you
worked on
you're
it,
a reasonably
if you want to
experienced
work on
chap.
it.
Have you had a good play around with various engines when it comes to basically programming the graphics?
No, frankly, I haven't. I keep making plans to. Like, I keep wanting to try out Unreal 4 because all the demos look so good. But
you should.
I'm betting it's a grass is greener kind of thing.
Well,
usually
every engine looks like it does fucking everything perfectly until you start trying to do anything with it. Although I've heard of cleaner and has collected less junk over the years because it's only been there for like a year or so.
What was that? Sorry, what engine?
I was saying Unreal 4 probably has less accumulated junk in it on the basis that it's not had much time to accumulate junk yet.
Yeah.
So I hope it's nice. And yeah.
Well, have you seen the game?
smart work.
Have you seen the game they came out with to basically cut their teeth on it, Paragon?
I've seen bits and pieces, but I don't play that kind of shit. So
yeah, it's a MOBA.
It's not really.
So,
yeah.
I
If I started playing MOBAs, I would stop eating.
Yeah, you just walk around and look at shit. Well, that's exactly what I do. I just go on it and just kind of go, "This is gorgeous how I'm dead." But it's it does look pretty psychedelic, man.
I'm still gonna stick with Dota because I'm weird like that.
No, we're not going to talk. We're not going to talk
you're
about
just
MOBAs.
a casual dude.
Stop.
You just have some masochism.
We're talking about my favourite subject, which is graphics. Okay, so hush your mouth, doggy.
It's unobligatory.
So we're not going to talk about my favorite subject.
Go to your bed. To your bed. Go on. Shoo. Go on.
Bad pun.
This is the only way to treat him, I'm afraid.
So world destruction's off the topic list.
That's no way to dominate a world by killing everyone.
Okay.
But
then I
we've
guess I
got
don't have much to say.
Inglorious Machine. Yeah, everyone agrees. Unreal 4. It looks like. Yeah, I think you should have a look into that one, Ben. Inglorious Machine says at Ben Perry. What do you play in your spare time?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question.
I kind of spent the last year trapped in XCOM Long War. I started it.
Masochist.
I was like, how long could this war be? I mean,
I've already finished that. That's not that hard. Come on.
I've heard that Long War 2's in development, right?
No, they said.
Didn't they cancel that?
Did they? Oh, I'm.
No, XCOM 2 World War 2 is out.
Oh,
I got actually lucky with Long War because my Iron Man save file broke.
So yeah, I thought those guys that were the guys that made the first Long War mod wanted to make a grand strategy game instead. So they just they released some add-on packs that gave you some sort of Long War-ish stuff to play with, but they're busy making Europa Universalis of XCOM or something.
What?
That's a good way of explaining it for any grand strategy fans out there.
I'm currently playing EU4.
Well, imagine what that would be like if it had a Sky Ranger in it. I mean, that sounds good to me.
That sounds terrible.
And what were the bloody monsters in XCOM 1? What were the arsehole little insect things that turn people into zombies?
Chrysalids.
Yeah.
Sorry, you said what were those assholes in XCOM, and I needed clarification there. Which ones you
There's
meant?
many assholes. Yeah, there was.
Oh, come on.
The big shouty asshole that jumps up and punches you, the smaller asshole that you can't hit,
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy who gets full fucking cover from half cover, that guy. Fuck
That
guy.
sounds like bullshit.
Well, that one guy in your team that always has the 99% chance to hit. That never.
My friends want me to point out I've also been playing Pony Island and Hatterful Boyfriend.
Oh, those are great games. I loved Hatterful Boyfriend.
Oh, yeah.
As a pigeon, I can fully endorse that game.
As a pigeon.
I am a pigeon. I'm not a person.
I didn't realise you recommend things due to your identity. That was.
I do when it's relevant. Identity politics 101.
Oh boy.
You're a furry. Can we kill him?
No, I'm not a furry.
Yes.
I have
It's
some
if
self-respect.
you can catch
not
him.
much, but
That's the
some.
thing. Catch
Yeah.
the pigeon.
All the single furries. Do we need to say that?
I could have swore all furries were single.
To be fair to furries, I know of one in real life, and he is not single. Very interesting little hobby that. He spends thousands of pounds on fursuits. He has a great old time. More power to him.
Well, the fact that he has that much money to waste is probably the only reason he has a girlfriend.
No, he has a boyfriend. To be fair. He is gay. But
oh, well, whatever.
He also has a crippling addiction to buying every dragon dildo. I can also confirm.
That's certainly crippling after a while, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, not to dox the guy, but is he named Choop in some regards?
No.
No, okay, well that's the furry I know.
There's many.
Many.
Unfortunately.
Ben Perry, how do you justify working for a company that has the most deceptive marketing campaign in the entire industry?
Oh,
that is going to be a question that I don't think is going to be answered today, guys.
Yeah.
Ben Perry, have you ever worked side by side with Chris Roberts? If so, how was the experience?
Pressure's on. As such, he's come by my desk or our collective desks. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, as far as I was aware, he was quite a nice enough chap. I think I've always sort of worried that he's a bit of a perfectionist.
It's a bit embarrassing the second time he did it because he turned as if to say my name and then called himself and stopped. No, because I arrived the first time he spoke to me. I had an enormous pile of blue hair, and then I'd shaved it off, and he actually thought I was a different person. And then it turns out nobody at CIG can recognize me unless I have blue hair, so I've now had to just commit. I've just bought an industrial supply of this turquoise dye, and I'm just stuck with it until.
Fair enough.
Till my next.
Blue hair. You really need to stop that before it seeps into your brain.
That seems like a really weird requirement to keep in your job and
otherwise you'll start respecting women way too much and never get laid. Right. You'll just be friend zone for life, bud. You'll just get friend zone for life.
Guys put themselves into the friend zone. Piss off. I'm sorry.
At the open house, is one of you going to next proclaim that you sexually identify as an attack helicopter? Please no.
No. I don't identify as anything. No. I am pigeon.
Yeah, I'm not actually attack helicopter kin. Sorry.
I'm so bored of that kin circle joke.
I have a question for Ben Perry. So I'm looking into taking a course in basically programming or computer science. Is it something you would recommend from your experience?
I can't actually answer that because I did a computer and video game development course instead. And that was a really bad choice.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, in my case, when you decided to specialize in programming fully, and you're still doing one-hour lecture a week, then that's not good for actually learning to program. So,
yeah, of course.
Yeah, I cut my teeth on Quake 3 Arena. I had to learn it from nothing. We were digging them out with a shovel. It's the only way to get anything done. You kids these days. No.
In my case, it's going to be a 2.5-year course, if I remember the details correctly.
I was messing around.
If I'm going there.
Yeah, messing around. Quake 3 Arena was basically the first engine to actually start doing proper shaders, so you could actually program shit. It was glorified HTML, really.
Yeah.
But, it was enough for you to be honest with.
You could be worse. You could claim to be a indie dev and only have made something in HTML.
Ben, did you ever play Quake 3 Arena?
No, I didn't. I was really dumb.
Call yourself a gamer. Get the fuck out. Get out of my stream. God damn it.
I played Wolfenstein, the original Wolfenstein. I had a bit of a go of it. I tried my best to like it, and I was just like, you know what? This whole style of gaming is bullshit, and everyone who likes it is stupid. And I stopped playing first-person shooters until a friend of mine actually forced me into a chair, put a mouse in my hand, and made me play Unreal Tournament. So I missed any first-person shooter after Wolfenstein 3D.
You missed the graphics whore days of the late 90s, where basically every single couple of weeks or whatever like that, something would come out that would just thrill us. Look, my Voodoo graphics card can do something now.
The Voodoo.
Yeah, this expensive piece of hardware that had no use finally has a use.
So like Quake, you never did Quake?
I never did Quake, no.
Fuck me.
I had one go of Duke Nukem. I was at a Laser Quest. I played Duke Nukem there. I went, no, I was right. This is terrible, and stopped.
Oh God, what did you do?
Robin, you poor fool.
Like first-person shooters.
I'm sorry, I'm a fake gamer. What can I say?
Mate,
You're a fake gamer.
First-person shooters.
I don't even like Zelda. I want to punch the little fucking guy.
You don't even play long.
Heretic.
Dude, first-person shooters, were like, for as far as like graphics and stuff like that, that was where it was all happening.
That was PC gaming, yeah.
That and Zelda's the princess. Just
I know. I didn't say Zelda was the guy. I know.
Yeah, we're just messing with you, man.
Quake 1,
I'm not that much of a fake gamer.
Quake 1 was where they were actually pre-baking shadows into the thing. Quake 2, you had sort of like dynamic lighting and things like that. Quake 3 is where they actually started with actual proper shaders, where you could animate the shaders, move them around, have use alpha on these sort of things, all kinds of stuff like that.
Can you tell Robin likes tech?
And then you got id Tech 5, per pixel shading. This is where it all happened. Damn you!
By the way,
I had a shit PC back then anyway, so I was just.
We all had shit PCs back then.
Robin, I need to ask you a very important question. Have you heard of our Lord and Saviour Doom 2016? And if so, have you played it?
I have played it, and I recommend it to anybody who
fucking would.
Yes, it's awesome.
The soundtrack
alone
is the worst
and yes, James Brand, I did have a Commodore Amiga 500. I also had a 1200, and they fucking rocked.
I'm the only person that found the new Doom game really disappointing because they put limited ammo in the chainsaw.
The
I didn't care. I
like
was
that.
too
Money!
busy kicking ass. Matrix. We got loads of questions here. Is one of you? No, we've already done the attack helicopter. No, I don't attack. No, I'm not a helicopter kin. I identify as a sleeping wet wipe, so I'm napkin. Anyway.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Is SC? Oh, careful. Or Squadron 42 a game you want to play when it is finished? If that's a sentence.
What's Squadron 42?
Isn't that the multiplayer shooter part of the game?
Yeah. So Ben's not going to play. I don't think Ben's going to be interested in that bit. Are you really into? Are you more into the flight sim thing or no?
What can I say about that? Like, I'm kind of torn on this because all the way through making Elite, I thought this is going to be a game that I want to play, and then by the time you got through like the final like 3 or 4 months of getting it out the door,
it wasn't your thing.
Everything you see is not quite the way it was supposed to be. Like, even if it's good enough, like where the corners had to be cut because it had to go out the door, and you just see your own failures. So I played Elite with a mate of mine, and he was complimenting it the whole way through. He was like, "Oh, this is great, and this is great, and we can go over here." And like,
and you're just like, "No, this is bollocks."
Every time he asked, "How does this feature work?" I was like, "Well, it was meant to work like this, but it's bullshit because blah blah blah."
And he goes, "No, it's great." And
that's
you're like,
the problem with being a developer. You always look at the shit you create.
That's the problem with being self-critical.
Don't play your own games.
Yeah. But
So
come on, come on, Ben.
I want to play Star Citizen.
Yeah, you can look at, if you imagine for him, he's probably thinking this is great, and you'll look at him kind of going, "You fucking Philistine, you know nothing." But it's you've got to find that bite point between the two. It's got to run, and that's the art. It's not making it. You want it absolutely just the same way as it is in a Hollywood movie. Then do it for a Hollywood movie. But to get it so that it runs well and it runs nice and it still looks sweet, I'll be honest with you, mate. I've been playing it for ages. It looks great. Where were you? What were you actually?
140 FPS.
Were you doing more surfaces or post prod or where were you actually? Where if I play that game right now, I can go, "Oh, that's Ben's work."
I guess the biggest thing I did on it actually was we just didn't have a deferred lighting engine when we started because. Like Frontiers games up to that point had for a long time been like outdoors with a nice sun, so it was a game
single
that
light source
for sun, and you could have point lights. The code was a little bit sort of old, I guess, for the point lights, but it was sort of like maybe you would like up to 3 point lights with your sun kind of thing. So yeah, just doing the lighting engine was the best part of it. Just reading through what everybody was doing, what all these other engines were doing, and going, "So guys, here's my proposal for just disappearing for 3 months and doing something like this."
You just leave me alone in this room and this will be produced. Cool.
And shouting at people about PBR.
You just leave me alone in this room, keep me fed, I'll have something for you. And
give me a bottle of Ritalin and an unlimited takeaways, I'm in.
By the way, maybe it's a bit of a general question, but if I could ask a question, it would be, what is actually for the graphics programmers?
You want to say that again? You broke up a bit there, Chochmah. Try again, mate.
Oh, sorry. If I could ask you a question, I would like to ask you, what is PBR exactly for graphic programmers?
Physics-based
because
rendering.
It's a buzzword that gets thrown around a lot.
Rendering.
Yeah, I know what it means, but
so that is a problem with it. It's kind of something that it's more of a way of looking at how you're going to develop more stuff in graphics. It tends to just be associated with like a handful of things that sort of first went in when someone decided, yeah, we want to do physically based rendering. So it tends to be things like the basic idea that if a light shines on a surface, the total amount of reflection that you could possibly see of that light has to be less than the amount of light that originally hit it. Like earlier graphics models, a lot of it was just by sort of like finding an equation that sort of looked like the object afterwards, and you go, yeah, that's good enough.
You'd blag it, really.
Yeah, you kind of blag it. There was a lot more blagging earlier on in graphics. And we sort of moved to the point where someone says, okay, so I can see a shiny spot reflected on this, but what am I modeling here? What's the concept? Like, is the surface covered in little tiny mirrors, and what I'm seeing is sort of like more shiny where all the mirrors line up with reflecting the light, and less sort of away from it where only some of them reflect the light, and that kind of thing.
Well, it's also the thing is when they say physics-based, everybody's sort of like sitting there kind of going, well, what does that mean? And what they're doing is they're beforehand, when somebody's say kind of going, right, make me a surface that looks like, say, marble, or make me a surface that looks like silver. What they're doing is they're basically just sitting there and twiddling a few sort of sliders until it's sort of got it right there.
Yeah, like just draw a picture of some silver and
Yeah, and at this point, what they're doing now is they're basically kind of going, so how does silver, why does silver look like silver? And then putting that into it as an equation. So when
it's like, Disney's big push for PBR was all based on, they have this thing called the Mill database that is just, I think it was scanned a long time ago, but it's just like different like angles of like camera and light in a big just 3D table for each material. And they said, okay, so what's the underlying similarity between all of these different scans, and can we create an equation that has this weird little kink towards the grazing angle of, like, metals all have this little kink in their reflectivity towards the grazing angle, and to some extent, like, why does it do that? But more importantly, just what does metal really do? Okay, can we make an equation that does that? Okay, surprisingly, that now looks like fucking metal, just because it's doing the thing that we knew it.
Well, they're talking about microstructure, isn't it?
Yeah.
And so depending on for example, Chochmah, you know what they mean by Fresnel shading? Have you ever heard of this?
I heard of it, but I don't know what it means.
Fresnel shading, you probably would have seen it, say, on a reasonably shiny car. So if you look at a car flat, for example, it doesn't necessarily, it's not as reflective, for example, as you were to see it on a really an angle, like a mirage, because light can bounce easily, like skimming a stone off water, for example. Yeah, if you were to throw it directly at the water, it would just go straight through the water, right? But if you're bouncing that stone on the water, it hits the surface and reflects off. So metals will be more reflective if you're looking at them on an angle than if you're looking at them straight on. Water, for example, uses Fresnel shading. So when you're looking directly over the top of water, it's not that reflective, you look straight through it. But when you look at it on an angle, it becomes reflective.
That's actually the interesting thing about PBR. One of the big things that got pushed with PBR was basically everything. The realization, or well, not really realization, but the spreading of the understanding that everything has Fresnel shading on it. Like,
that's right.
There's a guy called John Habel who did a load of really good articles about it, but he had a bunch of photos of just a brick in his front hall from different angles, going, this is like the most unshiny thing that you would think of. This is the most, like, this is just diffuse lighting. It wouldn't have any kind of like specular reflection on it. Here's 3 photos of it from different angles. Look at the side of it. It changes color. Just start putting Fresnel on everything and start doing the equation for it right instead of the god-awful way that people used to be doing it. And yeah.
All right, I think I sort of kind of get it. Thank you very much for the explanation, and thank you very much for being on. And I wish you all a good night. I really have to go to bed.
No worries, sure.
Thanks a lot.
It was lovely talking to you.
Thank you. Good night, everyone. Bye. Bye, chat.
That was the last intellectual on the panel.
Oh, come on, man.
I have the capacity to be reasonable. It just happens rarely.
It just never happens.
Alright, is there room for a little question? Because Inglorious Machine asked to Ben Perry, what's the best looking style and graphics-wise game that you know?
Oh man, I'm going a blank now. I probably have a really strong opinion on this, but I just
can't remember off the top of your head.
Yeah. Like, I think if I got drunk and had like half an hour to think about it, I'd have a really, really fixed view of like what the best game ever is.
Take a sip then, Sunshine, because we're here for the longevity. But these streams can get what's the word?
We're long-winded.
Long-tailed.
Could be. But yeah, PBR is just 3 parameters, then the old school roughness of a surface, how metallic a surface is, and how specular, reflective.
I know, I disagree with that. That's metalness workflow, which is it became very popular at exactly the same time. So Disney moved to PBR, and they also decided that metallicness made more sense for them to work with.
Yeah, Robin, go fuck yourself.
No, I'm reading from Special Snowflake here, guys. I'm fielding the arguments from our obviously misinformed listeners.
Speaking about misinformed, when the fuck did we talk about Disney and graphics? Or did I mishear anything?
Because we're talking to somebody who knows about graphics and you don't.
Yeah.
I've been waiting to talk to somebody about this for fucking years. Finally, somebody gets it.
Don't worry about it.
But yeah, what are we asking about questions-wise? Is there no way to make lighting depending on surface structure, not like real 3D modeling structure, but like emulated? Well, that's really what it's really going to. I mean, if you can imagine, you can make PBR materials on your own. You know, you can you know. Have you ever had a little look at Blender, for example, Ben?
I tried to use it once back when I thought I was going to be an artist.
Because it's actually
I actually couldn't operate it at that point. I think it was a very early Blender.
Yeah, it uses CUDA to do a real-time ray tracing algorithm. Use cycles, and the node system in there is fantastic. So people are making their own PBR using the node system there. So it's actually good for you to sort of experiment in, perhaps. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be that much longer until someone's actually basically made up some sort of thing that's going to give you a few sliders there that's going to basically give you pretty much every materials that you require. I don't think that's much further away. I think it would be nice for something to actually do that on a per pixel basis. Because then you're going to be basically painting via material at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I think a few people have tried to do that. I've forgotten who. The Killzone guys. They built something where you just painted there's like a salmon-y color that meant copper, and rather than actually like trying to paint a texture that looked like copper, you just painted down sort of regions of material, and their pipeline just sort of like turned that into.
Yeah, I was thinking more along the lines of an actual, it's been a while since anyone's really done a decent image standard for this, really. I mean, you've got like TGAs with like, alphas that you can, multiple alphas. You've got OpenXR, isn't it? What's the fuck's it called again?
OpenEXR, is that?
EXR, yes, begging your pardon. But I'm thinking more along the lines of actually having that all in one, if you see what I mean. So, using PBR in that sort of sense, that would be nice. I mean, you
paint down a pixel, but the pixel literally says, go use this node graph.
Yeah, along that sort of line.
Interesting.
Because, I mean, at this point, there are only so many parameters that you need to put in there. And once you've actually got each one of those parameters in there, you could use that simply as, just another alpha layer. So at that point, like for example, like you've got sort of like a lot of 3D, 360 degree video going around right now, but there's no depth to it.
Yeah, true.
So there's no video formats out there right now. Yeah, there's a few video formats that use alpha, for example, but there's no video formats out there that think to use that alpha as a Z, for example. You'd need 16-bit, not 8-bit though. Because 8-bit only really gives you 256 levels of depth.
Yeah,
that wouldn't really be enough for Z. You'd need 16 just to be able to survive on that, to be honest. 32-bit if you really wanted.
I think it'd be a bit weird though, like if you could see depth, like if you were looking at a video of a guy standing in front of a background, but you could sort of, it would be like a bump map with him on the front of it. Like if your eye separation let you see the sides of behind him, he just looked like he was sort of extruded out of the sky or something. I mean, I'm not saying
essentially,
that would
yeah.
awesome,
well, yeah, it would be almost like a point cloud as such.
Okay.
And then of course you can blur between each one of those points.
Oh, well, if we're talking about point clouds, what you need is unlimited detail engine.
Oh, fuck off with that shit. That looked awful.
What, is this the fucking Euclidean engine we're talking about now? Is that where we're going?
No, it was a bullshit engine. That's what it was.
Yeah, the Euclidean engine was bullshit.
Yeah. No.
So what
you
made
must have
that
seen.
engine
You must have heard of Lytros. Yeah.
Which one?
Lytro. Lytro.
I've never heard of that.
Oh! I get to introduce you to the Lytro. Brilliant. Just Google Lytro.
Oh, light field cameras. I remember hearing about these, but then these are the things you can like refocus them after you've taken the photo.
Yeah, but they're doing them now at 360.
Oh, even better.
And that includes depth.
Huh?
So it's not in stereo. It's got its own depth buffers to it. They've got stuff that's coming out right now. Yeah, the Lytro Cinema. Shit you not, it's like 350 megabit megapixel or something like that. It's like some ridiculous levels that they're throwing at people on this thing. But you're able to basically once you use these to take these videos and stuff like that, everything is taken into consideration. You can do whatever the hell you like with it after that.
Pretty fucking amazing.
It's pretty fucking amazing. I can't fucking wait for them to get down to the level that we can use them. Because at the moment, you just can't. It's nice to have an SLR, but yeah, I'd really like one of these. I always
Give it another couple of years, there'll be a GoPro with all of these features.
Yeah, sorry, it was 775 raw megapixels, up to 300 FPS, and 16 stops of dynamic range. Motherfucker.
Wow.
If anybody knows what that means,
yeah, that sounded
that's fucking cool as fuck.
I am lost.
You might as well have been talking about like the teleporters and the Star Trek ship. Like, Jesus Christ.
Okay.
I could follow that though.
Yeah. 4K.
Yeah.
In megapixels.
Yep.
Isn't that just bullshit or?
What do you mean?
Feel free to correct me. Like, I've just been hearing a lot of this. Like, when I've been hearing people talk about like 4K, I've been hearing that it's very much. It's out there, the resolution itself, but once you try to reach like, for example, high frame rate with it, it's kind of an impossibility.
Yeah, I have a friend called
That might be your HDMI cable, guys.
No, I have a. Sorry, go on.
You've just got to get a very good high quality monitor with it. A lot of them can only do 4K at 30.
Yeah. I have a friend who spent close to £4,000 and he has a 4K monitor that is 120 hertz. He spent all of his disposable income on this kind of stuff.
I can imagine.
And I remember going over to his house and he was showing me Grand Theft Auto 5 in 4K. Firstly, maybe I'm just an idiot, but it doesn't look that different from a 1080p version, and it was running at like 40 FPS, and I was like, he was like, this is amazing. I was like, really? It looks like it's running really choppily. And he was like, yeah, but I'm running it.
Well, yeah, that's graphics horse for you. That's what they do. I actually have a 1080p screen, but because you've got something called super dynamic resolution on NVIDIA cards,
yeah,
you can still run it in 4K anyway, and it's just on a 1080p screen, and then it's downsampled. It still looks sweet as fuck.
What's the benefit of using that?
It's basically like anti-aliasing, but for full screen.
Oh, okay.
So you get much better detail. It just looks better. It just feels.
Yeah, it's just
better.
like the most brute force.
Yeah.
Hardcore kind of anti-aliasing.
Yeah, and it just
like
makes
literally
it the
draw
best.
all those extra pixels and then blur them.
Yeah, and it just looks sweet. But the Lytro, yeah, if you can imagine, this is the difference, guys. A 4K resolution screen is 8.3 megapixels, and this Lytro camera does 755.
Damn.
At 300 frames per second. That's what it records at.
How much data does this thing then generate a second?
And when it says 16 stops of dynamic range, that means that you've got basically, look, you've got 256 different shades of white. Do that 16 times, and that's the dynamic range that's available to you. So virtually bright sunlight right down to like really dim caves. And
So does this thing
it'll
just
get the
run
lot.
on like a machine gun feed of hard disks then?
Yeah.
Like just fit a bandolier of like terabyte hard disks, just blast through them, injecting them in.
It's an absolute. You've literally carrying like about two PCs worth of shit just around just with the camera on its own.
And here we have our cameraman. They're going to film 4 seconds of video. It's like, but why are they carrying half a ton of SSDs?
Yeah, it's absolutely monstrous. It's just so cumbersome. But that's if that's what you need to get what you want, then yeah. It just means that there's going to be some fucking awesome video coming out from this stuff because it's very, very interesting. The level of detail that we're talking about here is that imagine if you were taking a picture of somebody maybe playing pool or whatever like that. You're going to be able to see a hair. You could zoom in on a hair that was on that fucking thing and see the thinness of that hair and look at it from a different angle.
Robin,
just
you're wrong.
from recording from just a still camera.
Robin, you're wrong. Don't you know that the human eye can only see at 24 frames per second?
Actually, I had a classmate in high school claim that.
I've heard people claim this as well.
Like I used to believe that.
Really?
What?
Well, it's nearly true. It's.
But we don't see in frames. Like.
Yeah. For one.
The thing is, your eye can actually move to follow the action, while like your eye itself, it blurs. It's a really shitty camera. It blurs like crazy if you show it anything. But if a fast object moves past you, your muscles do loads of work to keep that thing centered, so it's incredibly crisp.
That's really impressive.
I do have one thing to say about the thing that your eye can only see 24 frames a second. 24 frames a second is the upper limit for individual frames you can distinguish at once.
Stop. Just stop. Nobody's impressed.
You hear that? That's a cock getting slapped out of my mouth.
Wait, you had a cock in your mouth the entire time?
Let's get back to the question, shall we?
I have a question for Ben from a friend of mine who's studying game development in Canada. She asks, how quickly did you find a job after school, and how did you go about finding that job?
Again, I'm a really bad choice for this one. So, what actually happened was, I came out of university. I decided I needed to get my portfolio into a state where I could be hired.
Of course.
I had a little money left over from my student loan, so I hammered away at it. I was sat there in my upstairs bedroom, just like blasting away. And then it got to about a month before I wasn't going to be able to make rent, and I hadn't really actually applied anywhere. And I started panicking. And then a guy just phoned me that I'd never heard of, who was also called Ben. So I was a bit not sure that he wasn't taking the piss.
Hi Ben, this is Ben.
Hi Ben, this is Ben. Would you like to go to this weird industrial estate and have a job? And so I went there. It wasn't an ambush.
Thank God.
And I got to making fruit machines for a year, which wasn't great.
Fruit machines?
Like gambling machines.
Oh, slot machines.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's the gaming industry, not the games industry. But
that is a game.
Yeah, I think Special Snowflake's obviously got her feelings or his feelings hurt. Please don't call me uninformed. This is how PBR is implemented in modern games: roughness, metallic, and specular.
Yeah, many engines do that.
Yeah, that's because they suck, and those people are uninformed. I'm just winding them up.
It saves a little bit of memory because the alternative is to still have basically the old style, but use it for slightly different purposes. Like you have, diffuse, reflectance, and gloss. So the reflectance is full color and the diffuse is full color. So you end up, when you upscale a texture, the metalness thing really breaks down on the edges of something. Like, if you blur between non-metallic orange and metallic green, then in the middle what you get is half metallic greeny orange, and that doesn't blur as well as just doing them in separate channels. But I don't know, it depends. Quite a lot of any engine that's come from not being PBR into being PBR quite often doesn't use the metalness pipeline because it was just easier not to, and the artists are all used to what they were doing.
Exactly.
It's completely
But there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that people have had to change over the years. I mean, maybe you must remember when people used to basically have about 2 to 3 triangles for a nose. You know?
Yeah, I remember it. I never worked then, but
Oh God, it was awful. But
all things considered, that wasn't very long ago.
it wasn't that long ago, no.
Well, I
especially
mean,
to an
Solid
old-
Snake didn't even get in those, did he?
I'm
He
an
just
old
got like
fart.
a blurry picture of a guy sort
Yeah.
of on the front of his head.
Yeah, but if you can imagine, the moment you basically had tessellation come in, you couldn't use the same technique to make models as you did before. Everything has to be like squared off. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to anybody, or at least you end up basically with like really, really big blocks of tessellation going on, or really, really small blocks of tessellation. So you had to have this sort of like this uniformity to the model.
But then a lot of people still just don't use tessellation as well. Like,
well, you can get away with a lot with normal mapping, isn't it? So
it's a weird thing. Like tessellation, it's not done as badly as what like geometry shaders, where everyone said geometry shaders are going to do everything, and then the hardware vendors said, guys, just maybe don't use geometry shaders for anything because it'll suck.
It really hurts.
This is fucking horseshit. What are you doing to us?
Well, also the problem with geometry shaders.
We've implemented it, but please don't.
a lot of the problems with geometry shaders is that the fact that the moment you actually get up to a vertex, isn't it?
Sorry?
Well, for
vertex?
Geometry shaders is basically sort of like angling things, so it feels like it's got some sort of an angle to it.
Well, it lets you do anything. Like, it's really good if you want to just add vertices to a model on the fly, sort of at random. But the downside to it is, I've never used one of these. This is how little anyone uses these. But once you decide that you want one vertex to suddenly become 5 vertices, they all end up having to be done sort of like one after the other. So all the parallelism on the graphics card just isn't set up to deal with the fact that you added a bunch of extra vertices from one vertex and didn't on another one. And so
So every time you start programming that, do you like get an email from NVIDIA just pop up and say, "Dude, you fucked up again"?
Why? I don't know how this happened. Like, how did all hardware vendors end up being forced to implement something that they all thought wouldn't work? I assume Microsoft just said, "We really want to be able to do this," and they
went, "Are you sure?
Are you sure?"
And they pressed that fucking
I
yes
don't
button.
care about that. I don't know.
Well, don't you know, all Microsoft employees are trained to go, yes, of course, I'm fucking sure you're going to do it. Because of their computers.
Are you accusing Microsoft of only employing computers? That would be a discriminatory practice.
Oh yeah, here come the sound bites.
It's computers of all gender.
Oh, that's fine then.
Fuck's sake.
Oh boy, here we go.
I mean, they do employ Android devices as well now.
Ben,
they do it with a lot of Apple
Inglorious
stuff. I mean,
Machines
it's just
asks,
smartphones.
because it's a question and answer round, Ben.
Okay, yeah.
And Inglorious Machines asks, Ben Perry, what would you say your opinion is about how antagonizing the discussion is nowadays in gaming communities? Do you think it will ever change?
Well, I hate it. I mean, hate those antagonists. I want them to die. So.
Well, not that far, but...
So I go and antagonize.
That seems somewhat antagonistic, to be honest.
Yeah.
You know. Those antagonists, let's get them.
I hope it'll change. Like, I prefer people to, if people have got a problem with something, I prefer them to talk about it in a reasonable
way.
tone.
Yeah.
Ideally, not block each other halfway through the conversation. Or
well, then don't talk to anyone.
House,
Yeah, don't talk to anyone in games journalism then.
I don't.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. It's probably for the best. I could literally go up to one of them right now and just go, I disagree, and they'll just block you. Whatever nothing. I haven't even said I disagree.
I think a lot of that, though, comes down to the fact that they deal with a lot of trolls on a daily basis, so they usually will just gravitate towards assume you're a troll.
Just ban-hammering everything.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, that's just the state of the world we live in. Like,
I recently got blocked. I got blocked by someone I actually didn't want to be blocked by for the first time. First time in my life, like last month, and I felt really stupid because I was like, "Oh shit, no, I see how that could be taken. I'll write an apology," and wrote them a DM apologizing, and then as I went to press go, I was like, "Oh no, that's what being blocked means, doesn't it?" And just deleted it.
No. But Ben, follow-up question from about game development. How would you recommend someone get into the game development industry? Like from square one, like.
Don't suck up to journalists.
To do programming, literally just like learn to program.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter if it's a comp sci. It helps if it's a comp sci course because then, you know,
right?
when they're also people do look at your educational background. Like unless you've got a shit hot demo, if you've got I don't want to say a mediocre demo, but you know, if you've got a standard newbie demo and absolutely no educational background, they're just guessing whether you're any good.
Yeah,
if you've got an educational background, I can't speak for. I've never done hiring. I've spoken to a few people who have done hiring. Some of them actually care. Like, if they see that you got a particular degree from a university, they'll then go, well, is this a university that actually teaches good programming, or is it a university that teaches horseshit? So.
Oh yeah, that's
a lot.
That's a shit. That's a like crapshoot for anyone who's trying to get a degree there, because they probably know less about whether a course is considered good by the person that will actually want to hire.
Everybody wants to be doing a good course. Unfortunately, people don't look deeply into them. That's a big problem with universities in general. I feel sorry for people who go to like I briefly went to Portsmouth, unfortunately, and anyone in England
just went to Portsmouth.
No, I was doing.
I was about to say that was unfortunate, really, just being in the city.
They do a very good course for elderly care.
I'm sure they do. So that's all they have.
That's Bournemouth.
Yeah.
With the thing I noticed that was quite sad was that a lot of it is where you've got your degree, not what grade you've got in your degree, which kind of comes across as unfair, because if you've got a first at Cambridge, surely you're more expected to get first if you got into POC Cambridge. Whereas if you got first at a shit university, wouldn't that be usually say that you're more competent than the person who got at Cambridge?
But I think the thing is that you get graded by that university.
Oh yeah. No, I totally forgot about that. That's my fault.
Yeah, just to give you how what's the word, butthurt games journalists really are. Okay, ready? This is what got me blocked from Adam Sessler.
Oh no! Oh yeah.
He's my favorite.
Yeah, Adam Sessler, like a day ago, 8 hours ago, and I went, if you punch a Nazi, they win.
And you have a point.
I got blocked for that comment.
I know who you're talking about. I had to look up who that guy was.
He's the guy who's very famous for gurning out at, I think it was E3 years ago. He was clearly coked. Well,
he was not on coke.
Allegedly.
He looked incredibly coked up to anybody who's ever tried drugs before and recognise it fully. That does not mean he was coked up. It just means it looks exactly like he was coked up.
Wasn't he from that game journalism
show?
Difference.
Yeah, he's got quite a long portfolio. He's been involved in the games industry for a very long time.
Wasn't he part of Mega 60? No, not Mega 64, but what was that? What was that gaming news show that was on TV?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. I'm not sure what its name is, though. I remember getting told about by Steve, who Robin remembers. He's talked to Adam. Apparently, that was heartbreaking because the last episode he appeared on, he found out immediately after that he was sacked. They just kept him on to do that episode. Now, by the way, you're sacked. And he was so upset. Like, I feel for the guy. I wish him the best of luck.
So, any questions to Monsieur Perry? Graphics extraordinaire from the heady heights of Frontier Industries, or whatever they want to call themselves these days. And what else did you do? You were in Criterion?
Very briefly.
Criterion? Oh, damn, those guys.
Incredibly briefly.
Aww.
Was that not fun then? What happened there?
So the thing is, I didn't know I was a graphics programmer when I started at Frontier. I thought I was applying for a general... I'd been told lies about how people in the industry hire you.
Oh boy.
I was told that you only ever apply into the industry as a generalist, and they'll make you do something completely uninteresting, like the loading and saving architecture. Having got in, it turns out they would not trust a newbie to do that. That's a really fucking hard thing to teach. Yeah. So I just applied generally, and I applied with obviously just a graphics demo looking at it. And so they gave me a graphics job. So when I applied to Criterion, I was like, well, I didn't know I could do that job, and they just gave me it, and I was great. So, like, they don't want to give me a graphics job. They want me to, like, port things to new platforms. I'll obviously be able to do that as well. So I started on this. I started commuting for the first time in my life. I started getting up at a different time in the morning than I'm capable of doing.
Yeah,
so
that's
basically what they hired was they wanted someone like peppy and disruptive and not as much into sports cars as the rest of Criterion are kind of this is literally what they said when they hired me. It's like, you're sort of, you're young and you're different, so that might get. And instead what they hired was someone who was like totally confused by the work culture, was just drinking like the strongest coffees that he could make just to try and get his eyes open, and was trying to make sense of like piping audio from a PlayStation to a PSP.
Oh boy!
Nothing that I knew anything about. Like, they may as well have just hired somebody
off the street,
just completely fresh, and they'd have brought less misunderstanding to the job. So yeah, they said I wasn't a cultural fit. They gave me a lovely, like, they could have just ditched me and paid me nothing. Instead, they gave me sort of proper like notice period pay. And then I went calling Frontier and said, look, I've screwed up my life.
Oh,
by the way, do you need any graphics people?
Help me, Obi-Wan Braben. And then he saved you. The mighty Braben.
Well, luckily some other guys had left at that point, so they had an opening, I guess.
That's very good. I'm very glad to hear that everything's going well for you, and I wish you the best of luck with everything that you're involved in.
Is he just
future.
going now? You that just sounds like it. You just
No,
like showing him out the
I'm
door.
just saying it before I
grab your coat now. Fuck off.
No.
All right.
You've had your moment of fame. You can go now.
Yes, now that we've quizzed you. No. What else we got? What have you got to say for yourselves in the side chat, you silly people? Inglorious says he is insanely jealous of Chris's success. Derek's smart.
Yeah, I think they're referring to Derek there.
I think you've spatted with Derek. Is this true, Ben? Did you spat?
I spat probably more than was appropriate. Well, no, more than was sensible.
Have you have you now
He
spat?
reposted some of my comments on a. I don't want to talk about Star Citizen. I don't want to talk about areas I don't know about because I haven't directly worked on.
That's fair enough.
I was in the middle of playing Draw Pile with some friends. I was sort of trying to carry on an argument on the Frontier forums because I'm a masochist or something.
Lovely.
And I let someone bait me. I ended up making something that could be quote mined, and then next thing I know, boom, it's all over Twitter. Let's see if he can get me fired or whatever.
Oh,
I hope very much that they were very understanding to you. Were they? Like,
yeah.
It's all right. Derek Smart said it. They don't.
Yeah.
If anyone else had, maybe they'd be thinking about it. No, it's Derek Smart. Fuck him.
Yeah, honestly, hearing all of this, hearing all these stories, especially with you, Ben, it's like I kind of feel bad for the developers that get laid off because it really sounds like they. How to put it, like shit hits the fan.
You get fucked, yeah.
It sounds really horrible like that. And to hear people trying to like get you fired, it's just like, okay, that's not cool.
So malicious.
At all. Yeah, that's not a cruel move on anyone's part.
Who was trying to get him fired though?
No, I'm not saying I'm not claiming that Derek does it. I'm just saying that I've been seeing like people spat on the internet and people attempting to get other people fired previously.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. I mean, we have, yeah.
I think that there should be some policy put in place saying that if Trump can say the stupid shit he says on Twitter and still become the president, you should give people leeway with making one or two mistakes.
Do you guys remember that one guy that said like remember the whole Xbox One debacle with the DRM and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, just play on Xbox or whatever it was. That guy on Twitter that basically had to leave the company because of the backlash.
That was the PR head.
Yeah.
What was his name? Was he
Adam something?
Oh no. Maybe
Yeah, but he did the kind of cock up as the head of PR and advertising for the new Xbox One, where he just turned around and said, "Yeah, if you don't want to play online, we've got a platform called that. It's called the Xbox 360."
Yeah, that's a silly thing to do. If you are a PR head, that's a bit different because PR is your job. But yeah,
yeah, it's just the irony of the job, really.
Yeah, that is irony.
It's like why Kamiya hasn't been like kicked off Twitter yet. I mean, it's an entire meme of getting blocked by Kamiya.
I've just done a Twitter search, so I understand the situation that you've got yourself in there. I wouldn't worry too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was said by Derek Smart after all, so I think they're going to use that as a reason to give you a raise. I mean, Derek Smart hates you.
You pissed off Derek Smart? Come here, Ben. Come here.
No, actually, I was, okay, I'm going to say this not for you, Ben. You don't have to answer or anything like that. You can just shut up right now. Okay. Derek was talking about this particular engine that was coming up, and he particularly considers it a good move for them to go to Lumberyard. They've obviously got a lot of work to do to obviously get everything cross-knitted and all that sort of business, but I think it was he basically stated that it was a better move than staying where they were. So I don't think that was him basically gloating.
Yeah, I did. As it happened, I read his blog on the subject. I don't want to talk about what is or isn't a good move for what CRG wants to do with it.
If you'd like to just comment on his behaviour, that's fair enough, isn't it?
His description of it and his comprehension of the idea of any project moving from one to the other was sort of logically self-inconsistent and just fucking confusing, to be honest. I mean, that's why I got baited into the conversation in the first place, because he literally said, moving to this would force you to throw out all of the work you've done. Here's 5 features, bullet point features that you'd get if you did exactly what I just said, would make you throw out all the work you've done. Therefore, one of these bullet point features is going to happen. And it's just that flow of logic that says, those things don't work together.
Ad hoc proctor hoc, I think it is. I think that's the fallacy that we're talking about.
Yeah, but also just to point it, we just had a talk with him right at the end where he talked about him switching to another engine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's kind of ironic when you think about it.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of perspective.
Once again, it's actually a good move because the thing is the guy's stuck in a lot of middleware there. Mm-hmm. And so he's basically streamlining a lot of that. He's going to give himself a lot more options for the graphics and all that sort of thing. And LOD really does,
desperately.
Also, it needs. There isn't enough shader level stuff for him to do much with it.
But he's going to have some worries, the idea of just you can't just take a load of assets that were made not in physically based and put them in a PBR engine and expect them to not be terrible.
Well, I mean
you could have Fresnel on the mushroom ship, but
you can see. Well, you can see that. Have you actually looked at LOD?
I have a couple of times.
So you can see the level of the shaders that he's at there. He's barely at the 90s. So, I mean, anything's going to work. I mean, and also, just because they're going to have access to PBR, you don't necessarily have to use PBR for everything.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think it's...
Yeah, you can write your own shaders for it or whatever.
Yeah, it's going to be horses for courses on that one. And from what I understand with PBR as well, it does have a bit of overhead when it comes to processing. So it's less memory, but more processing.
By the way, I just want to point something out, which I think is indicative of just the internet culture in general. Notice how once we got Ben on and we didn't just start throwing shit at him, that people lost interest and left.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well done, Ben.
If you want to throw some shit at me,
nice.
if I'm killing your vibe here, and I'm
actually, dude, you're actually bringing a pretty good vibe here.
Well, I'm enjoying it, but apparently the audience, the audience has no taste.
Well, to be honest,
on the stream.
The thing is that Derek Smart brings all the boys in the yard. He has a certain amount of milkshake that brings a horde of boys.
It's a very potent milkshake. I'll give him that.
Yes,
Is that splooge you were talking about earlier?
indeed, yes. You
Oh,
know,
God.
a veritable tsunami of boys, sort of like, you know. What
Boys.
did anyone see this? Did anyone
Being
see this? Nick was saying this on the last thing. Let me just find this thing. It's about sort of like how one's milkshake does bring all the boys in the yard. It's not actually as good as you might think. You know, because like, where is it? I'm just going to find it. I found the meme. Let me just grab the
Didn't
meme.
this milkshake bring
There's a
all
meme.
of the boys to the yard?
And
All
there's
of
no-
them.
3.4 billion of them.
Yes.
Ben,
A veritable
I have a question.
tsunami of boys.
Ben, feel free to not answer this question if you don't feel comfortable. But what was your opinion about the development of No Man's Sky? Just the general everything of it, like, you know.
I kind of watched it from a distance, hopefully, and then it, you know, I didn't back it. I didn't
Have high hopes.
actually get around to playing it. No, I had kind of optimism, kind of like
You wish them the best. You wish them luck.
yeah. I just
It was
I
too
can't
small
remember
a
what
team.
I'm trying to think what I actually thought about it before.
I was looking at
later
it.
experience kind of color it, but I remember thinking. I think I didn't like the look of it just because anything that involves just going places in a procedural world. I think
It's
people,
usually boring, yeah.
yeah, you very quickly like the minute your brain can spot a pattern, it just
sees it
loses
everywhere.
interest.
It breaks the illusion.
And I know some people are different. Like when we were working on Elite, I honestly, the idea of people exploring their X trillion different star systems, this was just I never like said this.
Yeah.
While you were there.
Don't worry about it.
You know, but my personal feeling was like, why would we bother doing this? Like, who actually wants to go and look at all these star systems? And then the game came out, and there's people posting screenshots of, like, this is the planet I've found. This is me at this planet that no one else has found before, and here's a sunrise happening on this planet that no one else has been to.
Yeah.
I'm fucking loving it, and I just like
more power to them.
Yeah, there's more different kinds of fans than
well, exactly. Yeah, I mean,
that you ever expect. You can't work
especially, and it's a very visceral game. Thanks to a lot of lighting. But it's the idea of just finding that wonderful spot, and then with a lot of things, you could walk across fields all day. It's just the same principle. You can just be walking across fields all day, and then you just find yourself in this one field at this one spot, just looking at this one sky, and then suddenly, a moment of beauty. That's all it is. And,
I personally think that it's a fantastic game for stoners.
But this is quick dramatic reading, guys. My milkshake brings all the boys in the yard. All of them. The ground begins to rumble as 3 billion boys pour in over the hills.
3.5.
A huge boy tsunami eclipsing the sun, destroying everything in its path. The entire city is razed to the ground. The screams of boys being crushed to death among the fray combines into a deafening roar of suffering. I stare at my milkshake with hollow, haunted eyes. What have I done?
But something I like to say about something I like to say about like No Man's Sky is like, I really wish Sean Murray would just be clear cut in his interviews and saying, just answering straight up to some questions like, is there gonna be multiplayer? No. Can you do this and that? Yes. No. Like, just give some precise answers because.
Yeah. They should have done a 10 for the chairman for him. That would have worked.
I do feel sorry for them because I have a feeling that they had every intention of delivering on what they wanted to, though they kind of got pressured into a lot of things, and they can't just say no, it's not going to be in there because it's going to upset people. And
but you gotta I'd say rather take the hit now than a bigger hit later, as they did at launch.
In their defense, they are still working on the game, and they have released a relatively comprehensive patch somewhat recently, and I hope it continues to go. But with Sean Murray, there was a fantastic quote he said about something to do with the lighting being based on the periodic table of elements there to code in. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, no, I really don't want to get reminded on my chemistry class.
That's your favourite quote of the game.
I will give you a link. 2 seconds.
Oh boy.
Because I'm sure it will give you an aneurysm.
What, did he just take the colours from a picture of the periodic table or something?
He was saying something about how they had to alter the game's periodic table of elements in order to get different colours on certain planets.
Yeah, can I
So
smell...
carbon had like 3 different colors or some shit like that.
Something to do with the makeup of the planet or something.
What is that? Can I smell... I can smell bullshit.
I mean, bless him, to be fair. Bless him. It's cute. He tried.
You know, there's hype, there's sales, and then there's just... Oh, come on.
Alright, so Ben, feel free to not answer if you'd like, but found the quote, I'll read it verbatim. Right.
Pigeon,
wait,
look after
it
this
is
lot for a
F4.
second. I'm just going to go for a cigarette. If anything
That's
goes wrong,
fine.
it's your fault. Okay.
Okay, alright. So, for the periodic table, we have... The team programmed some of the physics for aesthetic reasons. For instance, Duncan insisted on permitting moons to orbit closer to their planets than Newtonian physics would allow. When he desired the possibility of green skies, the team had to redesign the periodic table to create atmospheric particles that would diffract light at just the right wavelength. What is your response, Ben?
Duh.
I could see that. That makes some... If you'd already written a system that that the inputs were like, what is the particle size?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like when you're trying to do sky scattering, like what governs the sky color is the size of the particles that the light's passing through.
Okay.
If you'd already decided that you were doing that, and you'd also written a system that said, I'm going to fetch the size of my particles from like some lookup table of like, oh, the atmosphere is made of oxygen, for instance, shockingly. Nitrogen, who knew? If the particle sizes all came off that table and you'd already sort of committed to that workflow, at the point where you want a particle size that isn't on there, I guess you'd have to add it to the periodic table. Like, I don't know what I'd call it, like nitrogen underscore hacked or something, but
It sounds very convoluted.
I mean,
at that point, I might have wondered. I don't know. That one of the problems with procedural generate, like when you want to procedurally generate lots of different planets,
they're gonna
you can't just drive it off something that's been tweaked by an artist because
there's another million planets you haven't
yeah.
seen. Yeah.
Either you've got a palette. If you've got a palette of colors that are randomized, then why does one nitrogen atmosphere have one color of sky and one doesn't? So you end up tying it to the actual stuff in the atmosphere so that it's consistent, and then suddenly you want a different color that can't be in the atmosphere. I can see that happening. It's
okay.
It's one of those things people will pick up on, though. Like it sounds like, oh god, we actually had to reinvent particle physics, like for a different universe. They probably just went, oh shit, we can't get that color. Quick, let's add some made-up molecules to this.
It's a far better way of spinning it, basically.
It's one of those weird things from inside game dev looking out. Like, you can spend like 5 months on something that will never be on a bullet point because it's incomprehensible, and then you spend like 2 days like just fixing something that was probably like a typo, or like they hadn't remembered to put it on a particular line, and then like the fan base goes hog wild for it because like you've pushed forward the boundaries of gaming.
And that's why you shut the fuck up in your interviews and you go, look, I'm not going to make any ridiculous promises because I don't want to get anybody's hopes up or anything like that. We're going to try our best.
To be fair to him,
see you later, everyone.
To be fair
Thanks
to Sean, I do think he was pressured into a lot of it. I don't know, nobody knows except Sean, but I get the impression that he wanted to make a game that just didn't quite surface in the end, and hopefully through continued development that they're still doing, he'll be able to achieve his original vision. But yeah, no, that was a really clusterfuck of a launch. The one thing for me that I think really seems genuinely dishonest about Sean Murray, the one thing he said was people were complaining that they couldn't see other people on release day, and he said that it was a server problem, and then it came out a few days later that it wasn't a server problem, it's just a single player game.
It was a server problem, it didn't have a server.
It's a server problem.
Yeah, it's missing. Yeah, that was the problem.
Yeah, I was going to say there's some way you could steelman that claim, but it's pushing it, isn't it?
Yeah, like I do feel sorry for him, but best luck to him.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that No Man's Sky has probably taken the crown for 2016 worst fuck up.
Yeah.
I can't see anything that's really been that much of a disaster so far. We're looking at you, Chris.
I played Brutal Legend. That game was a complete piece of shit. That is the biggest clusterfuck of a game I've ever seen.
Oh, we've got contention.
Why?
The game is shit. Like I loved the demo.
Fanboy Wars.
Then it turned into this weird pseudo RTS thing.
Have you never played Sacrifice?
No, I haven't, and I don't.
I have, and I never made it past the first level. It came with my graphics card, and I swear, I tried my best.
That good, huh?
But the AI was just too good at playing its own game. Like, you had to click really precisely on stuff.
That reminds me of like playing against the AI in Warcraft 3.
Isn't the way they make AI harder in a lot of engines is just to make it cheat more and more? Isn't that right? Like,
yeah,
well, this one didn't need to. Like, the way you would do well in this involved being good at RTS and also just casting the right spell on the right unit at the right time. The enemy army was just this ball of units that you couldn't click on because it was moving too fast.
This is what I love about the open house, really, because we're just having a nice, friendly chat about games and stuff like that. And you just got to look to the side chat here, and it's just basically like blood on the dance floor. It's great.
Oh, don't remind me of those guys.
If you were worried about sort of like having an argument, it's best to get out of the fucking chat and just come in here, mate. Honestly, it's just you just watch these people just eating each other alive on the thing. You know, I've been around. I was sort of like quite an early adopter of the internet and stuff like that, and I've come to the conclusion that we've just made the internet far too user-friendly.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
None of these people know how to do TCP/IP. And I think I swear we need a fucking license. You know, you just got to go through it first of all. If you don't know what a subnet is, get the fuck off my internet.
Are you saying that you want there to be screening before an ISP installs a connection in your house?
No,
Yes,
they don't.
intelligence.
No, they don't install it. They just hand you the wire and then go off you go. Then that's what I want.
Wow.
That's what I fucking want. And they're like, what? You mean I have to learn something? Yes. You need to get off your fucking ass and do something with your life.
If you ring up and ask questions about it, do they just shout "get good" down the line and just slam the phone down?
Yes. Fuck off, neat.
I've talked to Virgin Media tech support many times, and I can confirm that it feels like that a lot of the time.
I kind of feel like I'm being persecuted a bit here. I am a bit of a neat right now, so.
Same here.
Get off my internet.
Yeah.
We made this here.
And I will say no.
Yeah. We've got. You've got.
Amazing.
Yeah, we didn't create high bandwidth. Yeah.
Accent.
We didn't create high bandwidth so that people could produce videos and spur up their ridiculously useless opinions. It was so I could get a decent ping.
No, it wasn't. It was for porn.
Well, that as well, but
that's a given, dude. That's a given.
yeah, of course. I mean, they were doing porn on BBS days for fuck's sake. So in ASCII,
They were doing it on television where I'm from.
And now we're just filled with retards posting pictures of fucking frogs all day.
And their
what the
lunches.
fuck, guys?
And cats.
Oh god, cats I can deal with at least because they're cute and they make the little paws. But the frogs,
I'm more
fuck
of a
the frogs.
doggo.
Enough with the frogs. Enough with the Harambe memes, for fuck's sake.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
that
you
died a long time ago.
Enough with the checkerboard fucking political opinions in the world chessboard that we're in right now. You are not fucking clever. You are merely puppets, all of you. You've no idea. Anyway,
You're following demagogues.
yeah.
Except for Robin, he's perfect.
No,
Robin's just taken enough acid to get like this.
Yes, now I just see, everyone is so transparent to me I can barely see you. But anyway.
I watched him face the wall once.
But cats are evil. Cats are evil. They are planning to take over the world. Fair enough.
That's why I have a dog.
The open house, I'm getting 100 megabit down and 7 megabit upload. 7 megabit upload. Get good, scrub. 17 over here. Fuck you.
No, to be fair,
Get on
I've
plus,
tried
mate. Do what
everything
you're
I
supposed
can.
to do.
I've tried everything I can to get Virgin Media to give me a better upload, and
No,
they
don't
just
go.
refuse.
Don't go to Virgin. Don't go to Virgin.
They
go to
own all the
PlusNet.
fiber optics.
You don't no down the phone line, man. You can get 17 upload right now. I can could stream at 1440p 60 if I wanted.
Hook me up. I need
PlusNet.
I need
Go
to
to
know
PlusNet.
this.
Go to PlusNet.
PlusNet. Okay.
Yeah, off you dash.
I will be looking into this.
So yeah, any sort of futures, current year. We've got a whole year ahead of us, folks. Is it going to be endless trash, or is there going to be something nice on the horizon? Any ideas, anyone?
Well, you've seen the Red Letter Media video. You know what the movie collection is
Huge
like.
January. Yeah. I do love those guys. They are fantastic. Their Half in the Bag series is amazing from start to finish.
Oh, I just binge watch that when I'm going to bed.
It's so good. Oh.
And then I go to sleep for 2 days.
I love their recent episode talking about the big trend of people in the walls movies and making a generic template for every other bloody horror movie. And then you were introduced to this character, and her name is Red Herring. And you think that she is behind it. Yeah, that's great.
So, any games on the horizon that everyone's sort of sitting there sucking their thumb waiting to happen?
I am very much looking forward to the next expansion for Path of Exile.
That's easy coming from me. I've got to... Yeah, you guys heard it last time I was talking about it, but Guilty Gear Rev 2.
Guilty
in my
Gear,
case.
did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
There's coming a new version with a returning character, Baiken, that people have been wanting for like ages. Her and her giant tits.
Christ. I hate it when games are over-sexualized, personally.
Is anybody here not going to mention Infinity Battlescape? I'm sure that's tickled your fancy, Ben.
Sorry?
Have you heard of Infinity Battlescape?
I haven't.
Oh yeah, so that's it's like a sort of combat game based on the Infinity engine, isn't it?
No, not the Infinity engine. The engine was devised by a singular gentleman back way back. He's been working on this engine for a good 10 years now.
Oh, sorry, that's what I mean. The game he wanted to make was going to be called Infinity, but then
was it?
He realized
it wasn't. No, it was like.
So he decided to kickstart doing Infinity Battlescape, which is like there is this whole universe generation engine, but you're not going to go places in it. We're just going to do like a more of a tightly controlled combat game.
It's more. Well, he's instead of deciding to do the whole universe thing, I think he probably thought, "Oh fuck it, Elite's got it now," and he's gone for this sort of interplanetary type deal.
It looks really good.
And as far as procedural space sort of like planetary engines, this is the person who really started the whole thing off. This was the first engine that I knew that was actually happening.
It's got some great lighting on it, I will admit.
I'm trying to remember the name of the guy. What's his fucking name? I follow him on fucking Twitter as well. I'm fucking...
I want to say Flavian something.
What is his name? Who's doing it? Because that's his engine.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good engine.
I was also really impressed to find out. Did any of you remember the game Spider-Man 2? The original tie-in for the PlayStation 2 and Xbox. Does anyone remember this?
That game was better than the series, the movies.
I loved that game, and I found out or rather, the developer talked about it. The one guy made that entire web-swinging system of that game. One programmer did that entire thing.
Holy shit!
And he
carried the entire fucking game then.
It pretty much did, yeah.
Was that the one where the web's actually like stuck onto the
buildings? Yeah, and they had momentum. Yeah, it was fantastic. And he made a game on Kickstarter, I believe, called Hook Swing or something similar, which is just further more of that kind of thing.
So he's basically evolving that engine or whatever he's.
Not even engine. He's just he started from scratch and making his own game based around that as its focal point. Yeah.
Fucking rock paper shotgun. You suck. You're calling it Vaporware Dreams. How fucking dare you?
What?
If Black Mesa can come out, then anything can come out. I was sure that was Vaporware for the longest time. As most of the gaming audience was.
Well, I gotta admit, this game looks pretty nice.
Wait, Black Mesa isn't vaporware? I know it's got a release date and it's being supported by Steam, but it's not.
No, I'm saying it isn't. Like, it did actually come out. I remember following that game for years of development, or that mod rather. I was so happy to find it finally got released.
Oh yeah, Overgrowth went to beta as well recently, didn't they?
Did it?
Wait, Overgrowth went beta?
Yeah, I think.
Holy shit!
Hang on.
I don't know why I never bought that, because all the tech I've seen in it has always been really cool.
I played
Yeah, I love
like
that
the
box.
predecessor to it.
What was that one called?
Oh, I don't even remember.
It was.
Oh, it does look a little bit drawn in the 90s.
What? Overgrowth?
Hmm.
Yeah, it's based basically on a 90s game they made. It's basically just a new revision of it.
Why
And,
would
well,
I be
with
impressed
added
by
features. They basically just took the gameplay.
I'm watching rabbits beating each other up. Am I in the right space here?
Yeah,
like,
basically Ninja
That's
Money
basically the game.
That's basically the game. What people in rabbit suits beating each other up.
Oh no, it's
Yeah,
rabbits.
they are rabbits.
Please.
Like, what I mean is like that the game Overgrowth is based on is like basically a previous edition of it.
And now they've got bits of wood and they're beating each other up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
they've
incorrect.
evolved them.
My friend's correcting me. Apparently, it's not Overgrowth that's in beta. It's Lugaroo is being re-released in the new engine in beta at the moment.
Mm.
That's interesting.
So they've.
I really need a new chair.
didn't-
This
I
is
probably
sorry.
picked that up, to be honest.
I shouldn't talk about shit that I don't know. Clearly.
But on the
This is where I
internet,
keep
what you do.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to talk about shit that you do know.
Ah, yeah.
That's just called being an adult, isn't it? Like,
Pretty much.
you can't call out everyone for their bullshit, otherwise people will just assume you're an arsehole rather than right.
I know how many bits there are in 64-bit. You know,
Well
like I can repeat that relentlessly at people.
Go on then.
But 64.
Keep
That's
repeating.
it. But you're gonna make me do this now, aren't you?
Yep.
You said it.
You have your own agency here, mate. You make your own decisions.
Well, there's another bad decision for the evening.
We're still waiting. Yeah.
So everyone's still, we've got a bit of a fight going on in the comment section by the look of it. It looks like we've got some Derek Smart fans, and let's call them non-fans. It's the thing is, like, when anyone's talking about sort of like Star Citizen, they keep on concentrating on Mr. D Smart. I've tried my best, and when I talked to Derek about it, we've had a few chats with him about this. Is that it's really more to talk about the game. Everyone keeps on talking about LOD, or he's an indie developer. What the hell does he know and stuff like that? And it's like, well, nobody on planet Earth, not even Chris Roberts, is a developer for
Every single system within the game.
£140 million game. Because he hasn't finished it yet. So, nobody is qualified to speak on this at this point, and that makes for somewhat of a quiet chat show.
Sure.
So,
The only thing that I'm not going to say the only thing, but it does infuriate me that someone will frequently ask a question and Derek will say, no developer in the industry will do this. I am 100% sure that every developer in the industry would say that. And it's not just that he's speaking for literally everyone when it's obviously not going to be literally everyone. It's that usually, in my experience, what he's saying is just completely fucking insane as well. So it just seems odd that he would nail his colours to the mast.
Well, here's the thing. He's an older chap, isn't he?
He said this week he's 100% certain that my boss quit, and so I must be in charge now. But I swear, like...
He's doing a really good job of still getting into the building, I'm sure.
Well, the thing is, he's relying on the rumour mill here. So, and you've also got people that are just giving him false positives. A, just for a giggle. B, just to basically fuck with him.
Yeah.
Some people may be insiders, or some people may be just basically, reverse moles as such, that are just feeding him bullshit to just make him look stupid, whatever like that.
In which case, don't put 100%.
Yeah.
Nobody's 100% certain of anything.
Absolutely.
The minute you claim 100% certainty, you are already. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Only the safe feeling, absolutely.
What percentage are you sure about that comment?
This is something I got into recently. There's a thing called prediction book that, like, rationalist community people seem to be big on, where it's just a site that lets you put down, like, you say, oh, I totally know how this political debate's going to come out, and instead of it just being everyone said that they knew it afterwards, you make a very, like, measurable claim and you put a percentage on it. And all it is just different people's percentage predictions. This sounds really fucking exciting, doesn't it?
No. Really like that. You've got the perfect target audience here.
You just, if you say that you're 99% certain something's going to happen, that actually means, like, really surprisingly certain. Like, just random events that would make it not happen probably add up to more than 1% of things that would stop that thing from happening, let alone the person that you're, like, modeling in your mind just not in any way doing what you're expecting them to do.
Yeah,
so it trains people to start making, like, proving that they're a good predictor by making, like, 50% bets where something just isn't known,
Yeah,
I will put my head on the chopping block really quick, and there's only one thing I am 100% certain about, and that is that Milo is a cunt.
I can confirm that.
You'd have to nail down which Milo.
Milo Yiannopoulos.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Breitbart, sucks off ankle to that one, yeah.
I can't. I've not met him, so I guess I don't know he's a cunt. But he resembles a cunt from all angles.
Yeah, I've met him. He's basically like a female Ann Coulter.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I think he's the most disingenuous bastard who's ever existed. I don't think he believes anything he says. He just is trying to say all the outrageous things he can possibly think of to further propel himself into becoming a political pundit, and that is it.
He is basically the right-wing Zoe Quinn.
He is not a nice person.
No.
And the only difference between him and Zoe is that he sucks dick for fun. But anyway, I make snarky comments because that's the kind of guy I am. Recently, with the inauguration of El Trumpo, leader of the banana republic that is America.
Did you watch the inauguration?
Yes, I did.
I did.
I was actually commenting along with a lot of people that were talking about Melania. And they were basically saying that she it's reminiscent of the Kennedys. And I just had to point out, well, that should end well then.
So you're just like, hopefully.
And somebody goes, shame on you. And I said, look at the two candidates that you've picked to have your president. Yeah, shame on fucking you. Oh my good God.
From the photos I've seen, like, the presidential limo is a lot less open top than it used to be. I think. Like, I've seen that, like, the breakdown of all the stuff it's got. Like, you could pretty much, like, fire the main cannon of a tank at it, and it would, like, might flip over, and actually, special airbag for that as well.
Well, from what I understand, all you have to do is stand a few anarchists near it, and that top is pretty fucking open now. So, well, if you just basically park it near a bunch of anarchists, that top is pretty open now.
Right. There was some pictures going on Twitter of a car being ripped apart, a limo.
All right.
Keep up, folks. Keep up. These are the jokes.
Yeah.
So
I was so shocked by how Jesus crazy that inauguration was.
Yeah. Oh well, that's America.
But it was the first time I've ever seen a live streamed inauguration. I was like, she literally just said, "Dear fucking Jesus." She knows he's dead, right? I'm like, holy fuck! It's so bizarre to me.
God blessed America and said, "Fuck the rest of you."
I mean, England isn't much better, but yeah, still, at least we're not that bad.
At least we used our state religion.
I personally have been looking at the those that are, let's say, vocally against Mr. Trump, and I'd just like to say,
population.
protesting the fact that somebody's been elected to office, that ain't going to get you very far, folks. You're supposed to protest what he does.
That he's in. Protest until he actually said what, like, at least made some statement as,
wasn't
and then they can protest that just immediately. But
Yeah, be ready. Wait for the starting gun. They've jumped it slightly there. And the thing that they did, there's a chap called Nick Garoff who recently made a video about this very subject. And I'm trying to remember the name of the video that he produced. I just shared it the other day. I'm just going to find it on my Twitterati thing. I did like the sign that said somebody had a protester sign. It goes, "Not usually a sign guy, but geez." I did like that one. Yeah, and Nick was saying, I think it was the luster's gone or something like that. I can't remember. Let me find it. The thriller's gone. Yeah. And he was just basically pointing out that all of these revolutionaries running around, like blowing their whistles and whatnot like that, they're just wasting time at this point.
To be
What
fair,
about that,
every generation has had people like that. It happened in the 60s, and it happened before then as well.
Well, yeah, but what they were protesting against, what they were protesting against was the fact that black people couldn't go to school, or
I mean, as in the 70s with
rights.
Vietnam and having a go at the veterans,
all that stuff. And what they were actually protesting was the bad thing. Now, the fact that Trump is in power is a bad thing, understood.
Fucking abhorrent.
But it needs to be about the bad things that he does, not who he is.
Sure, how about, for example, the fact that he said he was going to drain the swamp, and then he just, next minute filled the swamp with more swamp people.
I'm going to drain the swamp.
Yes,
right back
Milo
into
is
the
smart.
swamp.
He makes his points with facts, usually on the fly. Yes, he walks up to a podium and kind of goes, "Feminism is cancer," and then rubs his Chanel bag across his shoulder and then walks down. Yeah, that's a person who's really bringing the debate forward. Matrix.
There is no debate.
I think he's very good at what he does.
I think he's good at what he does, but what I think he does is disgusting. Yeah. I think he's very good at convincing people that he knows what he's talking about when he doesn't. He's
doing is he's playing on the politics of hatred. Yeah. And it works something like this. Is this going to piss off people that I don't like? Yes. Then it must be good. Well, then you people are fucking morons. And you are going to sell yourself to demagogues.
I know so many people who are genuinely lovely, intelligent people, but they're so into that sunken cost fallacy of being pro-Trump or pro-Milo that they're just so unwilling to see their own bullshit. I have a friend who was defending bullying fat people, who himself was fat, and I remember a few years ago who was upset at his government for putting his wife in the obese ward for maternity or something, but he likes bullying fat people because Milo's right on that point.
Matrix says he senses some bias. Yes, and the reason that I have bias in regards to Milo is because, unlike you, I've met him. So
he's a horrible, horrible, horrible friend and a horrible, horrible.
He's not a friend. He doesn't do friends.
Yeah,
he does employees and he does enemies.
And he does people I can leech off of, basically. That's why he sucks Ann Coulter's dick so fucking violently. He wants her to mention him. That's all. He doesn't know what she says.
Well, he's looking to take over the reins.
Yeah.
I watched with horror from the sidelines of Gamergate, and his involvement there just seemed to be he arrived and he was like, "Oh shit, this is a stick that I can beat the left with for
Absolutely.
months."
Absolutely.
I mean, the left did him a lot of favors there by just handing him a stick to beat the left with, but he was definitely not there because he was like, "Oh shit, these guys are fantastic."
He was a
people.
cuckoo in the nest.
But every time you called him out, the problem was that the more vocal people who were like, "No, you're wrong, you S-Jew," they're the ones who dominate the conversation, which was a real shame. Robin knows, I talk to a lot of LGBT people, within Gamergate, people with mental illnesses, just to see about getting some better representation there. It isn't all really upset white men.
He's lying to you, Matrix. He's lying to you. He is a bullshitter.
He is a complete bullshitter.
He's not telling you what you need to know. He's telling you what you want to hear. Know the difference.
Yeah, in 2012, Milo wrote an article calling for internet censorship. Let that sink in. Milo, calling for internet censorship. And then spins on a dime the second Twitter bans him, a privately owned company.
Although I will say in his defense when it comes to Twitter that Their reasoning for banning him was quite bullshit.
I think it wasn't. I remember.
Company, they could ban him because they don't like his skin color.
No, they didn't ban him because of that. It's because he incites people to dogpile them. Like, Robin knows this. Like, you know Steve. Like, he got Steve dogpiled repeatedly.
Well, no, not just that. They actually were doing criminal harassment. They were ringing up. They were ringing up the people that were he was living with, and saying that they were going to call the police and get him raided.
Yep.
Because they had him at their house. They literally wanted to make the man homeless.
Yeah. And
they hacked. Yeah, this is the sort of like, you know, hacking people's phones, all kinds of shit like that. Milo is just basically somebody who's trying to stir up a culture war. And here's the thing, and here's the thing that you guys are never going to understand for another like 10 years because you're too young and stupid. And this is why I'm not better than everybody else, just you.
Older.
And here it is. You are not fighting a culture war. You are fighting an economic war.
And remember, every single time you rational. For our rational thinkers, like, I mean, I assume Maverick is for defending Milo. Sorry if that's wrong, but here's a nice little thing. You know that cultural Marxism thing everyone bullshits about? You know that was a conspiracy theory made up by the Nazis, right? Like, you know that's where it originated from.
I think there is a weird thing there, though, that it blends in with. Like, there have definitely been people who said, you know, from an academic perspective, we ought to take Marxism and apply it to culture. Like, I know that the concept of cultural Marxism as a threat was something that Nazis started, but at the same time, there are Marxists who did think they should apply Marxism to culture.
Once again, Marx is talking about economics.
Oh yeah, but there are people. No, but what I mean is there have been people since Marx who are like, shit, we should definitely turn this into a cultural movement.
Yes. Well, here's the problem. Just
like someone said, hey, we should take atheism and turn it into a culture.
Well, here's a little insight from an old fart like myself, and it works something like this: the left sells economic policy as though it's cultural policy, and the right sells cultural policy as though it's economic policy.
Yep.
Here endeth the lesson.
Right.
Now, it'll take some of you are going to sit there and kind of go, what the fuck is he talking about? And I go, I know. Give it a few years and you'll finally work it out. And you'll go, oh, that guy who's probably dead now was right.
No, they'll just still call you an arsehole and pretend that
no, I won't gloat.
They don't admit their faults.
I won't care either, because by that time I'll have probably got the fuck off this planet. It's my retirement plan is Golden Virginia. So,
oh boy!
Oh yeah, that's my personal retirement plan to hopefully avoid all the Alzheimer's and that.
Yeah, I'd like to face it with my brains, thanks. The CIA invented it to discredit people. Oh God, we've got a 9/11 conspiracy theorist in here. Tell you what, tell me that there was no planes flying into the building as well. Why don't you?
Oh man, this is my other big topic of talking on the internet. Like, when I'm bored of 32-bit versus 64-bit, it's all
about. How could you be bored of that? How could you be bored of that?
Oh my God, Ben, you've so got to become a regular guest. I mean,
9/11. I've already done my research, and you're wrong. Now go away.
You like conspiracy theories and you like graphics. I'm surprised Robin's not going to have you on. I'll be surprised Robin doesn't have you on every week.
Well, I'd love to have him on, but it's sort of his choice. We invite here. Yeah, we can't just force him on here. That would be somewhat rude.
We only do that to Fluffy.
Yeah, and 9/11. Do your own research, or keep living in the Matrix. So you watch the Matrix movie. Congratulations. Yeah, I know your eye is opened now. Anyway,
what am I have when it comes to the big? I don't know. There needs to be some kind of big, massive change in general with people just. It's okay to be wrong every once in a while. You won't progress as a human being if you don't admit that you can make mistakes. And that seems to be the problem with the internet now, is that no, you're either 100% right or 100% wrong. And
you don't need to double down on that opinion. Like,
yeah,
you're allowed to express an opinion, like, I think this, but I'm not sure about it. Yeah. And then if it turns out you're wrong, That's
The reason that I'm so sure about myself these days is because I wasn't before.
Yeah, exactly. Like I was very not sold on the Brexit thing, and then I looked into it, and I was like, okay, let's have a look. All right, so there's an argument for sovereignty. Wait, you're telling me if we want to trade with the EU, we have to abide by all their laws and regulations anyway, and we're just leaving it and having to deal with all the rules anyway.
Pigeon.
Well, this seems silly.
But sovereignty, buzzword, sovereignty. You like sovereignty? That's a positive word, isn't it?
Sovereignty. Get in the sky from Eton. You have a choice between Eton, and Eton.
Yeah, I these days, if anyone comes at me with that sovereignty business, I kind of go, why do you not like freedom?
Pigeon, don't you realise the situation? We actually have less sovereignty now we voted to leave because we don't get a say.
You don't get a say. Yeah, exactly. And we're poor.
We're not be allowed to trade with them either, so you know.
Alan's fucked off.
It's fine. It's fine because we individually will be able to just basically throw out the entire government because we have a say in every single politician in our government.
Yeah, they're totally not people you wouldn't want.
We're looking at you right now, Sargon.
I am very upset. I'm sure. I've said this before, but I'm sure that he's just cashing in on it at this point, and I'm pretty sure when before he falls asleep at night, he feels a bit upset with himself. So I think he knows what he's done. Sorry?
Funny how we always come to Brexit at some point.
We're all British.
The thing that pisses me off about Brexit is just how much of the games industry is people that the government is now trying to send out of the country, or is talking about trying to send out of the country. Like the concept that people who are from a foreign country have to be earning more than a cutoff that they're not earning.
Oh, that was so ridiculous.
Oh, no, it's fine. No, they want the qualified ones in here. No, it's the ones that do all the jobs that nobody wants to do. Those ones have to go.
Their definition of qualified is earning more than 35 grand.
My mum doesn't earn more than 35 grand.
Or about, like...
Nobody earns more than 35 grand.
I have plenty of friends who just... Yeah, who are doing really high quality work, and they're not making that kind of money because, you know, you have to different end of the country, you get paid less and you live for less money, and yeah, they just don't consider this shit.
And the problem, it seems to be, is that if you try and have an honest discussion with any kind of alt-right person about this, when, like, okay, migration. So did you know, Mr. alt-right person, that migration has been proven time and time again to be economically beneficial to a country and pretty much required for economic growth? No? Okay, so what do you think about that? Muslims, the terrorists...
They're taking my job from the job that I don't want to do and I don't want to move to.
They're picking fruit. They're picking fruit.
Okay, Mr. Alt-Right guy, what about the Japanese economy, which has been stagnating for the last 40 years
because
of zero migration policy?
Yeah.
Because nobody fucks.
Yeah, no, but that's a result, and that's another thing.
That's a
result.
Economy.
When it comes to alt-right people, they're like, no, you see the Muzzies, they're just coming over and they want to breed us out.
Like I said, guys, like I said, this isn't a culture war, this is an economic war. You now have in charge of the country of America a man who has managed to staple a piece of paper on his forehead with basically anti-establishment embossed in gold.
Whilst having never been anything other than an establishment and a lobbyist his entire working life.
For God's sake, he's had Hillary Clinton at 2 of his weddings.
I mean, to be fair, like when it comes to Hillary Clinton, I think that's why Trump won, is that they chose Hillary Clinton because everyone just knows she's unlikable. She's very generic politician.
Yeah, actually, I love the sentiment that Razorfist made in his video commentating on it. It's like, she propped up a straw man. Like, she propped up a straw man that came to life and fucked her in the ass.
Well, they tried to paint him as a Pied Piper.
Yeah.
So they were hoping for Trump.
It turned out he was.
They did, but his tunes were too sick.
Yeah, exactly. They wanted Trump. They wanted Trump because they thought that would give them an easy win. And the Republicans wanted Hillary because they knew that would give them an easy win.
Target,
yeah, and that's why. Didn't you notice when all of these lot were talking about the Bernies lot? You know, they didn't give a fuck about them. They really wanted Hillary. They certainly didn't want to go up against Bernie.
Because he's someone that there would actually be some contention with. Like, you just wouldn't get some generic politician who just, with a fake smile, just fake laughs on stage and says nothing of importance except lip service.
I mean, I think he could have been a disaster. Like, we'll never know. Like, he could have gone up there. I heard they had the stuff ready to start attacking him on, like, stuff he's said and done, like, throughout his... Because he's an old guy. He's done a lot of shit.
He's been around a long time. Yeah.
He's said a lot of things.
Yeah, it's called politicking.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like...
Watch you fuck him up.
If you're up against someone who's... someone weird like Trump, you can either try and play standard and hope that he fucks up, because you've got your set point. Or you can play someone who's incredibly variable and might completely shaft the election, or might mobilize a load of people that you couldn't get any other way.
The best analogy for Trump that I can think of is, imagine a UFC fighter who, through some genetic freak abnormality, now sweats pure oil.
So Conor McGregor, basically.
No, who sweats oil. Like, literally, you try and wrestle him, you just slip right off, because he is literally comprised of oil. That's basically what Trump is. Like, Trump will backtrack on something within 2 sentences. So it's impossible to know his opinions or views on anything.
You could literally
because he says both things!
You could make a
It's
video...
not 2 sentences. Yeah. It's the same half for a sentence.
Yeah, you could make a video from his one speech with him arguing with himself.
Yeah.
All you got to do is basically just cut between the pauses of him sniffing.
Isn't that the same video, though?
I know.
In the same order.
I know.
About 20 seconds shorter.
I know. It's like this, you know. I can't. America. I mean, you know.
I feel bad for you.
You know, Jonathan Pye.
Yep, he's great.
Yeah, he was basically just going nuts at this sort of thing, and I just said to him, look. You know, Trump is going to have to make everybody eat their words, really, because you know what we all said. Bush is good. No. We all said that Bush was the worst U.S. president.
McCarthy wasn't great either, to be fair, but
yeah, and now we have to just kind of go, you know, fuck it. He wasn't so bad after all.
I think the reason Russia was cheering is because, yeah, it looks really good on them. Look who. No, you think Putin's bad? Look at that fucking idiot.
They've got the guy they can really fuck with now. They've got a guy they can really fuck with. Clinton, you see, she knows the game, and she knows how to fucking keep him under wraps. This motherfucker here, he's gonna let him run wild. He's not gonna know what the fuck to do with him.
Just a quick question.
Putin is infinitely more clever than this person.
Mm-hmm. All right. Bush or Nixon?
Oh god, they're talking about fucking Soros. Shut the fuck up, please. Talking about fucking Soros. Soros funds everything. He must have run out of money by now. Because he's behind. Is he behind me right now? I mean, fuck's sake. He's behind everything as far as you people are concerned. Stop with your fucking conspiracy bullshit.
Stop about pizza. Oh man, nobody cares.
On World Trade Center 7 as well. This is
we've got all of the. It's like, you guys really need to shut the fuck up, because you're so full of shit. You really don't know. Honestly, you don't know.
Like, Pizzagate was my favourite thing. People were like, hey, look into this. I'm like, dude, look, I'm just being honest here. This isn't anything new. England did it, and we did it better. Alright, in terms of political corruption and pedophilia, yeah, no, we know. MI6 have said that, like, they knew that people were raping and killing young boys, and that they used them to, you know, further control. We all know this. So Pizzagate, that entire conspiracy theory, not even interesting. You didn't even kill the kids.
I came out of a concert recently. I was one of the last ones out, so I was stuck with like the dregs of the crowd. And a guy came up and he started trying to tell us to come to an after party in his house because he had one really loud speaker. And I turned away for a minute.
Kind of guy.
Back, and he started in on Pizzagate.
Oh no!
Like, the best time to tell someone about Pizzagate, as an English person who has no influence on the election whatsoever, is to just start really wastedly repeating. Right, listen, you guys, listen. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, right? John Podesta, look it up. Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. You're not listening. John Podesta, right? Listen to me. John Podesta.
Yeah, we know John Podesta.
That's all we ever got to. He never actually explained what the theory was. We all actually knew, but he never got as far as the whatever it was, the basement with the children in it.
I've been asking this question. I've been asking this question for quite some time of all of these people. I gotta go. Could you just name me the absolute worst thing that you can find in those emails?
basically the same shit that we all knew was going on for years anyway. And we also know that the RNC was equally as scummy, but Assange didn't release that because he didn't fucking hate Trump. He hated Hillary.
Well, I think
He said it. He says they have leaks from the RNC that he just hasn't released.
I know. Well, no, it's not that he hasn't released it. They haven't been released to him.
Oh, fair enough.
It was quite funny, really. I mean, he's already contradicting himself on the whole WikiLeaks thing anyway, because he was basically saying that the people that were releasing the email, all of these emails to him, were not sources from Russia. And I at this point I go, how do you know that, Julian?
Are you sure?
No, fuck all that. How do you know that, Julian? You're the person who devised the software, so you would not know who was leaking it, right?
Maybe they added a note with it.
And then all the intelligence agencies.
P.S. I am not Russian, comrade.
And then all the intelligence agencies of America have all agreed that there was some tampering done by Russia to swing the election one way or the other. And people just go, but no, that ain't true. No, Russia's great.
Because you lied about WMDs, and it's like, you mean the Republican...
but I don't want to piss them off.
You mean the Republican administration lied about WMDs, with the CIA saying to him, no, that is not true, and then not listening. That's what I remember, because I was fucking there, and I was at an age of sentience, unlike any of you.
I was just a glisten in my dad's eye at that point, I'm pretty sure.
And you should have been a stain on his chest.
Like someone pointed out the irony, though, of the CIA complaining about somebody interfering in an election.
There is that.
They've thrown so many foreign governments. Yeah. But that's the world we live in, isn't it?
I was just asking the question at age.
They said no takebacks. I mean,
yeah.
I was asking the question at age 9.
It is funny to watch, but at the same time, you know, I would be complaining about the CIA doing that to another country.
Oh yeah,
and I'd still be complaining about the country doing that to any country doing that to any country.
Yeah.
Fucking stop it. Stop being fucking babies. But then again, we're back to people confusing a financial war with a culture war.
It's like when people like to say, oh, Muslims are the bad thing in the world. And it's like, well, if you actually look at it, it seems to be a point of contention between NATO and Russia, and we just create a lot of really big shit shows in countries we have no care in.
Well, you know what's going on with Russia right now, yeah? Do you know what's going on with Russia right now?
Putin's probably watching someone getting torn alive by dogs and masturbating furiously. Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, if you're just going to go with the personal attacks, I was going to say that the Russian economy is in the shits right now.
I mean, it's Russia. What did you expect? Has it ever been?
On top of all the drunk driving and insurance.
Get the smart ass remarks out of the way. Okay, you done?
Sorry, I was trying.
I know. You were just.
I was just trying.
They are in terrible economic crisis at the moment. Putin's had to basically, through deals with the Saudi Arabians, has had to basically cut down his oil production because the oil prices are apparently too low.
Are they really high at the moment?
Not high enough, apparently, for billionaires. But anyway, that means that because he's not actually bringing as much revenue, his country is not looking particularly good. And that means his approval ratings are on their way down. And the only way he seems to be able to get his approval ratings up is that when he's looking like a big strong man and there's some sort of existential threat going on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. So that's why he decided to move 300,000 troops to the edge of Europe, and then complains about the NATO bringing in a bunch of people, around 300,000 troops, and putting on the other edge of Europe, the European end.
Yeah.
And then he's sitting there kind of going, what are you doing and then you've got fucking people literally complaining about us trying to fucking fuck with him. And it's just maddening to watch these fucking illiterates think...
buy into the shit. Yeah.
I know. And it's just so that it pisses off social justice warriors.
It isn't even social justice. Like, that's such an innocuous term. It's just saying you blanket someone as to discredit them, isn't it?
But
like,
when you ask them, the thing is, and I mean, I've seen this with like the Sargons of this world. He basically, everybody knows he backed Trump. Don't we all know that. Well, he doesn't.
No, he's still pretending they hasn't.
Yeah, and you know what? I remember him saying it. I don't agree with anything that Trump says, but he pisses off the right people.
If you want to see Sargon,
that is the dumbest. That's the dumbest sentence I've ever heard.
If you want to see Sargon get humiliated by someone who actually knows what they're talking about, watch Sargon's debate versus Christy Winters. It was fucking maddening to watch.
That was really.
It was a bloodbath. It was a bloodbath.
I just feel sorry for Christy.
Yeah. Well, his entire argument is, but social sciences aren't real. That's basically it. It's like, but on Twitter, this person was an arsehole. That person on Twitter was an arsehole. So tell us why feminism is bad. Well, on Twitter, okay, Sargon, okay. And then he snickers at, like, rape joke. Oh, no, snickers at an example of rape. Yeah, he looked like an arsehole.
But he's never really been good at debates, let's be honest.
Yeah, and then he came away from that debate. He came away from that debate saying that the reason he lost is that he did too much research.
Yeah.
It's on Twitter.
Apparently, yeah.
So, guys, it is now coming up to the magical hour of 2 o'clock in the morning. So that's our big 6. I think it's probably time to shut up shop, really.
I was about to go to bed.
I was having a look at my pillow as I went out for a fag earlier, and it was kind of going, come to bed. Come to bed.
Casual.
What kind of fucking high-tech pillow have you got?
I got it out of Japan. It's pretty good.
Okay. Does it
also
does it have like a holographic wife inside it somewhere?
Yeah, it goes, Robinson.
His Polish pillow isn't too fond of it.
Ben, really nice to meet you, mate. You should come back.
Yeah, I've never done a stream before.
We should talk shaders more.
Shaders.
It was lovely meeting you. Very nice guy.
No, I actually. It's nice to talk to somebody who actually knows what they're doing. It's a rarity around here.
I mean, obviously, I was cautious about coming on a stream that's literally called SC the beginning of the end because, honestly, I don't want to be out of a job.
No,
I know.
You're claiming it's the end of my job.
I don't think you will be out of a job, mate.
To be fair, remember that's hyperbole. Yeah.
And I personally think a person of your talents can find themselves an employer wherever you go. Judging from what you've done with 2 gorgeous games, because you've got to remember, mate. When I look at, say, Star Citizen, I'm not actually looking at the teams that are actually doing the graphics. I'm not looking at the teams that are actually doing the modelling and all that sort of thing. He's hired some of the best people there, and you're in a very good heritage there. And even if this thing does fall down, it certainly won't be your fault. And I don't think many people in the industry would blame you for it either. The screenshots that come out of this game look phenomenal. The issue is not about that. It's more to do with the micromanaging and various other bits and bobs that have basically dragged that project on far longer than it should have. A lot to do with it really being mission creep, let's be honest. Obviously you're not going to reply to that, and that's fair enough. But yeah, I don't have Derek Smart on every day, so you don't have to be scared. But yeah, keep me in your Rolodeck. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. All of you reprobates in the side chat, you should subscribe as well. And if you haven't subscribed, why not? It's worth it. Believe me. I've got a Patreon as well. Sling us a few bucks, and that'll make me like you more. So yeah, it's been wonderful talking to all of you, including Mr. Derek Smart. And all of the panelists here, and all of you lovely people, and all you not so lovely people in my side chat there. You are going to be here for posterity, so you can come back here in 10 years and see how much of a dick you've been. That's how it works around here. Everybody gets to say, everybody gets to record what they've got to say, not just the people in the chat. So yeah, it's been great, guys, and I hope to be proved wrong. And Ben,
you should put it on prediction book.
I should put it on prediction book. Yeah, I should get Derek to have a go at that.
I tried that.
100%.
You have to just go to his blog instead.
Of course.
Cool.
So yeah, once again, thank you everybody for coming. Thank you, Mr. Perry, Clue Master. If you want to follow in on there and see his stellar career as he gets further and further up the chain, and then I'll finally ring him up and see if I can get him a job making tea or something. So much love, everyone.
That's
and
fucking great.
And yeah, we're going to actually be talking next week about the PC culture of the left and right.
That's okay. I'll be there.
It's going to be very interesting from an English perspective.
Yes, because a lot of people don't quite understand this. They seem to think that PC culture is something that is just left wing. Well, we're going to be exploring both of those sides of that little coin, folks. So stay tuned.
I already have a lot to say about that. Jesus.
Or at least just subscribe, because you can't really tune computers, and that might break them.
Yeah.
Please don't.
You just got to raise their vibrational frequencies. It's fine.
Okay.
You get on that. You get on that.
Okay, I look forward to seeing the diagram in the morning. So yeah, it's been wonderful, folks. Let me get the fuck out of here. I've got to go to bed. Later. Bye. Cheers. Bye. Cheers. Bye. See you again. Bye. 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 Cheers. Bye. 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 Cheers. Bye. 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 Bye.
Fuck my.